Did I poop the bed? No, I didn't poop the bed. You won't be the first or last. You're sorry, you are the first, but you won't be the last. That'll get said a bit. I'm alright, Jambon. Yeah, I hope you're good. Yeah, I just... it's raining outside. I didn't really want to go for a walk. So I've been and bought a sandwich for lunch, and now I can just start streaming, and then... rather than waiting till I can cook my boring chicken again, I thought I'd just start a bit early. Finn's working on a video, and I was thinking there might be a draft later today, but there's been a slight hiccup with one of the files having audio corruption that I didn't know about, so we might be a bit delayed on that. But I fancied starting early because then it will give me some time at the end of the day to watch the draft video, so that we have a video on Saturday. But I don't think I'm going to be watching any draft video tonight. Reflex, dude, thank you for the 36 months. Hey Paul, how are you? Or how are you, Paul? Hi Shadow, I'm good. Yeah, I'm alright. Hi Dictor, Doctor, Dictor. Hope you're good. Finally caught him before work. Yeah, well I've started a bit early today, that's possibly why. Right, bear with me. I really actually enjoyed yesterday's stream. I thought it was a cracker. I don't mean like I played like amazingly well, but I really enjoyed the survival, and I think the struggle on Sakhal is real. The food is hard inside the map. You really need to be prepared. But I enjoyed that a lot. I thought it was good. But yeah, we got a few kills as well. Got decently geared in the end, which was good. I held the new shotgun and then never shot it before I died. What do you think of the new weapon sounds? Were they necessary? I think they sound cool as fuck when you're shooting the gun, but when you're being shot at, they don't seem as good. I think that's the truth. I don't really mind that they're not all so different that you can't tell exactly which gun they are, because to be honest, I don't think DayZ's had that since early DayZ. Like back in the day, you could tell a Mosin from a SKS, from a Blaze, from an AKM, from an M4. You could tell all the sounds, but they've tried to use realistic gun sounds, and they've actually recorded the gun sounds, right? And so now they've just recorded them, and they're all quite similar. Did I shit the bed? Mr. McLean, you're the second. I don't really mind that. I don't mind that you have to use your nous to be like, that sounds like they're firing a bolt-action rifle, or that sounds like whatever. But when you shoot the gun, it sounds brilliant. When you're being shot at, I do think it's a little bit weaker in general. The shots sound distant when they're not. They sound like they're far away, and they're actually quite close. The bullet snaps seem really, really weak. You don't really feel like you're
watching one from 3 years ago. Smiley face emoji.
You don't feel like you're being shot at. Like that mod, which has got the really loud bullet snaps on it, that some of the deathmatch servers use, seems so much better. You know, I know you can't see, but you're not missing anything. Abby from work, thank you very much. Fell asleep watching one from 3 years ago. Abby, well, that's good for me, you know.
Would I?
Do that every day.
Another shot round the moon. Thanks for the content. Red heart emoji.
Matty, thank you very much for the support, dude. Why are these zombies out here? Kind of weird, isn't it? Why are they out this far? And they've gotten themselves lost.
Nurse sad and working on core plans. Entertain and distract me. Heart hands emoji.
Mrs. Wiggles.
Emoji.
Good luck. I hope it goes okay. Cheers for the support, dude. I'll do my best. I've just said dude there. I don't think dude is right there, is it? Dude in DayZ is for all the genders. It's so yeah. Thanks, dudette, I guess. Cheers, Mrs. Wiggles. Mrs. Wiggles, sorry. Happy from work. Thank you, Reflex. Thank you as well. Sling bag. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you very much. I'm not sitting in my desk properly. Will this be a 12-hour stream? No. It might be a relatively long stream. Might be a relatively long stream, but I doubt it will be a 12-hour. If there's going to be a 12-hour, and let's face it, there never is one anymore, it's likely to be on a Monday, but we'll see how we go. I can actually afford to melee with the knife now because we've got a pristine one. fuck is she going? How was my date? It wasn't a date, dude. I ain't having no dates. I haven't got the equipment for that kind of stuff right now. I haven't got the mental equipment. I haven't got the mental acuity for dates. I have 8 hours left at work, so make sure it's at least 8 hours. Well, it might be. We might get close to that, I guess. We'll see. Just depends how the day goes, you know. Like, every stream ever is never any less than 6 hours, but quite often it's a bit more than that. It just depends. Yesterday we did about 7 hours and 40, something like that. I reckon today will be about the same. We'll see how it goes. I really enjoyed it, though. The nice thing about Sakhal is it is a bit different. It is a bit of a ball ache. It is a bit survivally.
Every day is
but it
something new.
is better.
Hope you're
Like
settling in
it's
well.
well, better's not the right word.
Good
It's really
morning,
nice
Jack.
for a change. I really liked it yesterday. The struggle was real. We did get some good action. Like even on the first life, we got some good action. Like with some kind of bad gear, and I found a grenade, and then managed to use that to get a dude, and then get a gun and get a few kills and whatnot. It was quite fun. I enjoyed the struggle. That's the thing with Sakhal, though. You might enjoy the struggle for a few days, and then you're going to need a break for a few weeks. It's not one I want to play every day, I don't think. It's going to get another stack of sticks. Because why not? Mick, thank you very much. That axe will actually go in my bag, so I need to sort that out in a minute. Someone's probably already told me, but I know. You don't get used to these changes for about a year. Mick, thank you very much for the gifted subs. That's really, really kind. Thank you. Hi Zero, thanks for tuning in. Cheers for the 15 months and 95 knives. Thank you very much too. Getting all the knives. We're going to have 95 knives the way this goes. 95 knives. Cheers, Mick, dude. Thank you very much for the gifted subscribings. Thank you. Sporter up ahead. What happened there? Sorry, guys. I managed to alt-tab somehow there. Oh, shit. My shadow play isn't working. Oh, it's moved. The icons have moved to the other side. Shadow play. Right, I might have to log out in a minute and just fix that. There was an NVIDIA app update today. And it's messed with things again, like it does. Here pre-1K viewers, I know BG. Yeah, well, it's right at the beginning. Now, we may stay below it for a little while, because Thursday is my lowest viewing day. Oh, another knife. Sorry, I had to fix something on my Streamlabs. Yeah, and I'm way early, you know. I normally start about 1 to 2 p.m. It's currently 11 a.m, so I'm like 2 to 3 hours early right now. We'll see how it goes. It'll tickle up like normal. Why am I on so early? Just because I could be, dude. I'm not doing a walk today. It's raining and I just don't fancy it. I might do one this evening if it's not raining. So I just had the available time, so why not? I should probably be adulting and trying to tidy up a little bit. But one of the things I really need to do is mow the lawn in the front of the house. Like the front yard, if you like. And I can't do that because it's pissing wet. So, yeah, fuck that. Just thought I'd come on. I think partly it's because I really enjoyed yesterday as well. So I was like, oh, well, I might as well start early. I don't think... Ooh, that might be useful with the way the new patch is. If we find a hunting scope, we need to keep that. I need to keep that and not drop it for anything else. Like, hunting scopes being cracked now.
Happy 75th, Paul.
That's
Hope
a really
you have
useful
an awesome
thing.
stream. I'm off to bed. Had a long night shift. TRMZ left. TRMZ left.
Dazpaz, sleep well. Hopefully you don't have people drilling outside your house or something. That'd be bad, wouldn't it? Like, working on the road or some shit. That seems to be happening around here all the time at the moment. Been a long time since we joined the stream. Just hope we don't talk sports the whole time. Donzo, well, thanks for coming in. What do you think about Florian Wirtz to Liverpool? Do you think it's too much money? Do you think around £120 million for a 22-year-old German international is a good buy, or do you think it's too much money? What do you think? I think Florian Wirtz could be the unlocked, like the key to the puzzle that is the next Premier League dynasty. I think that's the case. What do you think? Do you know much about Frimpong? Bruno showed him levels last night. I didn't see the game last night. I was streaming. I think Frimpong could be a ready-made replacement for Trent Alexander-Arnold. Don't you, Donzo? You live in the city, do you, Knives? Very cool. Right, I think we best make a fire. Do I have anything to use as... Right, let's just look for some clothing and then make a fire. I think we ought to. Yeah, Kirkes is looking exciting. Apparently the medical's booked. Really good news. Shall we talk about the Formula 1 now? Sorry, dude. It's like a red rag to a bull. If you kind of have like this sort of backhanded barb about not liking sports, I'm obviously going to spend 5 minutes talking about sports just to piss you off, dude. Who won between the Panthers and the Oilers last night? There you go. That's a bit more relevant to where you are. Who won? I'm sure it was the Panthers. Oh, fuck. I haven't got any... I haven't really thought this through, have I? I haven't got any kindling. Kindling. Oh, the popular sports around the world, they're the ones you don't like. I don't know about Antonelli, to be honest. I haven't watched much of the F1 this year, so I haven't really seen a great deal to be knowing.
I want to say I love your videos and I love your streams.
Oh, nice.
You're the only person I've ever donated to. Just want to say keep it up.
Eli, dude, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for tuning in, and cheers for the kind words as well. Thank you, dude. It'd be really nice if one of these had a can of food. Yeah, Eli, thank you. Dazpaz, thanks as well. So I can make a fire in any house now. Yeah, I saw that. I saw about Lance Stroll possibly retiring after he had a tantrum the other day and hurt his wrist by the sounds of it. Maybe he's finally woken up and smelt the coffee, you know, like... It's time to call it a rest. He'll probably just end up running the team now for his daddy, won't he? Have you ever played Scum? Yeah, I played it when it first came out, and I have done a couple of sponsored streams on it since, but... Scum is really cool for the right person. It's just that person isn't me. It is a great game in many ways, but I just don't find it as immersive as DayZ. I don't find it as survivally and story-driven. It's a little bit... not my kind of game, really, but I've played it a few times, sponsored streams recently enough, a few times, and it does have something. There are elements to it that I really like, but not enough to not play DayZ. I've never done a run with them, Dads. I've not got to be honest. I'm not familiar with their channel, but there's so many DayZ creators. I'm and it's cool. There seems to be more and more and more, but I don't know all of them like very well. If I do a team up, most of the time it tends to be with the people that I kind of know, you know. Have I got any big tourneys coming up? 95 Knives. I'm not aware of any on the horizon. I think Ariana's planning a solo tournament, a solo DayZ event, but I don't know when it will be. I don't know if I'll be able to get in it or not. I think if Scum becomes as popular as DayZ, it'll be a lot more fun. I think... Obviously this is a biased take, but I think that's unlikely.
It's time to start running!
I'd rather they get rid of Liam Lawson. That man thinks he's driving a bumper car. Well, he's probably learned that from Max, hasn't he? Rhodey, how the hell can you be clicking on the thumbnail for my stream and not coming to the stream? That don't make sense. Hope you get it sorted. Have you ever played with Smoke? Yeah. He actually resubscribed to the channel yesterday for 100 months. I'm subbed to him as well for the same amount of time. I played with Smoke before he ever played Tarkov, before Tarkov came out. I know he's mostly DayZ, but like he did a lot of Tarkov for a while and then came back to DayZ. Always did DayZ in between, you know, but I played with Smoke years ago when he had like 100 people watching or so. And I probably had 300 or 400, I don't know. Long time ago. But yeah, I played with Smoke, not for a long time. We did play together when Livonia came out briefly.
What kind of hot tea should I drink over here in Texas? We drink sweet iced tea. What tea should I try?
You should try Yorkshire Gold. Get Yorkshire Gold, which is English breakfast tea, but get Yorkshire Gold. It comes in a tea bag. Just get a mug, boiling water, half a teaspoon of sugar, and some milk. Make it sort of like quite dark orange colour, nice and strong. You'll enjoy it. Orgasmic. Good shit. Racing drivers having mental breakdowns, entertainment. We don't really know what's happening, Bucky Nick, but he's there because his daddy's paid for him to be there. He's not there on merit, so he's going to get a bit of hate, dude. Like, doesn't mean that you're celebrating someone having a mental breakdown. I don't even know what's happened, but he's in a very, very privileged position that he shouldn't be in. He's in that car because his dad owns the team. He's in F1 because his dad paid for him to be there. He's never had the ability to be there. He's not one of the top 20 or 30 racing drivers on the planet. He has absolutely no reason to be in F1. And his dad's even bought a team to help him do it, you know. That kind of thing is always going to make you a target. Yeah, I kind of like Lando Norris, and for that reason it's still quite exciting because he's in the race 9mm. But I haven't seen any of the races for a while, and I can't say I'm too bothered that I've missed them. And there is a lot of that in Formula 1 anyway. We talked about it the other day. There's a lot of it like you only get the seat because you were kind of privileged enough to be put in that position by your parents who afforded you the chance to be a racing driver or whatever. But one or two of them struggle. Like Lewis Hamilton's background is certainly not wealthy, and it was a lot of struggle for his family. But there is a lot of that in sport in general, in certain sports. There is in, say, horse racing as well, you know, like jockeys and whatnot. There's a very famous amateur jockey that won the Grand National on his dad's horse, and he absolutely didn't have the relevant skill to be the jockey at that level, but he was getting the role. What the fuck's going on here? This could be the sporter that was shooting. Don't think so though, but what jig, that's pretty good. Right, that's pretty good. That's kind of useful shit. I needed to defrost that really, but never mind. I definitely don't need the matches. Let's take them. Gonna get some worms. Hi J Laws, cheers for coming in. Appreciate it. Thank you. King Ragnar, I'm looking forward to going to Prague. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit fearful about the reveal, if I'm honest. If there is a reveal, I'm a little bit fearful about what the reveal may be. I'm a little unsure about it. I'm a bit worried that it's going to be. Let's just say it could be Takistan, and if it is, that'll be a shame. Switch 2 came out and people were queuing at midnight release. You ever done that for any game console? PlayStation 4. I tried to get one at midnight when it came out and they were all gone, but I managed to get one at like 6:30 AM the next morning from Argos. So I got a PlayStation 4 and the new Call of Duty. I was such a COD fanboy. But yeah, it was for COD Ghosts. I got the PlayStation 4 and COD Ghosts. And then about 6 to 8 weeks later, I was absolutely bored out of my brains thinking COD is terrible, I need a new game. And started watching videos of DayZ and came to be here. Which is kind of cool. What am I hoping for in the reveal if there is one? I don't know. I'm hoping for it to be not Takistan, if I'm honest. That's it. If it is Takistan, I'm going to really struggle to put any kind of positive spin on it when I get back going live. I'm hoping that it's going to be something else. I'm hoping it's going to be something like they're releasing some modded maps. Maybe if it's Takistan, let's say. Let's hope that they've actually found a way to create modded maps for console. Maybe they've acquired a couple of modded maps that they're going to release on console for free. Maybe it's that, you know, like... That would be cool. Like, all right, it wouldn't help PC, but that would be a really positive message for the community. You know, like, I just hope it's not a map that's already available on PC that they want to charge us for. You know, best case scenario is the very best case scenario is that it's a new DLC, but it comes with a oh by the way we've been working on this and it's coming soon. You know, like oh by the way we haven't mentioned it yet, but we have been working on DayZ 2. And it's going to release sooner than you thought, and it's coming in 18 months, or it's coming in whatever. Do you know what I mean? That would be the best case scenario. It's a completely new map that we're buying, but there's also more new shit coming. Hi LND, thanks for coming in. Hello Leo as well. Hope you're both good. Just now an F3 driver had to withdraw from F3 because of lack of funds, yeah. It's a strange port, Formula 1, isn't it?
Thanks for putting up with me. TRMZ love, TRMZ love.
Strange from that point of view that to get into it, you have to kind of buy your way in. And to stay in it, you then have to prove you've got the talent to earn a contract where you get paid. I think that's probably the thing. Like, I guess with Lance Stroll, he used Daddy's money to buy his way in, but he hasn't proved he's got the ability to stay in, and he's used Daddy's money to stay in as well, which I think is probably where he's getting the hate from. Like, I suppose, like, he hasn't gone out and done it on his own merit. It's not like he's got this leg up from his dad and then proved to be an amazing driver and then got signed up by McLaren or something, you know. He's had to stay on the on the gravy train because he hasn't proved he's got the ability to stay there on merit. I can't use the water bottle, which sucks. Nikola Solov is killing it in the F3. Very cool. He's not a bad driver, some Dota, but he's not worthy of the car that he's in. He's not worthy of a seat in F1, is he? You know, he's clearly not terrible, but if he didn't have the backing that he's got and driving for his dad's team, he wouldn't stay in F1. There are better drivers not in F1. There are better drivers at the back of the field than him. Trolling's hoping that Newey will do his magic. I've got to be honest. I guess that's Daddy Stroll. I've got to be honest. I think if he were to retire from F1, possibly the fact that they've got Adrian Newey and they really want to push to be one of the top teams, the right decision would be to get a different driver in. You know, like if they're going to keep Fernando Alonso, and he's an old, experienced driver and maybe a little bit past his best, but still very good, still like worthy of the seat. Maybe they need to get another driver who's a little bit quicker than Stroll, but also able to learn and progress. Because I think Stroll's had plenty of chance to progress. He ain't going to get any quicker. I think those shots were from here somewhere.
My goodness, in early 1A, just got back from Darts Club. I won 4 out of 5 games with 6 high scores. Very happy with that.
Very cool, OJ.
You should get a board too.
I can't stand darts, dude. I cannot stand it. I've always hated it. Like, we used to occasionally have, like, darts team versus pool team on both games, and I just couldn't stand it. I've always disliked darts for some reason. I don't know why. I need to... I've left the aircon off. But this is kind of stupid. But thank you very much, by the way, OJ. Cheers, dude. As a short-term solution, like there's a little blue light which tells me that my aircon is connected to the internet on the aircon unit, and in the bedroom, it's nothing during the day, but at night when you're sleeping, it makes the whole room seem blue, like someone's got a blue chem light on. It's only a little tiny light, about 1 millimeter high and about 4 mil wide. But it seems to floodlight the entire fucking bedroom with blue light. So I've been tripping the aircon switch on the fuse board. I've been turning it off so that the thing's off at night, unless I need to use it, of course. But I've been turning it off, and I've forgotten to turn it back on. So I need to put my aircon in the room. I think duct tape is going to be the long-term solution. I think that's the idea. But for now, I've just been turning it off because I ain't got any duct tape and I haven't been to a hardware store yet. Right, give me 1 sec though. Before I go and do that, I need to fix that NVIDIA app thing. It's so annoying that you change that you have an NVIDIA app update and it changes the fucking settings. It's really, really annoying. I'm a bit worried it might have changed where the files are going. No, they're still going to the D folder, their D drive, so that's not changed. Heads-up display, bottom left. Instant replay, bottom left. Highlights, off. Microphone, none. Statistics logging, none. Right, that's that done. Right, I'm just gonna go and turn the thingy. I don't think you can turn them off, the clone, but I haven't checked properly. Maybe I should check. I haven't ever looked in the instructions. I looked at the control to see if there was anything on the control that would let me. Couldn't see it, so maybe there's a way to turn it off, but I couldn't work. Blue tech is best for the light. You might be right.
My dude TRMZ cart TRMZ left still TRMZ left TRMZ left.
Audio is quiet. Because I've logged out, dude. I wasn't near the mic. I was getting up to go away. Oh shit! I've still got that on. Video app. I need to change that as well.
Colon underscore terms left colon underscore terms left colon underscore terms left. TRMZ left.
What's the button to turn off the shadow play stats? I can't remember what it's Alt and something, but I can't remember what it is. Alt and R maybe. I can't remember. Jackson, well thanks for tuning in if you've seen them all, dude. Holy shit. I always say RunningManZ, LND. I don't really mind if people say RunningManZ. I understand it's capitalised like DayZ and people say DayZ, but the T, the R and the M are also capitalised, but it's all sort of done as one word. So I've always said TheRunningManZ. Alt R or Alt Z? Yeah, it's Alt R. So I was like, what is it? I can't remember. And then I said, I think it's Alt R, and it was. Permanent marker, piece of tape and paper. I don't think the paper will work, but I don't know about permanent marker. It sounds a bit permanent. You know? But yeah, I'm just going to get some duct tape. Oh yeah, sorry. Done it again. Yeah, that's twice today. Expect it a few more times. I don't really want to be messing with this dude that's down there. There was some shots down there, but I don't know if there's a fire or what. I'm just going to kill these heads and check the houses. Cover the light with the blood of your enemies. Now there's an idea. So I went to do that so I could turn the aircon on. And I came back and didn't turn the aircon on. I also left the door open. So I probably need to go and fix that as well. Where can you find the new blaze scope? Same place you used to find the hunting scopes. If you're on Churnerus, for example, a lot of the hunting stands and summer camp sheds, especially in the earlier parts of your loot route, are much more likely to have the newer scope than the hunting scope. But it spawns in the same places. Right.
It's my birthday and I know I'm getting old, because I think it's a treat being able to watch your stream. I don't like footy, not interested in watches, but I find your crooning tones enjoyable.
Your crooning tones. Ananab, thank you very much. I'm just shutting the door. No point having the aircon on if it's all just going to get blasted out the door, is it? Rhodey, I did turn the aircon on the fuse board, but when I came back in here, I didn't actually switch the thing on, is the point, right? So I turned the power onto it and then came back and didn't switch the fucker on. Cheers, Ananab. Uchi Wiu. Uchi, thank you very much for the prime. Turlet, thank you for the resub. Andreas, thank you very much for the member inning. Cheers for the 14 months. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Aman, thank you as well. This is dropped by a dude. Is it Mitsubishi? No, it's Hitachi. I got a quote for the Mitsubishi, and it was about 25, 30... I think it was nearly 30% more than the Hitachi. And they were both the same kilowatts and everything. The difference was purely the brand, and I just didn't see the point. I didn't see the point, you know, like... I think this will do fine. Yeah, zombies glitch onto roofs when they get shut in a house. They can glitch onto roofs without being shut in a house, though. In that it's possible zombies can spawn in a house. It does happen occasionally. So sometimes you could have a server restart and come in, and then you might see... you might be the only one on the server, and you'd still potentially see a shut-in zombie. Because they could spawn in here with that closed. I'd like to get the new shotty. I did get it yesterday briefly, but I died before shooting it. I managed to kill a couple of players, and one of the two had the new shotgun, which was really exciting. But I killed a dude earlier in the day yesterday that had it, but his mate was hiding behind the doorway and killed me. And then later on, I actually killed a player and got the shotgun and had it in my sweaty little paws for a while. But unfortunately, I got killed by a fucking laser-guided pistol shooter. Hitachi doesn't have WRC heritage. Yeah, that's definitely a reason to spend 30% more on an aircon unit. I reckon.
TRMZ 1664 new.
It's semi-auto 95 knives. It's not pump, it's semi-auto. I think it takes 7 shells in total. Semi-auto can be fired really quick. I think it's got slightly lower recoil than the Vega. So the big advantage of it over the Vega is that I think it's lower recoil. It doesn't require a mag. You just stuff the bullets in it and then blat them at dudes. I might use that. I'm going to use that barrel in here. It's just a free go, isn't it? And then I can defrost the stuff I've got. Defrost the bottle, so next time I get to a well I can actually use the fucker. "28 years later" is pretty soon, isn't it? I kind of want to see it. I actually think I'm... Oh, shit. Me. I think I want to see the new Brad Pitt F1 film as well. I think I want to see that too. Don't know if it's any good or not, but hopefully it is. Yeah, Slider Mike, I should be streaming next week. There is a slight issue. I've got someone doing a load of work in one of the bedrooms next week.
TRMZ cool.
It's being replastered. I don't really want to go into the long and boring story about why. Nothing I've done. It just needs to be sorted out. It's not quite right. So it's being redone, and the doorway's being redone as well, like the door frame. And they're doing it Monday to Friday next week. So I'm going to be streaming next week, and I've told them that they need to be out of the house by 3 every day, but it might be that I can't stream quite as early as I normally do. You can easily get the R12 next to police cars in 2.2. I know that, Dumpy, but it's saying easy. If you're on a full pop server, quite often you get to the police car and it's already taken. I did see it yesterday a couple of times, but I didn't find it on the ground. Nothing's ever easy if you're on a full pop server, unfortunately. It's just luck of the draw. Sometimes you get to the police cars and it's not there because it didn't spawn. Sometimes you get to a police car and somebody just took it. It's annoying that you can step on the fire on this fire barrel, isn't it? It is a bit annoying. I don't think it used to be a thing, so I kind of like forget it. Forget that it's a feasible thing that you can do. What's your favourite TV show from the past 5 years? Slow Horses. I think my top 3 would be Slow Horses. Number 2, because it's got 2 seasons, would be Andor, and number 3 would be the Penguin series with Colin Farrell. The F1 drivers got a screening of the new movie, and then many of them didn't have anything good to say. Caitlin, I actually read an article with quotes from all of the drivers, and most of them were broadly positive from what I saw. I think they mostly were all along the same sort of theme, which was it was an exciting film, but as an F1 driver there was things in it that you would see that weren't really realistic, such as a driver changing down a gear and then overtaking, you know, like because F1 cars don't work that way. But it's a film, isn't it, you know? Does Clarkson's Farm count as a TV show? Yeah, it is definitely a TV show. Touching a fire barrel would also hurt. Probably if you touched it with your bare hand or something, yes. But if you touched it with your foot, I don't think you would instantly burn yourself, would you? Like, that's giving me the sound like I've stepped on a fire. It also seems to have damaged my face, which is weird, but anyway. I don't think if you just brushed a fire barrel with your shoe, I don't think it would hurt you in the slightest. But it doesn't really matter, it is what it is. How long does it take to memorise Cherner's map? You don't need to know the whole map, you just need to know which route to go next from where you are to where you want to go, right? You don't need to learn the whole map, you need to learn loot routes. And gradually you learn more loot routes, they start interconnecting together. See, I kind of want to go up there, there's a little military there, but if I go up there I'm not going to see any police cars, am I? I'm still going to go up there. A film about something in real life should be realistic. Very hard to make it exciting for 2 hours. Like, there's always a little bit of artistic license in most films, right? With regards to, like, films with planes in and stuff. You know, films with dogfights and things. You know, they're made for entertainment. They're never. I don't think they're ever going to be like simulatory. But by all accounts, I read quite a long article with quotes from the drivers and stuff. They were broadly positive about it. I think personally, maybe they kind of want to be. But a lot of the drivers are in it with cameos, aren't they? I found it yesterday, Jay Hitchens. Yeah, hello. I found it yesterday, but I died before I shot it. Adam, I never know the answer to how long the stream's likely to last. Pretty much every stream ever is 6 hours or more. Sometimes the Sunday ones are 5 hours-ish, but normally, like the other day, I had to go early, but that's a rarity. Most streams are 6 hours or more. But I don't have like I must finish at X amount of time, you know? It just depends how the stream's going. If I'm having a good day, it might be 8 or 9 hours. If I'm having a bad day, it might be 6 or 7 hours. I found one the second I spawned in yesterday. I won't spoil how. I know they spawn at the police cars, Sweet Chill. On this map, you can get lucky. Like yesterday, I spawned in and went straight to a police car with 4 zombies around it, all wearing vests. So it had freshly spawned in. Unfortunately, there was no R12 shotgun at it. In fact, there was no gun at it at all. What time is it now for you? It is coming up to 11:45, 11:45 a.m. Basically, he's a part-timer. I think 6 to 8 hours is long enough, giant trolls. I haven't watched Rogue One yet, Taylors. No, I haven't. I'm kind of half thinking I might try and talk my youngest daughter into watching Andor, and then doing like an Andor into Rogue One little thing. But I don't know. I haven't watched Rogue One again yet, though. Sweet Chili, yeah. I think we've been talking about it for several weeks, though, so most people know it's okay. Appreciate the no spoilers effort there, though. But yeah, we've like I've been streaming looking for it for a while. Like many weeks, specifically looking for police car convoys, you know. Mum, I'm famous. Yeah, alright, giant trolls.
$20 baby. Thanks, Paul, for everything, and keep on running forever. TRMZ lab.
Probate, dude. Thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. If it's one, I'll just axe it. He's a long way from the base. That bag? It's a good bag, is that, dear? You charge you for that bag. Right, 35 slots. Oh, look at that! What? That's that extra single slot. Oof. What a difference that'll make. That extra one slot is life-changing, you know. I'm going to just keep doing this, though. I want them all to go in the bag. Look, then we can see the extra slot. That's the one. That's the extra slot there. Let's fill it up quick. I always kind of think they're pointless, but let's take it anyway. Damaged. Pristine. Alright, I'll keep the Cornish pasties. I'm not seeing any dead Zeds, but it does feel like somebody was here relatively recently. I really enjoyed Rogue One, the film that is. I've not seen it since Andor, but there is a difference between TV and cinema. I saw a little bit of something with, like, I'm forever getting shared these on YouTube, but like a 5-minute video from Quentin Tarantino talking about the difference between TV and cinema, and obviously he's an absolute cinema buff, isn't he? So he's quite passionate about cinema and films. But I think he made a fair point, and that is that for the most part, if you're really getting into a series, you really love it and you really enjoy it. But if time moves on a few years, you can't remember much about it. You know, like if even your most favourite series, whatever it is not that memorable. You know, you really enjoy it in the moment because you get so many more episodes. You get to know the minutiae of each character, and it becomes a soap opera. It's not just like Sopranos isn't just about gangsters. It's about the individuals and their stories, and it's much slower paced, which is really good in many ways, but it makes it very forgettable. Whereas you might remember your favourite episode or two or your favourite moment, but if you've got like your favourite film ever, you can probably remember the plot really well. You can remember what happens and what's the dramatic bit, and so there is a difference, isn't there, between them? Like. So, like, I can remember Andor, I remember what happens and whatnot right now, because I only just watched it. But I haven't seen Rogue One in fucking ages, and I can probably remember it better than Season 1 of Andor. There are seasons of The Simpsons that I can recite word for word. Jack, but you've probably seen them multiple times, right? That's different. The Simpsons tends to get replayed, like in the UK it's on at 6 PM every day, you know? So you could have seen your favourite Simpsons episode. Like, I've seen the Clown College episode of The Simpsons probably 8, 9 times. That's not the same thing as watching through, I don't know, The Sopranos once. You're not going to remember word for word The Sopranos, are you? Like, I remember very, very fondly certain episodes of The Simpsons, but I've probably seen them many, many times. I saw the first season or two of Boardwalk Empire. When it was on, I had Sky when the first season of Boardwalk Empire came out, and I did see it. But then I kind of didn't have the TV channel over, because it's HBO in America land, but over here you need Sky. And I didn't have Sky after that, and I've never gone back and started watching it again. Lisa needs braces, dental plan. Yeah. I wasn't actually planning to come here, but come here we have. At worst, I should get a stab vest and a pump shotgun. Possibly might change this BK-18 for an SSG. Actually, a good place to build a fire. Nice, gloves are good. Yeah, bushlat jacket as well. That's a good shout. There's the sausage. I'm going to drop that for now, because anyone you like will be finding a... we'll be finding a pump gun while we're here. It's an interesting place to be killing a wolf, isn't it? Tower next to factory has guns. I don't think I'm going up the tower, dude. I'm not going up there. I think it's not worth the risk. I'm on an empty server, I might, but on a... Like, someone's been chucking guns there. There's a double barrel. I might try and grab that. I prefer the double barrel to the pump gun. Oh, fuck me. I think with the age of Tickle Tockle and Instagram Reels and whatnot, there are memorable lines from shows that get remembered because they get replayed in 30-second sound bites, which makes a difference, I guess, you know, like, that definitely happens. But lots of people are in the same boat with TV series, right? You watch the series. I'm a bit like it with Severance right now. I watched Severance season 1 maybe, I don't know, 18 months, 2 years ago. Really, really loved it. Can't really remember what happened. I know there was a big cliffhanger at the end, and I don't really need you to tell me right now, but I can't remember exactly the plot line. And I've been avoiding watching season 2 because I don't want to go back and watch the show that I've already seen. A worse example, but same thing. Handmaid's Tale, the new season is out. Now, I was watching that with my ex. She enjoyed it, and so I just watched it with her, and it was okay. It wasn't like my favourite show ever, but she liked it, and I was watching it, and it was alright. We watched it at the same time. The new season's out, and I'm not gone and tried to watch it. I can't remember hardly anything about it. I can't remember hardly anything about it. I can't remember how it finished, the last season. I had no clue. Pristine Stab Vest is really good. Need to keep killing the prison zombies. Sorry, the police zombies, because we'll get some bullets for the sausage probably. Holy shit. Fuck's sake. Why did that not? Okay, that didn't work out well. I fucking hate... You like, trying to stealth the Zeds is just ridiculously, stupidly difficult now. You can do it, but you have to be, like, practically fucking stationary. You have to get there on sloth speed if you want to stealth a Zed. You can absolutely do it, and there is a skill to it, I guess, but the problem is this is a busy server, and there's lots of players around, and this is a really dangerous place, so how exactly slow do you want to be? You know, I don't feel it's quite there. I think the zombies are a little bit too fucking sensitive. Trayston, I don't really like trying to narrow down what type of server I'm on, dude. Sorry, I'm not. It's not heavily modded, but I'm not really trying to advertise what server I'm on. Apologies, dude. It's just not helpful for me on the stream to do that, you know. Fucking hell! I said I'd better kill the zombies in case I could get some bullets for the SSG, and one zombie had a box of bullets and a mag. I should really just stay back inside the house. My pristine vest is not going to be pristine for much longer. It is badly damaged, so this might be a mistake, but anyway, I'm doing it. The mag's badly damaged as well. Perfect storm of jamming. I'll probably get another one though, won't I? So fuck it. Would you be annoyed if the devs added a risk to cut yourself through a damaged window? I don't know if I'd be annoyed. I don't know. I find run, stoop, then stab. If I go slow, I always fuck it up. If I'd have tried to go, like, quickly walking crouched there, with that many Zeds, I would have aggroed one of the others before I got to the one I was trying to get up behind. You know, I had to go slow there, I think, but... It is a bit... Sometimes if it's raining or something, you can go quickly and get away with it, but there, I think, I wouldn't have done so, but... It don't matter. They're dead now. They've gone to a better place. Oh, another badly damaged one. I strongly suspect we'll get better quality mags before we're finished here, but we shall see. Keeping an eye out over there for dudes. If you get shot at here, it's mostly from the forest on that side. Occasionally from over here as well, but normally it's from over that way. That's handy. 3 proper red shells. Well, I guess you sometimes get shot from over there as well, so pretty much everywhere you get shot from. Came inside to deal with the Z rather than trying to deal with it out there. Right, we're doing okay now. We're looking ready for the pump gun that's definitely going to be in here somewhere. Dr. Skinners, thank you for the 26 months. Shadow, thank you very much as well. Crowbait, cheers for the support. Chaos and Nick, thank you for the follows.
Hi, Paul.
Genuinely curious why the DayZ devs never added new buildings, always the same ones, so every map eventually feels the same. Well, they do add, like, this was relatively new when it was added. It wasn't in the game originally, right? But they have added some buildings along the way, but they haven't done what you've described there, and it would be an amazing thing if they did. It would be amazing to get more assets. The reason they haven't is that they haven't had the graphic designer available to do it. They haven't had the budget to have some artist spend ages making a house or 2 or 3. And the problem is that what they really need is, like, if you wanted to make a map in a new area, let's say you wanted to make a map somewhere that's set completely different to where the maps are now, i.e. Eastern Europe, Western Russia, or Eastern Russia, which is where Sakhal is set, right? Or an island just off the eastern coast of Kamchatka. If you wanted to do that... Oh, shit. It's effectively like making a new game. Doing that, putting the effort in to do it, is tantamount to making a new game. Do you hear me breathing? I think he heard me breathing. That was a mistake. I didn't mean to do that.
Being ill at home, it's perfect timing for you to be on early today. Thanks. TRMZ love.
That's a hit. Sebin, dude, thank you for tuning in. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Poor guy. Dude, that might have been the biggest fucking serial killer in all of DayZ for all you know. Poor guy. What a load of shit. He could have been like fucking, I don't know. Could have been the Fred West of DayZ for all you know. He looked like he was a bit shifty. Who is that? A mass murderer dude. I was trying to think of one. I was trying to think of a famous serial killer and I just couldn't think of one other than him. Jack the Ripper, yeah, that would have been a good one. Oh, who was the crazy one in America Land? Ted Bundy? Yeah, there's a few. I was actually thinking briefly of like Mindhunter and who the main ones are, and I just couldn't remember the name of a single one of them. Michael Manson, I think, is the one I was trying to think of. Is it Michael Manson? I don't think it is it? Charles Manson, isn't it? Charles Manson. Michael Manson is a made-up guy. Got a good memory for these things, as you can tell. I've got to be honest, I don't feel particularly bad that I didn't really try to commit to memory the names of murder, death, killers. I don't think that's not the end of the world, really. It's a good job I killed him in such good cover. I'm not dying to try and get a slightly better rope. Fuck that. Finally got the tape for the AC. You knows it. Right, what shells has he got in here? Red shells. Very good. You just heard someone say hello, did you? I didn't fucking hear it. Hello? Hello? I think everyone just thought there was someone and no one said anything, and it's just a figment of multiple people's imagination. So I'm probably safe to just carry on looting now. Now we've established that multiple people heard hello, and I haven't seen anyone whilst looting. I overwatched for literally seconds and saw nobody, so I think we're in the clear. I think I have to take that and then hope to find a vest. Sorry, not a vest, you know what I mean. Hope to find a leather kit.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, are you friendly?
Yeah, I'm not looking for trouble.
Okay, I'm up in the tower. I watched you shoot from the roof. I'm just up in the tower up here.
Yeah, there was a man trying to get me. He'd shot at me with a suppressed pistol. You may not have heard that.
Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't hear. I'm very close to death, kind of. I have no food or water, but I'm just gonna make my way away.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, good luck. No worries.
Is there anything on the guy's body that I can take?
There might be a little bit, yeah. He's in the fenceway, the other side. I can't remember, dude. There's a bag. You might want that.
Okay, thank you.
It's good, isn't it? Wait, oh, please tell me I didn't drop the mag. Where did I drop the fucking mag? It's somewhere in the yellow building, isn't it?
TRMZ cart.
I dropped it in there somewhere. Oh. Now, a really evil person would now shoot the dude.
What?
While... Are you in here?
I am. Hello?
I thought you were going to the body. Yeah, it's me again, dude. You're right.
I went over. Is it behind these buildings over here?
Yeah, it's between the two fences on the opposite side.
Okay.
Now, there was a better quality mag. Where's the better quality mag? Oh, you got a bag. There must be another mag. One of them was better condition. Can't remember where I emptied it. I kind of came in here, didn't I, for a while? Yeah, there it is. That's pretty good. I feel like we'll be leaving here much more geared than we were when we arrived. Guys, here's a little tip for you, by the way, right? When you're trying to talk in DayZ and you're wanting to say hello, try to say the word hello with a little bit of confidence and authority, right? If you say hello in a really timid voice, sounding a little bit like an animal caught in a trap, you're more likely to get shot, I think. If you sound like an injured baby bird that's just waiting to be put down, you might get put down. Oh. He had a shotty. He's packing some heat, that guy. Grayston, maybe you should just use the. If you go on the official server list, they're all there. But you've just spelt Karma Crew, right? If you just search for the word crew, Krew, in the server list, you'd find it, right? But they can take ages to scroll on the official servers, so it might be better to just use the DZSA launcher and then search for the word crew, and you'd find it more easily. Is that not a new gun? No, I think that was the pump gun he was using, wasn't it? If he had the new shotgun, I really would have shot him for it, for sure. You need to sound Sigma Alpha. I don't speak all that lingo, dude. No, you just need to sound like you know what you're doing. Even if you don't know what you're doing. Probably best to. Unless you're in some kind of position, like... It's okay to sound really weak. In fact, it's maybe a benefit. If you've just been shot unconscious by a player and you're waking up and you're desperate... You need to sound like... I don't know. A little bit like a puppy that's just being told off by its mum. You need to sound a little bit weak in that scenario, right? But if you're trying to be the equal of someone in a position when where you're not meant to be weak, i.e. you're talking first, you've got the strength, you know, you're talking to someone that doesn't appear to know you're there. You need to try and appear strong. Defo. Well, 200. There's something like 15,000 servers, Trayston. So you've not found all the servers. You know, there's thousands upon thousands of servers. So if you've waited 15 minutes and only found 207 servers, then use the DZSA launcher. There's a video on my channel called "The Easiest Way to Join Modded Servers in DayZ." Watch that and use that launcher. The new shotgun is semi, yeah, but I think the guy was shooting a pump gun is what I'm saying, Chaos, yeah. That would be a big mistake if he's fired over there. There's usually quite a lot of Zs. I just wanted to see if it... Like, I didn't double check. I thought it was a pump shotgun that he had. But if it turns out it was the R12, I'd shoot him for it. I thought it was a pretty good off-the-cuff line that I'd gotten shot by a suppressed pistol, if you ask me, as well, wasn't it? I thought that was quite a nice line. The occasional white lie. Never hurt anyone, did it? I thought the shot was more up this way, but I don't know. He was kind of coming this way. Maybe it was still from the tower that he was at before. I need to make a fire. I can't keep fucking around. I don't think the dude's going to be living too long if he's just roaming around. If he's just roaming around shooting his shotgun at zombies, he's definitely going to die soon. Have you guys ever considered that Paul isn't really in his 30s? Something seems fishy. Paco, I don't know if maybe you might consider a life as a detective or something. I think you've got something. Robust, sorry, not robust asp, not robustasp. Robust asp. That's quite hard to say, robust asp. They're two words together that are quite hard to get your tongue around, or your lips around, whatever. I'm not getting my tongue or lips around anything, okay? Especially not snake-like. Anyway, yeah, thanks for coming in, appreciate it. You're only as old as you feel. I'm about 57 then. Did I still have matches that I don't really need anymore? But yeah, I did. I know I've got a lighter, but I'm saving the lighter for later, Winnies. I've got a full load of matches, so because I plan to be alive so very, very long, I'm using the matches first. Obviously, you know, like makes sense, really, doesn't it? Like, there's no way I'll live long enough to use that lighter entirely, right? So I better use the matches first, hadn't I? It's common sense, I'd say. Weren't you going to pick up that double barrel? I was, but then I got the Vega with an 8-round mag, so I thought I'd keep that. Exactly, I've only got the lighter to dry out the matches, Toiler. What? You know the game. You've played it before, haven't you? I've got a really nice glutelicious sandwich for lunch, which I'm going to have soon. I went to my old sandwich shop and I bought an egg mayo. That's egg, like cooked egg, with mayonnaise mixed together. I have to say it like that for our American friends. It's egg salad with bits of crispy bacon. That's what I've got in a baguette. A baguette. I'm quite looking forward to that.
56. Does that ring a bell? Not that far away from your age, I assume. Kappa, thanks for the money month of entertainment. Many.
No, it doesn't ring a bell. Call me Rick. No, I'll be retired before then. Don't you worry. I think mayo and eggs is egg salad in the UK, in the USA. Yeah, I think if you put mayonnaise with it, it's pretty much salad anyway. I think that's how it works, isn't it? Like if you have like chicken and you put mayo in it, it's called chicken salad. We don't do it quite that much here. If we had chicken and mayo, we just call it chicken mayo or mayo chicken, whatever. Have you ever tried Canadian poutine? Poutine! No, I haven't. Wait, you can use duct tape to repair... Yeah, duct tape works like a white sewing kit does. Duct tape does everything that a white sewing kit does, as well as... well, that's all it does, really, other than making a suppressor as well. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away, in a video game of yesteryear, duct tape used to do the job of a weapon cleaning kit, a leather sewing kit, and the white sewing kit. So and you can tie people up with it, yeah, but... So you used to be able to fix your suppressors, fix your guns, fix your vest, fix your plate carrier, fix your clothes, fix your bag, fix your boots, all with duct tape. It was a wonderful time. It was the best of times. I play official sometimes, Flying Mans, yeah. You're right. You're right. You can use a white sewing kit to mend a wound, and you can't do that with duct tape. Maybe you should be able to, though. I feel like if you've got a cut, you could stick
Paul,
duct tape on it.
Good morning from America land. Happy 17-month anniversary, Pookie. Love you,
Boy, it's a good job that dude from yesterday wasn't it? He'd have been calling me out again as a massive liar for forgetting that you can use the duct tape. Sorry, you're forgetting you can use the sewing kit as a bandage. Avi, thank you very much for the support, dude. Cheers for the 17-month-ening, dude. Thank you. Call me Rick. Thank you. Killer Clams, thank you as well. Duck Run Duck, cheers for the super chat. Rogue Snowman, Bad Trick, Infected Brow. Cheers for the support. Sebin and Drart before that. Thank you. This is taking a while. I'm just going to quickly go and get that sandwich I was talking about out of the fridge, because I don't want it to be too cold. I want to leave it out to me. You can Vireka, you can repair the backpacks in the game with a white sewing kit. You can. Like this bag would be able to be repaired with a white sewing kit. Thanks for the reminder that I can repair it with this though. Is saving half a burger gross or acceptable? I've never in my life eaten half a burger and thought, oh, that was enough. If you've already had 3 and you're on your 4th or something, then yes, save half a burger. But if it's the one you're eating, just eat it while it's nice. Don't eat it later when it's all fucking congealed and fatty horrible. But you know your own self, if you can't eat it, don't eat it. Don't force it down. Just because I say so, that would be stupid. Yeah, some backpacks need a leather kit, yeah. I think. Definitely the leather bag does. You can't fix a dry bag with the white kit. Yeah, that might be right, yeah. Yeah, pizza is good, isn't it? If you've eaten half a pizza and you like cold pizza is good. Well, what I said was kind of vaguely true. You can do it does everything a white sewing kit does, plus a little bit more. Except for you can't use it to bandage. I don't really use the dry bags very much, so I don't normally mend the dry bags because sometimes I'll take a green or a black one, but I always drop those dry bags. I don't keep them ever. They're terrible if you play first person. Trying to make my way to the well, which I think, sorry, the spring, which is somewhere this way. You actually prefer pizza the next day nice and cold? I am a big fan of, like, if you get some kind of not so great pizza from, say, Domino's or somewhere like that. I personally not that... I normally get veggie pizzas anyway. I'm not vegetarian, but those types of pizzas, I just tend to prefer the veggie ones. But the veggie pizza cold the next day is absolutely amazing. But if it's got a lot of meat on it, it can be a not as nice cold the next day for me personally. Like the meat feels like most meat when cooked is a lot nicer than cold. Some is not, certainly not like say ham or whatever, but if it's a bit of a fatty piece of meat, like I don't know, like just imagine like a kebab or something. If you get like a doner kebab, if you left that till the morning and you see all the congealed fat on it and stuff, it's not good. And sometimes the sort of dodgy meat from a Domino's pizza, like the sausage meat and stuff, has a bit of that kind of vibe to it. Bit too fatty. I heard a dealie over here. A reindeer. Oh, he was a bit nearer than I realised. Oh, I don't need... Your preference, Blaze versus Savannah versus Tundra? Pappy, I think the Tundra is the better of the three. I really like the Blaze. It's my favourite gun in the game. So I tend to take the Blaze a lot because I like it. But the Tundra is the best of the three. That is really good meat. So I'm going to come up this way and try and find me a house to cook it in. Rather than go towards the town after firing the shot. I think I'm better off going this way for now. Yeah, I quite like Papa John's, but there's not any of them around my way. I think there's one in Colchester, actually. But it's too far to go and get a pizza from where I live. The only time I've had a Papa John's is when I was... I think it's at Butlins they have a Papa John's. Whenever you go to a Butlins, they've got them there. So I've took the kids when they were younger to Butlins a couple of times and ended up having a Papa John's pizza there. And other than that, I've never had one. They are definitely much better than Domino's. The dough is much better. I think she was separate from these. Sorry, I'm afraid your other wife's dead. No, he's got plenty. The man's much quicker. Look at him go. Holy shit, he was super speedy. Never to touch Papa John's ever again. Oh dear, that doesn't sound good. Well, I don't have any choice around here. If I'm going to get a takeaway pizza, it's Domino's or nothing. Well, I don't have them very much because it's gluten and it's not really a treat. I'm not that eager. I really like proper Italian pizzas like you'd get in a restaurant or in Italy, but like the more deep dish ones that you get most of the time from a takeaway joint. Not really my thing. You can get thinner crust, but I still don't like them. Right, we're coming up. We might as well see if we can find the briefcase while we're up here and the thing for the bunker. It won't particularly help me get the new shotgun, but I think it would still be a wise thing to do. I think we're going to cook in that house just because it's got a double grill. See about some logs. Or just get a frozen pizza from somewhere. Domino's and the like are too expensive. They're regularly doing half-price deals. The thing with Domino's, you have to get it half-price. But of course you can get a frozen pizza. The frozen pizzas, some of them are okay. But if I buy a frozen pizza, I always buy a gluten-free one, and they're a bit... Ugh. They're alright. You can get some okay ones. My ex used to get Costa Malika ones. They are really, really good if you want a nice frozen... or they do frozen and kind of fridge ones, but the Costa Malika ones are amazing. Smoke, dude, thank you for the raid. Cheers for coming in. I think I've beat the alert there, but I can see all of you guys coming in. Hope you're all good. Oh, please will you split? Yes, there we go. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream, dude. Thank you. Better smoke that meat. Nah. Yeah, the Costa Malika ones are great. Yeah, cheers for the raid, dude. Hope you had a good stream. Hope all was well. Have you had the new shotty yet? Redbeard on the YouTubes. Yeah, I got the shotgun yesterday, which was great. The only downside was I died not long after. I killed a guy with the shotgun, and his buddy killed me. And then on the second life of the stream, I died right at the end of the stream. I'd got the R12 shotgun, but I died trying to shoot somebody with an AK-101, and they got me. Yeah, I think it is Smoke. I think it is. I got it twice. Well, I saw it twice yesterday, but yeah, I think it's easier to get it on there with the police cars dotted around. Dr. Opkang checking in. They're okay. They're not too bad. You can get the new shotty on Livonia, Sir Jimmy. It would spawn in higher tier police stations, maybe like somewhere like Nadbor if you were lucky. But also at police wrecks. I think it's fair to say that a takeaway pizza, whilst worse for you, can tend to be a little bit nicer than a frozen pizza that you've done yourself. No matter how good they are, they're not as unhealthy, but they don't have as much cheese. They don't normally have it doesn't taste as nice, but whether it's worth the money or not is entirely different, you know. Frozen pizzas aren't the best. But those Costa Malika ones, they are pretty decent. Yeah, those ones you get from the supermarkets where they kind of make them fresh on site, they are pretty good. Like someone's just said on YouTube about the Morrison's pizzas. They are pretty good. If you get, like, Sainsbury's do a similar thing, I'm sure Tesco's do as well. But they're kind of a bit of a go-between. Silly, I use the standard controls for proning and standing and whatnot. You have Costco in the UK. In bigger cities there's some Costco's, but they're not everywhere, obviously. There's one near Lakeside. I think that's my nearest Costco. Cheers, Smoke, once again. Legshot and Stu, thank you for the follow on YouTube and the membership on YouTube. Cheers, dude. Thank you. I remember you saying you like Naga curry. I had one the other week and had a ring of fire so bad. I normally get jalfrezi. Yeah, jalfrezi is kind of medium to hot, right? Naga curries are definitely a bit hotter than that. I don't normally go hotter than Naga curries. I think it also depends a little bit where you live. Like if you're up north, for example, if you order a Naga in Newcastle or something, you're going to get burnt to cinders. Whereas if you order a Naga down south, we're a bit softer. They're never quite as strong. A spicy pizza in the north of England is hotter than a spicy pizza in the south. JG, I get asked that question a lot about events, but there's no event that I'm in coming up soon that I'm aware of anyway. The events kind of just spring up from time to time. There's normally only a handful of events a year that are like that. Like Lights Out, for example. There hasn't been a Lights Out for a long time. I don't know when the last one was. I feel like it was about this time last year. Sorry, Lights Out was December 23. I'm saying Lights Out, and I'm thinking about Happy Bombs' event that he did last year, which was True Colours. So, yeah, the last Lights Out was December 2023. They did do a one-day Lights Out last year in 2024, around early November or late October, something like that. They did a fundraiser for because they're Spanish streamers, and they did a fundraiser for the people affected by the floods in Valencia kind of area. I think True Colours was on my birthday. I think you're right. I think it was around my birthday. I think I streamed it on my birthday, yeah. And our team won it as well. Bonus. Am I too late for the raid? No, you're there. Hello, S1B1. Hope you're good. think maybe I might be eating a bit much now. Probably going to throw up, aren't I? There's still a bug in it. I don't want to exploit that, but at the moment, if you're sick, it doesn't actually do anything anyway. You don't lose anything out your stomach. You're just sick, but it just does the animation, and then nothing changes here. Try and just get a bit more space in the bag. So that's where I want the stuff to go mostly. Come on. Right, there we go. So there was just some shots up this way, I think. We're going to... Can't believe I can't run over that. I think we're going to go and try and find a briefcase key and then try and find the scientist. Had quite a lot of action around here yesterday doing the same thing. It's not the same character as yesterday, Kempus. I died at the end of yesterday's stream, so I'm a lot less geared. This is a fresh start today. I think we're doing okay, though. We've got badly damaged SSG, 2 mags, worn Vega with an 8-round mag. We're doing alright, but no, I died at the end of yesterday to some dude that was absolutely epic with a pistol. I'm going slightly the wrong way there, I think. It's more this way then. Why so early? Just because I fancied it, dude. I enjoyed yesterday's stream. It was raining and I didn't want to go for my walk, and I was anticipating having to do some other stuff after the stream, so just fancied starting. I was sitting around thinking what to do. I was like, well, I might as well just start then. Finn's working on a video, and I was thinking I might have the draft for that video this evening, so... One thing I absolutely abhor, I don't like that word, one thing I hate is streaming until, say, 9 PM and then realising I've got to spend 2 hours watching a draft video. It really fucks me off. So I guess if I get the draft video and I finish about 7, it buys me a little bit of time to do that tonight as well. But I don't think I'll be getting the draft until tomorrow anyway, so... Anyone know what I can do to keep me attached to the game? I get bored easy when I have nothing to do, so I log off. Is there anything to make it more exciting? I don't know if I'd ever describe the word... DayZ is exciting in a firefight, but if you're just plodding along, gearing up and doing the regular stuff, I don't think exciting is the word. Honestly, I think the thing you need to do is probably try and get a buddy or two, make some friends in the game, and then play on Discord so that you can be... shooting the shit with people you're getting to know while you're doing the basics of the game is probably the best thing you can do. Beyond that, you just have to give yourself another little target, you know, like, oh, I want to try and get a car going, or I want to build a little stash or a base, or I've got this kind of medium good gun, but I'd like to go and get a Tundra because the CR527 isn't good enough, really, you know what? You just have to give yourself another goal to go and achieve, like, whatever it might be, another little level beyond what you're at right now. Am I fully furnished? I am, Scams, pretty much, yeah. I haven't got the TV in the main bedroom, sorry, the main room, the living room yet. I've got a small 32-inch TV in the bedroom. Why am I saying bedroom? In the main room for now. It's because it's the TV out of the bedroom, right? I've got the bedroom telly in the living room at the moment, so I've got to try and sort that out at some point. Do I want to shoot those with? They've not howled at all, have they? Fucking silent wolves. I'm a bit worried this gun's going to ruin. that doing? Looks like they're planning on eating their brother. They are. He's kind of got down. He was kind of eagerly just going to start burrowing into one of his own pack. That's pretty nasty. I really like the sounds of the guns when you shoot them. They do sound really good. When you're getting shot, we've talked about this a lot, so I apologize for the repetition, those that have heard it already, but when you're getting shot at, it sounds really strange now. It sounds weak, and I don't know what's really changed with the bullet snaps, but it's not just that you don't hear them very much. They seem really weak and really distant. Like, there isn't really a sound anymore for a bullet that's sort of whizzing past you. It sounds like if you get shot by a suppressed gun at distance, the bullet snap sounds like someone shooting a pistol suppressed, like 50 meters away from you, you know, like it. I think the bullet snaps are a bit shit now. That's assuming they actually work at all. Yeah, the gun durability changes didn't happen. They didn't make any changes apparently. They said that on stream yesterday. So on experimental, those gun changes were in, and they took them out, probably because people weren't best pleased with it. And I think that makes sense. Like, gun durability is pretty weak right now. This is where we killed those two yesterday. They were looking for my science guide. That's the science guy right there. Hopefully the briefcase is on him. This could be really good. Like, there could be a key in this shed, and then the thing's right down there. This is good news. How come the big bugs like this don't get noticed on experimental? QTX, they do get noticed. Like, with regards to the bullet snaps not being heard, like you're being shot at and there's no bullet snap, I put it on the bug tracker about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Easily my longest ever relationship. Kissing face emoji, kissing face emoji.
And the devs tested it and they couldn't replicate the bug. And then I spoke to Wobo about it in a Twitter DM, and he went and tested it and found out that there's no bullet snaps if someone shoots at you when they're prone. I also, in the same thing, I included a video bit. There was an evidence about a guy who was shooting at me from inside a tech building with a DMR that wasn't suppressed, but I never heard the shots. So I included that in the bug report too. And they couldn't replicate the bugs. But then Wobo tested it and managed to find that if you're shot at by a lot of different guns between 250 metres and 1,000 metres from indoors, it doesn't make a noise. So, and that might sound like, oh shit, the devs are terrible, but the devs they haven't got any testers, right? It's the devs themselves that are trying to look at it. And I'm guessing they just, like, tested it, 2 people were shooting at each other, they heard a snap every time. And so they didn't work out what was causing it. They didn't go prone, for example, to test that. And that's the thing with testing, you know, trying to find the bug is half the battle with anything, you know. It's like if you're fixing things that are broken, finding the fault is the bit that can be hard and can take... Oh no. It can take a long time. Man, that sucks. That really blows. Right, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to carry on. I'm just going to go and put the kettle on, though. That really sucks. We've just got the fucking key and the key card, and now it's been delivered to that bastard. Sorry guys, I'm still here for a second. Right, I'll be back in a sec. Won't be long. I'm gonna make a tea and then I'm gonna get me sandwich. Num 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 num. Right. FPS Crow, I died, so I meant to make a cup of tea. "20 minutes till your Switch 2 gets delivered." Very cool, dude. What games are launching with it? I presume it's like a new Mario Kart, is it? I haven't looked at all. Yeah, I've got a sandwich that I'm eating at the moment, so apologies. The mic is going to be a bit further away. It's so I can cram the it's a baguette, but so I can cram that in. Not actually a million miles away from where I died. I could try and run back and loot my own corpse. I might do that actually. This fucking bug when you've recently died, it sucks. I might just get a bit of bark, make a fire, and then just try and run back up to where I died. I might do that. A couple of pieces of bark. The knife doesn't last very long, so this isn't going to do so well. 3 pieces of bark. Now I've got to get sticks with my bare hands, probably end up having to bandage as well, but so be it. I don't play a lot off stream days. Very rarely I play the Switch with my kids, so Mario Kart or similar. I was playing Mud Runners or Spin Tires or whatever it's called with one of my kids a little while. But I don't do any PC games off stream because I don't feel like I'm getting away from what I do normally by being in the same room. My PC room very much feels like it's sort of very YouTube and Twitch centric. I don't really come in here to relax, you know. Should be a video on Saturday, but it's a little bit up in the air. I think Finn's working on it right now, McBold, so hopefully. Yeah, I really much prefer the Yorkshire Gold to the regular, but different. I think it's the red bush leaf or something that they use. I ought to try that one that the guy from the guy we met on Sakhal a while ago was talking about, some South African tea. I think I need to try that. I have a funny feeling I like it. Do you watch other creators or not? I don't watch a bundle of DayZ stuff, Lynn. Very rarely I do, but like maybe if a new map has dropped and I'm on a day where I can't stream or something like that. But if I'm watching YouTube or Twitch, it's mostly YouTube, but I tend to be watching non-DayZ stuff. Roy Boy or Rui Boy, yeah, that's it. I think DayZ should have a replay mode. What, like a kill cam? Absolutely not, Golf Sale, no. Grabnod, thank you for the prime, by the way. Gaboa's ass, thank you as well. So mostly what I'm watching, to answer your question, Lina, is stuff on YouTube, mostly related to things that aren't gaming. But the gaming stuff I watch I've been watching recently quite a lot of Burnt Peanut stuff on Tarkov, and sometimes Stank Rat as well. But I've probably watched more Tarkov on Twitch or YouTube than I have DayZ. I don't even want to play Tarkov, but I don't feel like I'm... Like if I do, let's say, 35-40 hours of streaming DayZ, I'm also watching a draft of the video. I'm talking about DayZ all the time. So when I'm watching something in my spare time, I kind of want to get away from it. Someone on YouTube and Twitch both asking about Arc Raiders at the same time. It's like you've got some kind of hive mind between you, charging on Twitch and giant trolls on YouTube. I don't really like the over-the-shoulder shooting, so I don't know if it'll be for me. How I'll play. FPS Crow, like I just said, Burnt Peanut and Stank Rat mostly. I've watched Deadly Slop and Smoke, who just raided us obviously on the DayZ stream. I've watched Smoke play quite a bit. When the last patch came out, Smoke was playing it quite a bit. I watched him. I always lurk, but I've watched Smoke stream it probably more than anyone else. But on YouTube, I tend to be watching like the shorter format videos of Stank Rat or Burnt Peanut. Very nice team, Anko. Right. I still haven't fully got the plus symbol. That seems very faint, that plus, doesn't it? I don't think... is that the best I can do? Oh, you fucking pleb. Let me just reignite this. I've got my headphones off at the moment. I finished my sandwich, which was good. God, that was good. Egg salad, bacon in a large white baguette. It was an absolute fucking thing of beauty. Yeah, I've watched it. Oh, I've done it again. Fucking hell. It's a good job I'm not really wanting to leave in a hurry, isn't it? Fuck me dead. Right, this time, Paul. Come on. Craft fireplace, craft hand drill kit. Yeah, I used to watch Deadly Slug quite a bit. He is good at the game. I think he's more lately when I've been ready to watch, like I've been watching Smoke in the morning, like when I've just woken up, I'll be in bed still maybe. He wouldn't be on, but I really do like watching Smoke play Tarkov because he plays it a little bit like his DayZ, you know. He'll do like a scav run and get some kind of crap stuff, and then he'll go in to the next PMC round with his crap stuff, and then do round after round, gradually building it up, you know. It becomes like a bit of a kind of storied character where he's not just going in with all the best gear. He'll go in with like dog shit and then still come out smelling of roses sometimes, you know. It's kind of fun to watch. Yeah, I had to have a gluten-ease tablet chaser for that, Bartlett, yeah. Yeah, it's got mayo in it, yeah.
TRMZ cart.
Yeah, it was mayo. So I would normally say egg mayo. See, I can't win. So if I say egg mayo, then all the Americans are like, what? And if I say egg salad, then all the Europeans are like, what? Last time I said both, and I covered both bases. I definitely need to do that, I suppose. Veal pump, well, it's just... We'd call it egg mayo. It's just like egg, like massively mashed down into small pieces. And then a bit of mayo stirred in. That's it. There's no more. That's what it is. Yeah, like mashed up boiled egg. Stir in a bit of mayo. Stick it in your bread with some bacon bits as well. It's really good. A little bit of pepper. No, I don't want any mustard in it. No. No, Moritz, you can't take any risks if you've got celiac. No. I think my body should still be there because the despawn timer I think is about half an hour. I did go and make the cup of tea and I've been fucking around, but I still think my body will be there. What do you call a tuna sandwich in the UK? Tuna sandwich. If it's got mayo in it, it'd be tuna and mayo. Tuna mayo sandwich. If you go to a shop, the most common one that you get, like a pre-made one, is tuna mayo and sweet corn. Is macaroni salad, macaroni mayo there? No, pasta. Sorry. We don't call it macaroni. If you have macaroni here, it would be macaroni cheese, like it would be that one singular dish. But macaroni doesn't describe a pasta shape. Not for us, we'd just call it whatever, pasta salad. We wouldn't call it macaroni. In the UK, macaroni is only really used to describe the meal, macaroni cheese, not any of the pastas. Yeah, pasta tubes or something it'd be called, yeah. There's probably a proper name for it, but we'd use the Italian name, which I can't remember right now. Penne, yeah, it'd be penne. Have you ever considered set up a kill counter? Nah, I'm not really bothered about shit like that. And it'd be pretty low numbers most days, wouldn't it? Let's face it. But I'm not. I enjoy getting kills and I enjoy PvP. But there's a lot more. You could have an amazing day in DayZ and get no kills or one kill or something, you know. Well, what I'm trying to say, guys, is that we don't ever call our pasta salads macaroni in the UK. The only time macaroni gets used, pretty much, is when we're having macaroni cheese. Yeah, I guess if you buy you'd get the macaroni pasta or macaroni cheese, but we never call it any other way, right? Other than if you don't get a macaroni salad in a supermarket. You don't get that. It's called something else. There we are, look. The briefcase is still there. Bollocks. Fucking dude's barely looted me. He's taken my backpack somewhere. I bet he's taken the backpack off, and because it was ruined, it's despawned. What killed you? I got shot from behind. I got shot from up there. Unfortunately, he's managed to ruin all of my fucking clothing, the bastard. Kind of lucky that we got the knife. really need to try and work this out. I'm struggling here a bit. Why is that not working? I'm fucking mega bugged. Hope it's not too big of a queue, but there's something wrong there because the briefcase isn't ruined and the key isn't ruined and it won't open it. Yeah, mega bugged is from an old video, Fergus. I was running around on Krasnostav with a dude and he kept saying mega bugged, like I had some bug issue, and he went, you're mega bugged. There's actually a mega bugged emote, a little green bug. I don't know if it's on YouTube or not because I don't have as many many emote slots on YouTube as I do Twitch, but there's a mega bug emote from back in the day. And it is in a YouTube video, but it's an older one now, but he kept saying it in a really deliberate way. Do you have any tips at all for a new streamer? Any words of advice? LND, there's a video on my channel called The Honest Truth About Growing on Twitch. It's in there. It's 15 minutes long. It's mostly waffle, but it's true. Assuming you're talking about from the angle of wanting to grow as a streamer, then watch that. Honest Truth About Growing on Twitch. It's 15 minutes long and it talks about why and stuff. But really, the thing really though is just to enjoy it and have fun. The secret to streaming is to have fun playing the game and try to relay that fun to the audience. Or to have some kind of emotion, you know. Sometimes that emotion might be frustration, it might be whatever, but you need to enjoy or do whatever you're doing in the game and trying to share that with an audience, right? That's the trick. So there was loads of Twitch emote spammed megabugs, but nobody did it on YouTube, so I'm guessing that emote's not on YouTube. Well, you definitely need a bit of luck, Lothal, but that's you can't account for that. I think nearly everybody that streams gets a bit of luck. It's just whether they capitalize on it or not. You know, like the same as anything else. You know, like I like the comparison with a stand-up comedian. Right? You could have two different stand-up comedians that are performing on a particular night, right? And on that night, an agent is there who's a scout for a TV show, and one of them is really liked. And there could have been 5 stand-up comedians that night, but one of them gets a lucky break because they really impress that agent and then end up on the telly and getting famous, right? But the other 4 were also there, you know, but they wouldn't perceive themselves getting any luck because the agent didn't like them. Do you know what I mean? The reality is that on a night when there was maybe somebody at that comedy show and they saw all the comedians, the others didn't get the luck, did they? They didn't get the break, but they don't know about the fact that the agent was there because they didn't like that comedian and they never got the call, you know? And that's the truth with most things, you know? Many people get an opportunity, they just don't take it. Reborn, thank you for the 10 months. Nick, thank you as well. Alpot. Well, that's an interesting first post. You lost me. It'll happen again, don't worry. Just buy the viewers for Twitch. I see a lot of ads for that. It doesn't work, charging. It's nonsense. I think there are view botters on Twitch, but I don't think it's a long-term solution. I don't think it works. Hi Bob's Rods, how you doing? Hope you're good. Yeah, I love it. I love streaming. I started early today because I enjoyed yesterday's stream so much. You know, I really liked doing Sakhal today. It was fun. People who clip shit of other people, GTA stream, and getting a lot of money on YouTube and TikTok. I can't stand the React stuff. There's a bald guy that keeps popping up on my Instagram, and he's at the top half of the screen going, let's check this out. And then it's that drummer with the black hair, the black beard, that really kind of well-known creator drummer that does all the, like, he does the videos where he's doing different things with each one of his limbs at the same time. And he's a really talented drummer, and I can't remember his name, but beardy drummer guy. You'll all know who he is if you've seen him. But the amount of videos I see of this same different bald dude that's my like middle-aged kind of guy, 30s, 40s maybe, and all his content is him sitting there going, let's have a look at this. And then he watches the other guy's content and then goes, do you have any idea how hard that is? And then that's it. It's just like, that really infuriates me. I've started seeing another one, which is some kind of beatboxer guy. And I think he is a talented beatboxer. So I don't remember the name of the channel. I don't subscribe to it on Instagram or anything. I don't follow it. But I keep seeing this same Instagrammer, and nearly every one of his videos is him pulling some kind of like I'm having a shit face at someone else doing beatboxing. It's just he puts someone else beatboxing, and then above it he's just got this face on him like he's about to orgasm or have a shit or get stabbed or whatever, and that's the addition to the content that he gives, you know. I find that an abomination. He is an Alan Shearer lookalike. Yeah, he looks a bit like a slightly younger Alan Shearer, yeah. Yeah, most React content is absolutely parasitic. It is annoying. It's one thing to, like, take a video. There's an Australian creator, and he's in the channel from time to time, and I'm so bad at remembering names, I can't remember his name right now, but he made a few videos of DayZ scenarios he used a bit of my footage for one, and he's used other people's for one. I've done like a tactical breakdown, but he's really putting something into it, right? He's actually making something, you know. He's not just taking the footage and then showing it to you and at the end going, that was good, wasn't it, you know? He was actually taking it and turning it into something which is properly transformative and what fair use is meant to be all about, you know. And to be fair, he asked for permission to do it. He didn't do it off his own back. But the React content needs to add value. Like, take Aussie Man, for example. When you watch an Aussie Man video, which is like sometimes they're just reels that you've got from like Reddit fails or something like that, and he gets the videos, but he transforms it. They're funny because of what he says along with them. That's what React stuff should be. It shouldn't just be, hi, let's watch this 1 minute clip, and at the end I'll go, oh, wasn't that good? Thanks for the extra views I've just got. I fucking hate that. Has anyone ever told you sound like Dave Lamb, the narrator? Nope. Bank leaks. Well, thanks for that. The come dine with me guy, I don't think I sound like him. But I don't know what I sound like, really. Well, I do, because I have to listen to my own stupid fucking voice all the time, but not right now. I mean when I'm editing a video. E-Rock, I think that's something that makes those videos a bit better. That he is a well-known beatboxer, you know. That does give it a little bit more, or whatever, mouth breathe, or whatever they're called. You know, it does give the video a bit more kudos, but he still isn't adding anything to the video when it's just him showing you his cum face while he plays someone else beatboxing underneath, you know, like, maybe he's the most known one, and so it's really good for those other beatboxers. But he keeps doing the same one with the same guy who's like a world champion, and that to me just looks like doing the same dude with the same one over and over again. It's just like furthering your channel at that point, you know. Yeah, I don't think I sound like the Come Dine With Me guy, but I have different ears, I guess. Haven't DayZ developers given you a quick pass for DayZ yet? Nathan, I get queue priority on some servers, but not on all, obviously. Maybe that's where I should go, you know? Like, I'm a fairly well-known... I'm a fairly well-known figure in DayZ. Instead of doing any of my own stuff anymore, maybe I should just, like, put my Gormla's face above, like, Toprex videos and then just upload them, you know? Maybe that's what I should be doing. Fuck all this paying editors to make it for me. I'll just take other people's edits and then just use it, you know? But put my stupid face in the corner with a little, like, pointing to the screen like they do, you know? Like that. Like, I just, like, I'll be in the bottom going, like, pointing up, or be in the top pointing down. And then I can just get content, you know? That seems like it's allowed. Who's got a good DayZ Shorts channel? I'll just use all their shorts. Fucking hate that. I hate it. Anatoly the Undercover Powerlifter. Oh my god. They're kind of fun for a little while. But what happens with those, you watch one on Instagram, and then it shares you another one and another one. And how many times can you watch the same setup before you're like, surely they must know who he is by now. Everyone on the planet's seen these. How is he still doing them? Like, surely most people in gyms have seen the videos of the Instagram guy that goes around looking like a cleaner with his, like, 30-kilo mop and then picking shit up. Like, surely they must have seen that. Oh, fuck. I haven't got the key. So that was the issue. I've got the key. I've got the secret. I don't know where the fuck that came from. There we go. It's lucky the body was still there. Oh, you cheeky fucker. You dirty bird. He's opened it and fucking locked it. He's opened it, took the stuff, and then locked it. Did I just hear my name? Holy shit. There's someone in the chat on Twitch called Cheeky Fucker. No, you didn't. The briefcase was there, D, but the dude obviously had more than one key himself. So he's opened it, taken the stuff, and then closed it again. Like an absolute troll. Like a wee bastard. Oh. At least we've got some stuffs. Right. How am I going to do this? That I want. 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 That I don't want. Oh, can you can actually use the key more than once, so he could have used my key to do that. Fucking bastard. Just evil. Evil it is. Evil. Right, we better go back up. We're going to have to go on another search for the briefcase wanker now. So the dude was following me from behind. I wonder if he'd been tracking me for most of the time. Most of the time I'd run after I'd shot the wolves, you know, but I tell you something I can guarantee in that scenario. If I'd looked behind me, I might not be dead right now. I don't look behind me enough, and quite often people are telling me on stream that I should look behind me more than I do, but I tend to be looking at the chat when I'm in little down moments from doing what I'm doing in the game. I tend to be looking at the chat. and so I just missed stuff all the time. We did get the guns back though, which is good. He must have been a pretty geared dude, because he didn't need my guns in the slightest. I think I'm just going to make a fire here. Kind of hoping there's a backpack as well. Fucking hell, I just heard the steps. I heard the steps. Where the fuck is he? Can't have got that far away. Ah! Oh, fuck me. That shot felt really close. Oh, fuck, I can't keep chasing him. I've got to go back. That sucks. That really sucks. It's not easy to hit a running target, especially not in that scenario, but yeah, we ain't getting that loot back. I'm still not sitting in my chair properly either, which it's not why I missed. It wasn't affecting my aim in the slightest, but I'm still sitting back funny since I had that sandwich. I'm still not sitting correct in any way, shape or form right now. I think the best thing for me to do after firing those shots is to just make a fire right now, right here. I think that's pretty much the safety option. I think he'd probably just left here or just arrived and saw me and then fucked off up the hill. When I used to watch you a couple of years ago, you would have got him. I don't think that's true. Nobody hits all the running shots. I've hit this week and last week on thing. We've hit quite a lot of running shots. I'm not falling for your troll nonsense. But yeah, you can't hit them all. Well, Shroud might hit them all. I definitely don't hit them all. When you're needing little space, scrub, scrub. I really like that Charlie and the Chocolate. Well, Charlie, Willy Wonka it's called, isn't it? The recent-ish one. I really liked that Willy Wonka film when I first saw it. When I saw it at the cinema, I really got into it. But when I watched it when it came out on streaming, I thought it was not that great. Maybe just once only. It is hard hitting a moving target up a hill like that, D. Thank you for the vote of confidence, especially with a gun that doesn't range. Now, I think 100 was okay, but you can't range this up or down. It's stuck at 100, so you've got to kind of you've got to do on-the-fly Pythagoras as well as like judge the range. Sorry, as well as judge the lead time for the shots and such. How am I going to do this? How am I not getting the plus symbol? Have I got that bug? I've got that fucking bug, haven't I? Oh, for fuck's sake. I've got the bug where the plus symbol doesn't show. How is that still in the game? Fuck me dead. So I've just logged out because of a hand state bug that's still in the game. Only to then get the plus symbol bug. So I've logged out because of a mega bug and logged in to a different mega bug. Borderline exploit. Bjorn, if you're meaning the fire, the fact that you're seeing it in the doorway is irrelevant. That wasn't my intention. That's just where the rag fell. But it's not an exploit that you can warm up by a fire from the other side of a wall. It might seem to be, but it's in the game. If you're within about a 2.5 meter radius of a fire, you're getting the benefit of it. That's how it works. I think if you put a fire there and it was burning right on the edge of that door, you'd still get warm on the inside. Patrick, thank you very much for the support. Hey man, good luck on your search. Thank you. Cheers for the support, dude. This bug with the fires has been in since Sakhal dropped. Stephen, I don't know what on earth you're talking about. You'll have to talk in a language by which I understand. You take a vitamin and eat snow, will it help with your hydration? Not on this map, no. On Namalsk it would, but it makes you cold. But on this map you get a heavy metal poisoning from the snow. I got the gun back, yeah. I didn't get everything back, but I got some. I got the Vega. The guy didn't loot any of my guns or bullets. He didn't loot them at all. He didn't need them. So I got my guns back for the most part. I got a few bits of the food. There's my body there. I got 3 bits of meat.
WFH so can catch you in real time. Hope you are doing well.
So the science guy has moved since I found him. The science guy was down there before, so that should mean if we spin around, we might find the science guy somewhere else. What I'm going to try and do is wait until it goes night time, and then I'm going to have to relog to try and fix this bug. So right now I have got the plus symbol. It's just not showing me the plus, so it's not the worst bug in the world. It actually is there, it's just not showing on my screen. So if I log out and log in, it will fix it. But I know it's there, and I know I've got the bug. So what you do, you just play like normal, and when that goes light blue, you've no longer got the plus symbol anymore. So I'm not actually bugged beyond the fact that the plus is not showing. I do have it. How can the science guy move? Ruined fat. Well, I can see the kappa. But just for the benefit of anybody else, it's a dynamic event like a helicopter crash site. So it must be that there are always invisible science guys running up and down this hill that have some kind of Harry Potter cloak on. But when they fall down dead to the cold, the Harry Potter cloak floats away. And then they're visible again. Or maybe it's a bit like that cloak in... I don't know, Firework Hands Dr. Time Lord guy that has that cloak that flies around the place. Did the Oilers win? I asked earlier and I didn't see a reply. The Oilers won, did they? I can't say I really care, Redline, but is it a series or is it a one-all? Because I'm pretty sure the Panthers will win overall on the strength of their nickname alone. 7-game series. Oh, okay. Was it at the Oilers or was it at the Panthers? As in, were the Oilers at home? Yeah, so they had home advantage then. So that it's just a little hiccup on the way to the Panthers' ultimate victory. I think the decision to come and check my body was a pretty good one all in. We managed to get some decent stuff back. I really don't want to deal with those. So I'm just looking up and down, trying to see if I can see the briefcase wanker again. Can spawn anywhere on the snow up and down the volcano. It may well be down there on those little sticky sticks though. Do I check the sticks or do I carry on? Oh, I think our dude's gone over there. See the zombies over there? I'm too far away to cause those to spawn in. So somebody's over there. So I think we're going to go over there. It might be the guy I just took shots at. I don't know, but I'm going to go over this way. The only thing that will turn me around is if I see the scientist, and then we'll just go and get that. I'm going to need to go and find myself a spring. I've not had anything to drink since I spawned in yet. Miller, cheers for tuning in. Appreciate it, dude. Decade of DayZ, eh? Still keeping an eye out for the scientist, but I think I'm going to run for that rock. There's got to be a player over there, or somebody that's just left, one or the other, but there has to be one. Stoosh, I'm still trying to do very badly the charity streams. I'm not arranging collabs with other streamers until I've done all the charity streams, so I'm going to have to try and do red lines once I get back from Prague, I guess. But I'm struggling. I've got 2 that I'm waiting for emails back from, and I've not had anything back. So I'll have to email somebody else and try and schedule one of those for next week. But yeah, I don't really want to start. I want to try and get through the donated team-ups. Yeah, I'm not going to keep chasing. I've emailed, and if they don't get back to me, they probably don't want to do it, you know. I've got 3 that I emailed fairly recently, and one of them politely came back and just said, I'm really busy right now. I'm happy to skip it. And that was fair enough, you know. I don't blame the other 2 either, you know. If they've not seen the email or they just don't want to do it, that's fine too, you know. It's no big deal. OJJ, cheers for the resub. Patrick, thank you very much for the support as well, dude. This is actually not a good view from the base. There's somebody there. You can't see shit from here. There has to be somebody there, though, or somebody just left, because the zombies were all there. Zvikova, what is that, dude? Everything in Prague seemed to be like buttery potatoes and meat, fairly plain stuff. which is quite common for places like that, you know, like kind of like boiled potatoes slathered in butter with just some kind of like chicken schnitzel or something like that. No dead zombies. Trying to see if there's one with a plate carrier on. Oh, that's weird. I'm sure there's somebody in there. I don't particularly like this base. Dead zombie? Maybe they've already snuck in and snuck out and I've missed them. I don't think I can stay here very long. Yeah, I think it was probably the dude I shot at and they've come running in, looted it and then ran away. I've got to try and move away. I did have a box of bullets for those. I'm just going to leave that. I haven't got the space to carry it. Stand still. Where are you going? I guess I did shoot it twice in the head, but I was still thinking I might be able to put that on. Right, now I'm thirsty. I've no idea where the nearest spring is. Excellent news. Vest from a zombie. There was no decent ballistic vest. There was an assault vest on a zombie, like a vest with no ballistics at all, but a bit of inventory space. But it was right over the other side, and there was loads of Zeds over there, so I just thought I'd leave it. Did you eat Czech's national dish when you play? Well, this is what somebody else just said. If it's whatever the dude said it was, like the meat mostly over there, there was like these great big what looked like gammon pork joints, like a pork knuckle or something. It was massive. And I had a bit of that, but it was really salty. And most everything else that was more like traditional just seemed to be like boiled potatoes covered in butter and some kind of meat. I could maybe have checked the medical for a saline. That wouldn't have been a bad shout. I think I'm going to have to run down towards the spring that I used before. I think that's the nearest one. That's somebody shooting at the... I've got to go and get a drink. That's somebody shooting the zombies where I just left. I'm just trying to check these poles to see if the scientist is here. Doesn't look like it. I would quite like to run back and try and shoot that dude, but I think we're far enough away that I don't want to turn around and run back now. I'm just going to carry on. Cheers, Mibs, by the way. Thank you for the membership. Odge, thank you as well. That's it with cabbage. Yeah, I've got to be honest. The boiled potatoes thing wasn't that special. It was just boiled potatoes with loads of butter. I mean, butter can solve a lot of problems, right? But it was just quite kind of like salty potatoes. I prefer chips or fries because I'm an unhealthy fat bastard. The best thing about the food and stuff though, and the drink as well, the alcohol, it's just really good value. Like if you're local in Czech, it might not seem so good value in Prague, but for a major city, Prague is incredibly cheap compared to like Paris or Rome or something like that. It might be more expensive if you go in the old town. I guess it's probably a bit more there, but we were mostly drinking close towards the bit, like on the end of the city where the Bohemia offices are, a little bit north of that. So we were probably more where the locals were drinking and eating. I suppose it wasn't particularly expensive. Well, they might be steamed, they might not be boiled, but they look like that kind of a thing, you know. And umbrella drinks with lax. I don't really remember the umbrella drinks, to be honest. That was probably the first night. I don't really remember that very much. What is the screwdriver for? Ah. I might need to do might change a plug or something, mightn't I? Mibs. Well, she'll probably be too busy. Sorry, it's not going to come through. My mum needs to make it for you. My favourite. Yeah. Dude, I bet it's one of those, like, if it's your home-cooked meal. I completely get it. It's like, we have meals like that. Of course, most people do. But where I had... on the first day, we had... It was like chicken schnitzel and potatoes with a bit of cabbage, I think, like you say. But the potatoes were just a bit salty. On the first night, one of the other guys, the reporter guy that went, he had the pork knee thing, the ham knee, and it was like the saltiest gammon you'd ever tried. It was like you'd need about 4 pints of beer just to eat half of it. They flew you to Prague to get your PIN extended. Well, it's in June, wasted. Clearly the extension didn't work last year because I've got to go back again. It's in it's about 2 weeks from now. A volcano eruption would be very, very cool, wouldn't it? Yeah. Right, we're not too far from the spring now, which is good. Would very much like a backpack. I probably don't need the screwdriver, to be honest. The only reason I got it is simply I had the space, and I only got a steak knife, and it's damaged. So, should I find a can of food or something, I can just open it with the screwdriver. But I probably won't be keeping it very long. Right, there we go. The food is often strongly seasoned in Czech Czech cuisine to boost the beer consumption. It certainly felt like that where we were, and it was a place that sold beer as well. Yeah, that makes sense. Why don't you go hunting? Rocco, I needed to get to this water. and I'm not going hunting because I've got nowhere to put the meat if I killed it, right? I've got no way to carry the meat. I don't know the town names, Rick, but I know where there's a town there, and then there's another town over there, but these are decent places for hunting gear, so it's probably where we're going to go. I know the map pretty well, dude. I know where I'm going. I don't know the names of any of the towns, though. This is probably Lezogorovka, if that's what you're saying is, but I don't know the name of a single town on the map. Well, one I do. One of them's called that name that I know. Vostok. That's the only town name I know, Vostok. Use it as a melee weapon as well. A shit melee weapon. Funky, you can get the R12 anywhere on Sakhal where a dynamic police station spawns. Sorry, dynamic police car. It spawns at the police cars. And they can spawn pretty much all around the ring road of the island. So I've just lost the plus symbol. You can see the arrows coming down now. So when it gets a little bit darker, it might be the time to try and fix that bug. You're so close to a spring. I've just been to a spring. I was running exactly to a spring. That's what I would do. That's what I just did. So I don't know if you were trying to help me get to the spring, but I was coming to a spring. That one I just found wasn't by accident. I went straight to it. I don't know if you might be... I think Rick's saying you're going the wrong way. Can someone at Rick on YouTube and tell him he's behind? Because I've already drank at the spring as he's telling me that I'm going the wrong way. I'm replying to him, he doesn't even know. But someone at I'm Rick on YouTube and tell him he's behind.
Keep on running and don't let the zombies get you.
Cheers, Pinkster. Yeah, Boomslang, very helpful, thank you. Didn't see that last time. Love that. Is there a high delay on YouTube compared to a Twitch stream? The delay's about 8 to 10 seconds because only if you're doing 4K though. So on YouTube they have 3 different latency options. There's ultra low, low, and normal. And you can only stream in 1080p for ultra low, 1440p for low, and then if you're streaming in 4K you have to have normal because it takes longer to do all the transcoding or whatever they do, I guess. But yeah, so if you're streaming in 4K, it's about 8 seconds behind Twitch, roughly. He's typing it in the chat. It seems more common on YouTube that someone's watching whilst behind. It seems more common that they get slowed and don't realise they're not like watching it live. But if he doesn't see it in the chat, he'll hear me talking to him in about 10 minutes and be like wondering what the fuck is going on. Might as well have that. It's a terrible colour. I didn't make a great deal of it, but that was a very lucky find to get the stab vest. At last, a bag. Now we're cooking. The case didn't have the glow plug, Sully. No, the dude had taken it and then locked it again. Your diction is perfect, like Morgan Freeman. I think you're a bit wrong there. My diction is a bit poor, and my vocabulary is even worse. Oh. What's going on? Great. Not good. I fucking knew it. I really fucked that up.
Glad to catch one of your streams. It's been a minute.
Damaged my vest, he has. And you can fuck off and all. The Gorky bars are on me! Alright, let's just go over this way. There's a hunting shop. I don't think I'm going to loot all of this. I'm going to have a little look though. I'm not really looking right now. I'm not obviously looking for the R12 shotgun, by the way, just to clarify. I'm just looking for some basic stuff. I was looking for the scientist before, and then I got killed, so I went back to get my gear, which from the guy that moided me. And since then, I've just been kind of trying to get the bare essentials, get some food, get a bag, do the stuff. Like that, I've been doing that. I think I might go back up towards the spring. Rather than make a fire here, I think I might go and kill one of those reindeer that were up this way. Yeah, you can get decent hunting rifles in this town. I've not looted every house, but it feels relatively recently picked clean. So I'm going to go up towards the reindeer, have another drink at the well, and then go and kill the reindeer and get the meat from that. But I think that's what happens. People pause the stream for whatever reason on YouTube, go and get a drink, come back, and then forget they're behind. I think that's exactly what happens. Maybe. Yeah, one of those venomous, poisonous reindeer, yeah. Got to be careful with those bastards. What?! I hit him in the head! I understand I missed that one, but what the fuck happened to that other shot? Fair play to that shot, right? But what the fuck happened? Maybe there was a bush between me and the guy. That is bullshit. That sucks so bad. That is the biggest pile of fucking bullshit ever. I think it got deflected by a bush between me and him. There was a bit of a bush there, but that's just fucking crap. Like the world's smallest twig just blocked that bullet, I think. Somebody in here. Oh, fuck off! What?
Hello?
Unlucky.
What? Fuck me, this fucking game sometimes. Jesus Christ. How many hits can this fucker take? Can you fly, Bobby? I've ruined his vest
Find
though.
the twig, and we will snap it in half.
I thought that was
Running
pretty
Paul.
good tracking. I managed to find him after I'd had all the glitchy McGlitchersons off the PD. To manage to find that guy was pretty impressive, I think. And it was worth it. Look, he's got gloves, got matches, he's got a knife that he could have used, but he didn't. I can't fucking believe I got robbed out of that hit on that last guy there. That fucking blows. It must have been the bush, but it looked like a hit, right? But it obviously didn't hit. It hit the bush where his head was, and then must have deflected the bullet. But I feel a little bit robbed. Anyway. It was a good shot that he made afterwards. He did have hard cover, but he kind of leaned to the right when he fired. And the lean just completely did for me, you know. Fair play to the dude. He made a good shot, but he should have already been dead. Yeah, it's Robocop, isn't it? Can you fly, Bobby? I think it's Robocop. He says it as he's throwing the dude out. Clarence Boudica says it, doesn't he? As he throws him out of the car. I think that's where it's from. Yeah. If Bush really deflected things like that, right? If Bush really deflected things like that, nobody would have been born in the 1980s. It's just unrealistic. Man, that fucking sucks. It really sucks. Am I planning to come back to the Essica map one day? Maybe. I did try the Lairs Essica server when they had that up briefly. Essica's a fun map, but it's not finished, is it? And I don't think it's ever going to get truly finished. I don't think the game files are available for people to truly work on it, but it's a shame that it's not more complete. What's in Essica is very good. Really need to make a fire. How do you stay calm in the night time? I just play the game, dude. Play the game, it's fine. The night time's fine. It's the getting killed in the night time that's the tricky bit. I think the more you play, the less you give a shit about stuff like that, though. Just play the game. If you have a head torch and you want to be able to see, use the head torch. And if someone shoots at you, take it off. Sometimes it gets you kills, you know. Like if you drop the head torch on the ground after a player's tried to shoot you, they'll nearly always run through the head torch like a fucking idiot, like a minute later. You can get quite a lot of kills using the head torch, believe it or not. I might take that. See if I can get a belt. That might be useful. Doesn't mean I can't shoot that gun for now, though. I probably shouldn't do that. I really need to make a fire. I'm going to be yellow any second. Just trying to run across. There's another spring over this way at the next town. I'm just going to run towards the spring, get a drink, then make the fire. It's a police car there. We could get really lucky. Dude in the distance over there.
Hello.
Hello.
Right.
Please. Ow! Thanks, dude.
All right.
I needed to get the gun before he did. Call me greedy and all, but... Ow!
Okay.
You try and help a dude out. And, oh well. I stole the bullets as a way of
Yeah, I
compensation.
fucking saw that. Alright.
I really need to make a fire. I really need to make a fire. It's fucking damaged my vest. Oh, I really want to shoot that guy now. Shouldn't do. He seems like a nice guy, but he's damaged my vest. He deserves... I deserve... Oh, what the fuck is this? I've got that thing where when I try and run, I'm getting desync, like, over and over again, or rubber banding. The fixing the plus symbol is probably... I don't need to log out to fix the plus symbol anymore, because the death will probably have fixed it for me. Is he carrying? I think he went towards those other bits. Right. I've got to go to the spring and I've got to make a fire. I really need to do it in a hurry. I'm losing far too much health. We could have got the new shotgun there. That's why I was so desperately happy to take a few hits and just tried to check that police car, because it could have had the R12 at it. It had a rack, which is decent, but it could have had the Dream. The rubber banding is crazy. I don't know if it's on the bug tracker or not, but it's awful. Every time you die, you're rubber banding around until you log out. It's so bad. Not forever, but it seems to be the first sort of half an hour of a character's life. I don't know if it happens other times, but it's most common when you've just died, for sure. Tobacco. It's the hardest of the vanilla maps, Costo, yeah. It is quite a hard survival map. I think Namalsk is harder, but Namalsk is harder because of the players. The actual map, like if it's empty, I feel like this map is harder than Namalsk. But Namalsk has got a lot of players and it's very, very shooty-killy. So is this, but I'd say Namalsk is a touch harder than this, but if you take the players out of it, this is harder. Am I going to play some Siberia today? I don't think so, dude. Whenever there's a new patch, I normally don't do modded maps straight away. It's normally a bit of a gamble. I'll be red, yeah, but I'll also be dying of thirst in a second, so I just wanted to get to the spring, do that, and then I'll make a fire and we'll be good. It definitely takes less time now to drink your fill than it used to. I think that's a little change that they've made that is positive. You get more drink per handful of water now than you used to. Only a small change, but it's a decent one. I think I'm just going to make the fire up here. And there's the red health. There's the rubber banding around again like a fucking loon. This is not going to be as tactical as I thought. I was trying to find somewhere where I wouldn't be seen so easy, but I'm not sure this is going to be great. But just going to go for these trees here and I'll make the fire. It won't take me very long to get back to yellow because I'm only just making the fire. Why make fires? Why not make a torch? On this map it's not enough, dude. You don't get the plus symbol with the torch alone. You might get the plus symbol if you're indoors or something like that, but if you're outdoors like this and travelling outside at night, it's just that on its own doesn't get you the plus symbol, dude. Also, to make a torch, I need rags, which I don't have. This is fucking dodgy. The reason I wanted to go to the well is that I was eager to avoid losing health two ways. Like I just did with the milk. I was holding off eating the milk until I went starving, and that's fine, but I am going to be taking a little bit longer to get back to yellow. It's took me a bit of a while to pick a place. I should have made the fire first, I suppose. Oh, let's get rid of that. We don't need that shit. Let's just get rid of the matches. We don't need those either. Right, so I'm going to sit by this fire. Ooh. That might be quite a nice thing to go and get in a minute. The fox. I could fix my trousers, but they're so shit, I don't think it's really worth it. I wish it was getting light. It's not the best time to make the fire because it does glow quite a bit, but... See, the death has cured the plus symbol, so I don't need to log out for that anymore. What do I think about the rack? I'm quite pleased it's been added, Esperanto, I think, actually. I think it's quite a cool thing. It's only a bad gun, right? It's not a good gun, but it's exactly a gun that's needed in the game because... And then maybe they could have tweaked the loot economy, but... You're going to find the rack in Electro Police Station, in Berezino Police Station, and you can get 15-round mags in there as well, or at police cars nearby. So it's like the SMG that you're lucky if you find in the spawn town. It might be your first gun. Like, on this life, it is my first gun, you know, which is the point. It's your first gun, and it's kind of a decent enough gun to be your first gun in a spawn town, you know. And it's also got a lot of... like memories for me. I've got some really good kills with this over the years against fully geared dudes, you know. I think devs should nerf the drill kit. I don't think they should. I don't agree. I think the cold maps are already a ball ache enough without making it harder to make a fire. Call me big, not today. No, I had it briefly yesterday, but died before I fired it. There is now a new bug tracker report for the rubber banding. Very cool, Kempers. I've probably got quite a lot of video evidence to add to it. It's a shocker, that one. I don't know. It's been in the game before, but it seems to have got like really bad now. Like it's the worst I've ever known it. Alex, it wasn't on most of the modded servers because most of the modded servers didn't add the rack, so it's new. It came out on Tuesday to official, so it is new. Yeah, it's it's newly re-added. So it used to be in the game years ago, and they've put it back in now on the new version of DayZ. Yeah, Kempers, that's good, dude. That's a good one to get added. At least I'm back to yellow. It takes so long. I know I'm outdoors at night time, so that's partly why, but a 4-stick fire. Oh, there we go. Like, I've just finished moaning about it. Now I'm getting the second plus. I think that's about as good as I'm going to do, but it does take a long time to get the plus symbol fully. What does rubber banding mean? Zombies, it's where your character is getting pulled back as if... Like it's like juddery, and you keep getting pulled back as if you're running against a rubber band, right? So that's it. Normally happens after you've died, and you'll be moving like. Sometimes you'll die, you'll respawn, and then your character will just be constantly moving to the left, and you're not even touching the keyboard. Yeah, this gun's vanilla. Yeah. Where's the fox? Thought the fox was this way. Oh well, I'm just going to carry on towards the next town. Where does the new SMG spawn on Chernarus? Police stations. Police stations, but it also spawns in Tier 1 police stations, so it will literally spawn in Electro, Berezino, anywhere you spawn where there's a PD, like Kamishovo, it could have one there. What? Make sure I am doing it and not getting a worm. I am. You want coins, not rings? Obviously, Rob Mac. What's your opinion on how the game looks and runs on Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5? I don't have an opinion, dude. I've never tried it. I don't watch content of DayZ much, so I don't know how it runs. One thing I can say is when I first saw the game on console, even on the old gen consoles, I was surprised at how good it looked. There was some elements of it that were bad, like there was big delays when you were like aiming down the scope and stuff like that. It seemed a bit laggy, but the way the game looked when it first came out on console, I was surprised at how good it looked, if I'm honest. It's just terrible. Like it's not even like it was before. That was the rubber banding, right? So I did an action, then I go to move away, and I'm fucking all over the place. But it can't be related to the fact that I've respawned now. That was ages ago, wasn't it? It is a bad bug, that one. It's doing it again now, look. I think it's pulling me backwards, so that might have fixed it. I don't know. I might have to relog. Oh, the Scorpion is better than the Rack, but you don't get the Scorpion at Electro, for example. So, yeah, the Rack is the entry-level SMG, but because it's the entry-level SMG, you get it where you spawn. You know, that's what makes it good. I still think there'll be times where you'd keep a Rack over a Scorpion, though. Like if you had a Rack and, I don't know, 2 or 3 25-round mags, you might not take the Scorpion with 1 mag, you know, because the mags will make it more worthwhile, even though you can't put a suppressor on it. What's behind? Yeah, it's still there. I don't think it should affect me as much as it does, but I can't be the only one that's wearing really good condition gloves and just gets utterly fucking annoyed that because you took a few twigs from a bush, they're now damaged. Like, there's a few things like that. I think that's why they've reined back the degrading of the guns that they were going to do. Sometimes they just feel punitive, you know? needing a sewing kit to fix my gloves now because I got a couple of sticks from a bush just seems a bit stupid. I don't think it adds to the game. It doesn't really hurt me very much. It hurts my soul though, because it's not really changing my ability to play the game. But when you find a pair of gloves and they're in good condition, you're like, oh, that's good. I killed a man for those gloves and I got them. I'm glad I've got those gloves. And then the game just gradually takes it away from you, you know? I think where it makes sense, like someone's just saying suppressors don't damage like that IRL. Suppressors getting damaged in the game like they do makes sense to balance the game, right? Suppressors are a really OP item in the game. And so the fact that they need to be managed makes them more balanced because they are so good at helping you kill players and go unnoticed and stay under the radar. They're a really high value item, right? So it makes sense that things like that need a bit more repairing, just like it makes more sense that you need to eat a lot more often than you do. Nobody has to eat a can of beans every 15 minutes or they die in an hour, you know? But DayZ accelerates all of that to make the game more survivally, and I completely get that. But I don't fully get it when it's just little things like having to mend your gloves, because it just seems like a pointless extra layer to me. Other people won't see it that way, and that's fine, but I just don't think it really adds to the gameplay. Having to find new gloves because you just found good gloves, but they were for protecting your hands and they got ruined really quick. Alright. I need to cook this fox, really. Oh, fuck me. I'm going to have to log out. I think I might log out while we're here somewhere, because the... I'm hoping if I log out I'll fix this rubber banding, but... while it's night time, there's probably less chance the server is as full. Last time I had to log out because of a bug, I ended up having to wait quite a while to get back in, didn't I? The glove ruining mechanic isn't chance-based clicking. It's just you can only do it so many times. You can only punch a zombie so many times before your gloves go from pristine to worn to damaged, you know? It's a bit like knives. They just gradually degrade as you use them, but same with your shoes as well. It's not chance-based. It's just every use uses it up a bit more and a bit more. Dod turn. Some parts of that boosted timeline works and others don't. I would think that would be an easy-ish fix for the devs, but they are probably focused on bigger fish. But they have actually tweaked these to a slower, to more degrading and to slower use on some things in the last year to 18 months. They've actually made these changes on purpose. They've made these things get ruined more quickly to try and make the game more survivally on purpose in the last year to year and a half. Same sort of thing as making clothes take longer to dry out by hand, you know. I think a lot of the changes that the devs make, this patch that's just come out is a really positive patch. I like a lot of it. The new guns, the new scopes in particular are great. The cars being better is a really big deal. The weapon raise not being as bad is a really big deal. There's some significant changes there, you know. There's a few new animations as well. But it was mainly billed as a weapon patch, and you were thinking they were going to change gun handling. But it seems like most of the time what the devs are able to do is just adjust the dials, like you just said. So they can slightly reduce or increase recoil, or slightly change the damage of a weapon, or slightly change the what other ones have they done? You know, like the sounds. They've changed the sounds. They've tweaked dials on things a little bit and changed the sounds. But what they don't seem to do is change like how one weapon handles to another, and the AKM is a bit heavier, and so it has slightly, it's a bit more powerful, but it has a bit higher recoil, and some of the other guns have slightly quicker turning speeds, and you can raise an SMG quicker than you can raise a, I don't know, a Mosin or whatever, you know, like changing the aim down sight speeds for some of the bigger guns to the slower guns, and the scope guns to the non-scope guns, and the SMGs to the pistols and whatever. That all would seem a bit more deving, and so it doesn't seem to actually happen. It's mostly just changing the dials of what they've already got. And I'm not a dev, so that's probably not a good description. And they have added another step to the weapon raise, so they have done that. The weapon raise is infinitely better on this patch. But I was kind of hoping that there would be a bit more of that sort of thing, you know, like making the gunplay different between each gun. You know, there's 3 AKMs, 3 AKs. They're all basically the same. If there was some differences between them, much more significant differences in recoil and maybe a tiny difference in damage between them and whatnot, that would be kind of fun, you know. Anyone remember the folding trumpet? Yep. Hey Wild Boy, hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. LND, no worries. Cheers for tuning into the video. Appreciate it. No, they took out the damage to guns now, so they're not actually in. They didn't push the damage rate. They didn't push it. So the increased damage to the M4, for example, is not in the patch. The dev said that on the stream yesterday. Yeah, I don't think it really matters, but like the speed at which knives ruin and things do seem a bit sort of crazy. But I don't think that matters much because the knives degrading quickly, they're more of a necessary function because of the survival, you know. I feel like having to get a knife and then get a sharpening stone, I can understand that. The knife is such a crucial part of your survival. But finding pristine gloves that then are damaged after you've got a couple of sticks and punched a zombie, it doesn't seem the same, you know. It doesn't seem like a critical part of the survival. It just seems like, oh, you've slid down one ladder, have you? Well, fuck you, now you need new gloves. You know, it just seems stupid. It doesn't add. It just seems like, oh, we're going to kick you. Oh, you want to slide down a ladder? Have a kick in the nuts. Oh, you want to get some sticks? Do you? Have a kick in the nuts. Oh, you've just found the boots you like. Have a kick in the nuts. You've travelled a kilometre. Now you need a leather kit. I don't think it adds too much, you know, personally. But that is a very personal view, you know. Whereas the knife one, I kind of understand it. It's a very important tool for the survival of your character. And so you might need to get a spare one. Maybe they could degrade a little bit slower. But the gloves one in particular, and maybe the boots and one or two other things like that, they get to me more. It just feels like when my gloves gets damaged, I feel like Sumrak is behind me laughing, going, ha ha ha, now your gloves are fucked, pleb. I feel like that's how it is. Sorry, Sumrak. Whereas the knife, I don't take it as some kind of like... choice to just piss me off. Please give the exact speech to the devs. I wrote this up as feedback, and the devs acknowledged it, and I actually got a DM or two from one or two people there, sort of saying thanks for sending it. I completely see where you're coming from. But yeah, I already did that, but it doesn't mean it changed though, did it? I think when developers get feedback like that, what they do is put it under the slot of some people are going to feel that way, but we're trying to make the game harder, you know. But it doesn't make it harder to need to repair your gloves. It just the term I used in that feedback, which I was patting myself on the back about at the time, is that it feels at times that you're lost in a sea of never-ending mending moments, right? Like you're constantly mending your character. And I think this was after they'd just done that, exactly like's just happened there. They massively increased the chances of you getting a bleed from a zombie and it ruining your clothes and whatnot. Now they've rolled that back a little bit since, even though that zombie did just make me bleed.
The announcement this month is that they are reverting the group spawn system back to the way it used to be.
I've got to be honest, the group spawns based system is the one that, more than anything else, more than anything else, the group spawn system. I think if there is some kind of presentation from the devs and they introduce something, let's say that happens. Let's say that there is. Like last time when we went, they introduced us to Sakhal. I think I might just take a soapbox, and when they get to the end and say any questions, I'm just going to get on my stand on my soapbox and do 5 minutes about the spawn system on official and how they need to change it, or I'm not letting anyone leave the room until they promise that they will. And then pull out some kind of fucking explosive device. Right, either the spawn system changed or I pressed the trigger. What are you doing? Somebody didn't realise I had a gun, did they? I was like, he's going to repeat that motion. You could tell he was going to repeat it, couldn't you? He's going to repeat that motion. And sure enough, the fucker did. He's a noob anyway. He hasn't even stacked his bandages. Twat. How many knives have I got here? Worn, pristine, pristine, pristine. Okay, let's get rid of the worn one. Kind of interesting that the dude's got on his back a hatchet. Did I have the hatchet? I can't remember. Did he have the hatchet or did I have it? I can't even remember now. I think he had the hatchet, didn't he? But he was using the bow knife. That seems like a stupid choice. I think it was... that feedback I wrote at the time, it was a little bit about that, but they'd increased the rain so much, and it's still the same. The rain is still the same on like Livonia and Chernerus at times. It's still the same as now as it was then, but like it rains for 5 minutes, so you make a fire, and then you go outside, and then it starts raining again. So then you need to make a fire to dry your clothes off, and like. I feel like sometimes they've focused too much on trying to make DayZ a bit like the Long Dark, but they haven't made it any harder. They've just made it slower. And then you do the thing that the game wants you to do to fix the thing that you need to do, and then as soon as you've done it, it makes you do it again. Because it rains again, or your gloves get damaged again, or it's just incredibly repetitive over things that aren't actually the bit that makes the game fun. And the bit that makes the game fun for different people is different, and I understand that. It's not just about PvP or interactions, but searching for a can of beans because you're starving and then you find them, that's fun, you know? Finding food when you're hungry is fun. Finding loot that you need is fun, but fixing your gloves 17 times in 4 hours, it's not fucking fun, you know? Like that's the bit I feel like somehow they've lost a little. They've forgotten the bits of the survival that people come back for, and dialed up the stuff that just pisses people off, or and I'm saying people, it pisses me off. It might not piss everyone off, but I don't think it's necessarily massively popular, you know. I think that's I do feel like they've lost that a touch. They've focused a little bit in different places there. I think this dude has already looted this, hasn't he? He had Human Being on him, I think, from there. I like the change in the inventory slots, for example. I think that was a very good change, you know. Like, I like the fact, and I'm a loot whore, but I think the inventory slot reduction made the game more survivally, and it made it more about choices, about what you pick up and what you don't pick up, and what you're going to choose to take. And like, normally when you're a new spawn and you've only got limited space, you're like, oh, I'm going to take that because I might need it later. But then you're having to drop some of those things to take the next thing that feels slightly more important than the thing you just picked up, whatever it might be, you know, like, I'm going to take that. I really might need a sewing kit later. And then you find a leather kit. Well, what if I need to fix a vest? I'll take that. And then you find a, I don't know, electrical repair kit. And you're like, well, but what if I find a scope and I might want to... Like, having to decide what you take and what you don't take is kind of a cool element to the looting that has been reintroduced. I think that the inventory size changes were a really positive... Oh, no, don't use your gloves, Paul. Don't use your gloves, you fucking idiot. Sweet. Well, thanks for tuning in. Allsmack, thank you for the bits. Cheers for the choo choo. Just on DayZ, thank you for the prime. K of Ways, thank you for the prime as well. Saber-Tooth Tiger, thank you very much too. JR, cheers for gifting Wasted the sub. Shiny Ass, thank you for the 76. Anal Zebra, Anally Zebra, thank you very much for the support as well. Bridges, thank you. Sorry, Bridge84, thank you too. It's Analyze Bruh, but he's done it on purpose after a conversation we had on stream the other day. Analyze Bruh, not Anally Zebra. Oh, you're telling me now as well. I know you're saying it's Analyze Bruh, but we had this conversation. You stole my gag and have used it as a username, so I'm calling you what your name is. Don't you forget it. Should I? I think I'm going to cook this fox while we're here. Yes, and now I'm stuck with it for 3 weeks. You could be stuck with worse. What a beaut of a name. Earthworm. Yeah, I'm going to cook in here. Probably where the dude already cooked.
Yeah.
The lost and roaming zebra in Tennessee has reached the news in Tokyo. I've not seen any news recently, so I've missed that one. It's not made its way to Suffolk land. I think I am going to try and bring up the spawn system again. I sent a lot of feedback via message, like in private, about the spawn system and a few other things a while ago, and they did come back and say that they were looking at it and they think they have a solution, but the solution isn't a solution. It's shit. The official spawn the spawn system's fine on official Sakhal because it doesn't use the system that Livonia and Chernerus uses, but the spawn system on Chernerus, where everyone spawns in the same area for a while and then moves to the next place and the next place, it's just dog shit. It's terrible. Tedious menial tasks in-game allow for a disconnect with reality, which is therapeutic effect in itself. For you, maybe, Lopez. But for me, the kind of menial task if you like, is just trying to gear up. You know, like finding a pair of every time I find something I need for my character, even after 10 or 11 years, it still feels good. You know, like when I'm on a cold map and I get a balaclava, I get a bit of a yes. Only a tiny little micro moment of, oh, that's cool, right? And along the journey of your character, those little micro moments, oh, cool, I got that. Oh, nice, I got that. That's part of the game, right? But unfortunately, some of the opposite side of that doesn't seem to help the game. It's just a little bit like someone's behind you poking you with a stick, going, fuck you. and so when you're really happy that you found your gloves, and they're good, and they're in good condition, and then a zombie surprises, and you punch 2 zombies, and now they need fixing, it just feels a little punitive and a bit of a reverse of the, oh, cool, you got that thing you wanted. Oh, cool, you found that little thing. Oh, you found a well. Oh, nice, now you've got a bottle, you can put it in, you know. 1 or 2 of them, and there are only a few, just seem like the opposite, and for no good reason. Eat, you're yellow. I can't eat it, wild boy, it's too hot. I have to wait till it cools down. Do you think we'll ever see DayZ 2? Yeah, I do. Would you like it if you could choose your spawn location? No. Elias, cheers for the 29 months, dude. Allsmack, thank you very much as well. Can't you just wear ruined gloves though? It really doesn't change much and you don't have to worry about them. Twiz, on a cold map, the gloves do make a difference to your heat value, and it makes a big difference to, like, if you've got ruined gloves on, it would affect your ability to get the 2nd plus symbol or the 3rd plus symbol if you were able to, you know, like the quality and the heat value of your clothes affects how many plus symbols you can get, for example. They still work to keep your hands free from getting bloody. Forgot I had that. Oh shit. Where's the fox? I want to get the other fox. I didn't really listen for it very much. I think it was up this way. As soon as I head back, we'll hear it again. No, fox meat doesn't make you sick, Malcolm. Wolf and bear meat does. No, I was going to break the fishing rod up and just keep the other bits to use the stick, but I changed my mind. Yeah, wolf and bear meat can make bear meat. Bear meat can make you sick, Bronchito, but if you're eating an entire wolf, you're going to get sick, right? It's roughly 50-50 per piece of meat, right? So if you eat 5 pieces of meat, and that's a 50-50 chance each time, you're getting sick. Beer meat. Alright, Homer. Yeah, you can take vitamins, but that's not That still gets you sick unless you have vitamins, right? I answered the dude's question. Stop being so fucking pedantic. Doesn't fox meat make you sick? No, it doesn't. But the wolf and the bear meat does. Fuck me dead. I'm not actually annoyed, but come on, dude. Yeah, you can fix the sickness. It basically gives you the equivalent of salmonella. So, like, if you were eaten with bloody hands. So, if you eat a bear and you get that sickness, you need charcoal tablets to cure it or vitamins. Hero, they never added it to the stable patch. That's what they said on the stream yesterday. There are now 12 unannounced project jobs on BI's careers pages. Oh. God, I hope they tell us about that this year. Whatever it is, it's got to be it. It's got to be it, isn't it? Surely. But apparently it looks like they're recruiting for an unannounced project quite a lot at the moment. It's got to be. Need to follow the coast a little bit. There was some boats along the coast yesterday. If we could find one today, we've got the sparkler. Not likely to spawn there, but you never know. Rock, good luck with the job interview, dude. Hope it goes well. Where do you find vitamins and charcoal tablets? Charcoal tablets you get from medical stuff. Same place where you get tetracycline. Charcoal tablets spawn there as well. Antibiotics cures a lot of things, but it doesn't cure salmonella, and it doesn't cure the... It doesn't really have a name, but when you eat bear meat, it's the same kind of... or wolf meat. It's the same illness as salmonella. But you're eating it cooked. It isn't really salmonella, but it's the same illness as it. I don't know if they've actually given it a name, but I think it's meant to be like parasitic. Like you've got this parasite from the meat. But anyway, if you get salmonella, you need charcoal tablets. What's the next animal they should introduce? I don't know. Maybe some kind of cat, like some kind of mountain lion type thing. I don't know. Have you ordered something big from PC Specialist? I saw a big lorry of these heading south on the M16. Yeah, that must be what it was. It's my massive order. I've ordered a massive server bank for all of the porn that I've got saved on my phone. I need somewhere to download it. I need to get it off my phone, you know. It's just ran out of space. I don't download any porn, by the way. Yeah, the point, when I'm talking about salmonella, it gives you the same disease as salmonella in DayZ. They haven't added a new disease, is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not talking about real life, just the game. So it gives you the same disease as if you've eaten with bloody hands, which is meant to be salmonella. But they've just made that be the bug that you get, the illness that you get from the bear and the wolf meat. So it effectively gives you the same one. They haven't created a new disease with new symptoms and called it trichinosis or giardia or whatever it is. They've just, like, lumped it in with salmonella, and that's what you get. Yeah, they could add a Steve French, couldn't they? That would be alright. Pretty cool. Not so cool. Shanks Pride, dude, did Mr. Z talk about Australia making the 2026 World Cup? I didn't know Australia had made the 2026 World Cup, to be honest, Shanks. I've not really been following it very much. I presume there's no Premier League football at the weekend, is there? What am I talking about? Fucking Premier League's finished. Do you know what? Do you know what that is? I can't believe I've just said that. Liverpool are the champions and the league's over. What happened is I saw the international matches last night and instantly thought, oh, fuck, no Premier League at the weekend. And then I was like, oh, you fucking idiot, it's over. And then I forgot all about it and I've just done the exact same thing again. Fucking terrible. That's so bad. But, yeah, I think it's really shit that the season's over and now they're all, like, doing these internationals, right? They need a fucking break. Like, the poor fuckers going to the Club World Cup, right? They've just finished. I know these are footballers that are earning many, many thousands of pounds a week. Some of them hundreds of thousands or whatever. But nonetheless, the quality of football gets worse if they don't get any breaks. Like the last Euros last year, that was the worst national tournament, like the worst Euro or World Cup final I've ever seen standards-wise, because the players were all absolutely shot to shit. And now, this year, they've got the Club World Cup for a lot of the players. They've got internationals beforehand. By the time the Club World Cup's over, they'll be back. It's a bit too much. They're too busy trying to juice money out of the fans constantly over and over again, and I think it's to the detriment of the product now. You can't eat bear meat on any maps, dude. You can't eat bear. I actually think it makes sense. Like bears and wolves are just like walking larders for geared players, so they were just trying to stop that be the case, you know. If you've got an SKS or better and you hear a bear on Chernarus in the old version of the game where they weren't making you sick, you weren't scared about the bear. You were like, oh, brilliant, the best food in the game is about to walk right in front of my face, you know, like... For any kind of vaguely geared player, a bear was just like a free loot larder, you know, like all the best food you can have. Vitamins, like I never got onto that. Charcoal tabs in medicals. Vitamins can spawn in medicals, but also houses, like I just found them there. Yeah, it's cool that Australia got through. Hopefully they can get drawn in England's group, assuming England qualify, right? Because that'd be a nice set of 3 points for England in the World Cup, wouldn't it? Very good. I think partly, like I'm searching Liverpool every day, Liverpool news every day, like the Premier League's still on, because I am going to cream my fucking knickknacks when they finally sign Verts. If and when that Verts deal goes through, I am going to orgasm. And so I'm checking like twice a day. I haven't checked today, actually, because I've been double busy, but I haven't checked for the Verts news today. But I think because of that, it's kind of like subconsciously the season's still going somehow. Wills, dude, well, thanks for tuning in. I'm in exalted company being named next to Frankie, dude, but thanks for tuning in, man. So there's shots ahead. I think I'm going to loot this fairly thoroughly. I'm like you with the BI's career page. I think it's a cool thing that you've relayed, though. There's 12 jobs. Bohemia are advertising for 12 jobs, all of which are for an unannounced project. You know, like, that's quite good news, isn't it? Like, what different titles do Bohemia really make? They do make other games. They could have a new game coming that's like another version of that not Tarkov game they made, or it could be something else. But let's face it, it's probably... Now, this is my town. You have to go to the next town, dude. What? How did a headshot ruin his plum? I've ruined his plums. Nice heat pack. Yeah, I think it's going to be worth looting a little bit here. There might be a boat on the coast, but some food, maybe a better melee weapon, maybe a bigger bag. Well, not a bigger bag, but maybe like a BK-18, something like that. There's endless possibilities for loot here. Let's see what we get. Nothing probably. Do you know what? The only thing that made me proud of myself in that moment with that kill, right? This is quite a pathetic thing, really. But the rack is automatic only. You can't put it on semi-auto. So the fact that I killed him there with an automatic gun and only fired one bullet, that makes me happy. It makes me happy that I didn't hold the trigger button for long enough to fire 2 shots. I feel quite proud of myself, I do. I only took 1 bullet. No, I'm not proud of the fact that I didn't miss, although I could easily miss a shot like that, Tails. You've seen video evidence of it over the years. Oh, so good. We've got new gloves. Look at that. They're pristine gloves, they are. They're not these gloves, though. Oh, do you know what? Let's fix these ones. They have 8 listings for Armour 4, 2 for Wildlands EDU, and there are 9 Infusion listings too. I highly doubt they're making a Vigor sequel. It's defo DayZ 2. Woohoo! None of on Twitch has definitely just confirmed that DayZ 2 is being made, and that's a fact you can't take to the bank. I really hope it is, though. Oh God, how exciting would it be if we actually heard something like that this year? That would be so cool. I heard something, didn't I?
Uh-oh. Okay. Hello. What's up, brother? How you doing?
This is my town. I live here. You have to go to another town.
But I'm so cold.
Okay.
I'm so cold.
But this is my town. You understand?
Is it a rat? Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Have you been killed by the rack?
Maybe.
Do you want to experience it?
There was a certain person. There was a certain person over there that was bandaging, but his microphone wasn't working, so I needed to.
Well, but you'll be well aware that this is my town then.
Okay, yeah, I heard you. I gotta at least fight. Easy fight.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very easy. I'm winning. Oh shit.
Oh, you moved. I was going to shoot you as you finished. That would have been fun. It's ruining my ability
Surrender,
to...
please. You stole my plum.
I didn't even realise you weren't dead, to be honest. I just assumed you were dead. Oh, well, have fun.
No, you didn't. No. Now I need to live.
got no bandage. I didn't realise he only went uncon. I didn't check. I didn't check the body. I just assumed. What? How the fucking hell did I melee that one from here?
Oh my god.
How's it going?
I'm gonna live through this. I'm gonna.
Are you still bleeding? What's your blood like? What? He crashed. He must have crashed. Because if he'd logged out, he would have sat down. He could have Alt F4'd, I guess. I don't think he did, though. Oh well, I'm not sticking around to see if he comes back. He's going to die when he comes back anyway. He must have at least a bleed. He might heal from it, but I doubt it. If it's a single bleed, he could actually survive it without even getting a bandage, but he'd be absolutely fucked if he did. Do you know what? Maybe I could just put him a bandage on the floor in case he comes back. I don't even need him. Let's just put it here. He'll probably see that. There we go. If he joins back in now, there's going to be a queue, so I'm not fucking around waiting to see if he comes back. Yeah, there's no way he intentionally Alt F4'd there, because he was like literally saying, I'm going to live, I'm going to live. And then his character went, poof. I think there was a boat around here the other day, somewhere on the coast. It might still be there. I think it was yesterday. There could have been a boat there, around there. That would definitely be a boat spawn, I'd have thought. I think we might as well catch a fish or two. I have 2 worms. Where have I only got 1 worm now? Did I drop the worms or some shit? I don't know. What the fuck are these doing there? Blue, thank you for the 45 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Bro has like 10 steak knives. Yeah, I can't get rid of them. I've got a load of bone knives from a dead guy. I probably don't need them. But I'll drop them when we need to drop them. I don't need to drop them right now. Tell you what we could do. We could... Are any of them... let's just get some more bark with one of them and then drop it. Interesting, Twills. I mean, that dude definitely didn't do that, did he? Because he didn't have a gun. But yeah, not something I've done or knew about. Got 99 problems, but a steak knife ain't one. Yeah, they are shit, the steak knives. Look at that. It's beautiful. That circle next to the sun really adds to the ambiance. There you go. Look, it's beautiful. Yeah, fishy, fishy. That's not bad. It's a fish. Yeah, I know that, Twills, yeah. I don't do that one very often. I've done it in the past. I've done it, but it's a little bit of a mild exploit, if you like, but you can do it. I have done it, for sure. It's about time that they had a sound for dropping a gun on the ground and picking a gun up so that you can't just switch guns without making a noise. Excellent. Badly damaged. They haven't fixed the being able to switch guns and not making a noise, J Cantrell. It's fixed on zero. On zero, there's a noise for picking a gun up and dropping a gun, but there isn't in official. No, 12s. Like I said, I didn't know about that one, but I don't think it really makes a great deal of difference. Like, you can log in with your gun in your hand anyway, can't you? Like, if you log out with a gun in your hand, you log in with a gun in your hand, don't you? It's Twiz. Okay. Will the quality of the knife affect the amount of quality of the animal you skin? No, they changed it. It used to, once upon a time, but the way that you kill an animal now, like when you're hunting, for example, how you kill it, or like if you shoot it once in the noggin, or if you shoot it 20 times with a sporter, that's what affects how much meat you get and how much quality it is now, I think. It used to be to do with the knife, but I don't think it is anymore. That was in a fairly recent Wobo video, but years ago it used to make a difference, but not anymore. Where are you supposed to shoot chickens to get the most food? The gizzard. I think that... Is that a... Oh, it's... Is there a boat there, or am I going fucking mental? I think I'm going mental. It's just... Ah, it's a crate on the pier thing. I thought it was a boat on the far side of the pier thingy, but it's a crate on the pier. The hunting knife isn't pointless, Greg, in that it's much more durable. It lasts a lot longer than a steak or a kitchen knife, for example, but there isn't much other point, no. Do you think putting socks in the game is a thing? No, I don't want to have to loot socks. Can you imagine? They'll probably add it that if you run in socks for more than about 10 minutes, you have to get a new pair of socks or talcum powder to keep your feet dry or something. It won't just be socks. You'll have to dry your socks. you'll have to wash your socks. And you'll have to have a spare pair that you like roll up so that they're both like rolled up into ball with each other. Don't want to know about your crusty stock dot term, thank you. You keep that to yourself. I only just made a fire. Jay Cantrell, that's the way it used to be, but watch Wobo's video on it, and apparently now it's not to do with, it's to do with how you kill it and not much else. I can't remember which video it was, but it was a fairly recent one. So, excuse me. The TheRunningManZ. Yeah, you're keeping me awake, Zagorki. Not sure this is the best house to make this in, actually. This isn't the one either. That's the one. That's the one right there. Jay Cantrell, I don't think today's going to be a short stream. Don't think so. I've started early, but I've got no... If Finn, my editor, sends me a draft of the video, it might make me end up a little sooner, but I suspect I'm going to get the draft of the video, if I'm lucky, in time to watch it tomorrow morning, so I don't think I'll be stopping early today. Today might be slightly longer than yesterday's stream. Next week there's going to be some shorter streams because I've got trades guys here Monday through to probably Friday. Why that house is best? Well, the other house only had a single fire, so I'm just looking for a house that's got two grills like that, because the other two houses I went in before this one only had a fire like that, which is much slower for cooking on. Whereas this one's got the double grill, you know. However, the first one was right on the edge of town. It's a much smaller house, easier to get shot from the hill behind it, much easier to get spotted. So this one's just better. It's right in the middle of town. People aren't going to see it as easily as they arrive into this town. Slightly safer, and it's a double grill. It's already been on 4 hours. It's been ticking along. I've not had a very good run today at all, but I've still enjoyed it a lot. We've had 2 lives. I've died twice. It's still been fun though. I feel absolutely robbed about the headshot that got the last character killed. I think I was wronged massively. But I got over that relatively quickly, to the point where I was moaning more about my gloves getting damaged than I was about the headshot that didn't register. I think my gloves getting damaged hurt me more than the headshot. Have you ever tried to play airsoft? I haven't, Zonkalo. It's not my thing, dude. I really don't. I'm not really for... I understand why people like it. So it's a bit like when I talk about football/soccer and then somebody goes, God, what a boring sport, you know. Airsoft is not for me. I don't like... I wouldn't want to do it personally. I understand why people like it, but I'm not one of them people. When am I going to the Czech streets? A couple of weeks from now, Tony. I'll be there 2 weeks today. My bearded dragon is intentionally watching your streams. LND, I presume that's some kind of lizard, right? But when I read you My Bearded Dragon, I thought you were talking about your partner or something for a minute. I was like, what? That's no way to speak about your better half. It's a mean thing to call your missus, right? Yeah. I'd rather try paintball because the balls explode on people and come out harder. Oh, you like exploding all over people when they least expect it. Do I play any musical instruments? Yeah, no. Have you seen the new James Bond game 007 First Light? No, I haven't, no. However, on the subject of James Bond and who's going to be the next James Bond, it's Uncle Food's favourite subject, along with what's your favourite film. What's the name of that dude? Aaron Taylor Johnson. I remembered on my own. Aaron Taylor Johnson is going to be the next James Bond. It's not been announced yet, but he is going to be. It's definite. I would, if I was a gambling person, I would bet on it. Were the odds not probably incredibly short? I don't even know if you can bet on it, but Aaron Taylor Johnson is going to be the next James Bond. Source? This is my source. He's been announced as an Amiga watch ambassador. And whilst he's an actor, and that could be legit, the James Bond actor is always an Amiga ambassador. Daniel Craig is the main Amiga ambassador. I think George Clooney as well, but Daniel Craig is like, if they've got a new watch to release, they just send him to some premiere wearing the latest watch, and then it makes the watch bore news, right? But Aaron Taylor Johnson has been signed up a week or so ago as a new Amiga ambassador. He's going to be the next James Bond. Who's your favourite Spice Girl? Sporty. I liked Sporty back in the day. I think I liked all of them really, but I liked Sporty and Ginger. And nowadays I'd probably I like Emma Bunton. She seems quite nice, doesn't she? But Sporty was always my favourite. Still is. There's been some kind of fucking trouble here. Serious trouble there's been. I don't know if they all traded. It looks like they all traded the way they're spread, doesn't it? But I suspect somebody survived. Maybe he was the one what done it. Oh shit. Give me 1 sec, guys. Sorted. Sorry, guys. It's just a call about my my cabinet doors that need to be replaced. What the fuck is that? Playing muted. Yeah, I was on the phone, Lackey, so I obviously it mutes what I'm saying to you, but I can still talk in real life on the telephone. It's just the mic that's muted. It doesn't mute my voice. Ants, yeah, I've got the pool table. It's all in. It's pretty good. Aside from the fact that it got water leaking on it from a trades guy. Oh, shit. Some trade dude drilled a hole in my wall and drilled into the radiator pipe, and it pissed water over my new pool table, so that was a bit annoying. It hasn't caused any damage, thankfully, because the radiator system was brand new. So it hasn't caused any issues. I'm quite lucky on that front. But he had to move it to stop it getting too wet. He moved it in a hurry, so I've still not got it quite completely level. It's pretty close, but it's not 100% level. Thinking of getting a pool table. What size do you get? It's 6x3, Jimmers, but in the UK 6x3 is kind of like the standard size. So an English pool table is 6 foot by 3 foot. It's a smaller table than an American pool, 9-ball table or whatever. They use 6x3 tables in pretty much the pubs and everywhere locally. They sometimes use, well, they do use 7x4 for like the tournaments and stuff, but beyond that, they don't really use those. How heavy? They are pretty heavy, Redline. You can lift them on your own, but they're fairly heavy. It's like 2 halves that you just put on top. But they aren't the lightest thing in the world. No water damage on the marble floor and marble walls, yeah. Just get it eaten, for fuck's sake. Hurry up. Useless bastard. Come on. Am I aiming to get to the bunker in today's stream? No. I might still do it, though. I was trying to get... I'd found the scientist briefcase earlier. I might still do it. I did go and look, and I found the briefcase. But I then got killed. Did you, Redline? I haven't seen it, dude. I've barely been in the... I went in the Discord and just looked at whatever ats I'd got this morning, but that's as far as I got. I did mean to tweet a picture of the pool table out on, funny enough, on Twitter. I nearly said then. I actually got a little bit of a discount from the guy, and I was I said to him, like, I did try to use the, don't you know where I am? I didn't say that in the slightest, but I tried to use my social media presence to try and get a discount on the pool table, which seemed like a fair enough thing to do. I don't normally do that, very rarely, but something like that, it seemed like it might be a goer, so I did. And I got a little bit of discount. Not much, but a little bit. So I said I would tweet out about the table. But it took so long to deliver it. I've just not done it. I've just not done it. I didn't tweet it out. I chose not to because it took fucking ages to turn up. I'm at Vostok. Yeah, this is Vostok, yeah. This is the one town name that I know. Yeah, I didn't say the influencer thing. I actually tried to sort of say, look, if I put it in a video, the cost for that is usually quite high, but like I could do it for X, you know. It didn't work. He didn't want any typical influencer. Yeah, I've never done it before, but just for that one, I actually genuinely felt like it was good advertising for him, so I tried to use it. I've never done it before ever, but for him, for that company and for that product, it felt like it would have been a viable thing. The only problem is it's only for the UK-based audience, because they're not going to be delivering a pool table to, like, I don't know, Australia or something. It would only work for the UK audience, but that's like a quarter of my audience, you know, so... Through McDonald's drive-through, I have a following, give me a free meal. No, I'm too busy swearing that I don't want to use the McDonald's app to be... I never swear at servers, by the way, but if I'm going to say anything at McDonald's drive-through, it's going to be moaning about the... Stop asking me if I'm using the fucking app, okay? Fucking... Just put the menu up and fuck off! Have you ever got 3 heat buffs? Yes? You can't get 3 heat buffs on Sakhal unless you've got really good quality clothing, and I'm dying before I get to the good quality clothing stage of things at the moment. There could be a boat in here, couldn't there? You never know. It is a boat ass after all, but no boat. FM Friday, my thoughts exactly. What is the app all about? I'm going through the drive-through, ergo I'm driving, so I'm not operating my phone whilst driving. I guess the idea is that some people go and they've got, like, if you're on a journey, you've got your family there and other people, but I completely agree. Who the fuck is like on a, like, say you're on a 4-hour drive and you want some dinner, it's 6 PM or whatever, and you're stopping at the drive-through. Nobody wants to pull over first to use the app, do they? Like, so either they're saying please drive your car whilst operating the app in order to use it and get some fucking kind of saving. I find it does properly infuriate me. It's one of my Victim Eldrew things, that, but the fact that they don't put the menu up on screen when you go to McDonald's and you have to order from memory of what you know you want, because there's no menu at the drive-through and the only menu is available on the app, which you don't want, it really fucking pisses me off. They've got these big screens, but all the big screens do is tell you what you've just told them what you want. When you get there and are waiting in the drive-through line, you can pull up the app to check in that to McDonald's so you get the points. Dubs, there is absolutely no way, right, if you're talking nationally in the UK, there's no way that if you are literally encouraging people queuing in a card lane to get their phone out and start using an app while they're moving forward and back and forward and stop, there's no way that's not going to increase the amount of shunts there are in the McDonald's drive-through. like if you're looking at your phone and then you're moving forwards and whatnot, a lot of people are going to be committed to doing it right and only looking while they're stationary, but other people are going to be driving up the arse of the car in front at like 2 miles an hour. And if they've got a tow bar or something, good luck to you. There's one gluten-free thing, and it's the veggie sticks, Regan. That's the only gluten-free thing. So you can get the vegetable stick things. And by that, I don't mean the carrot sticks. They look like fish sticks, but they've got vegetables inside. They're fucking disgusting. No, nothing else is... Some places in Europe, they actually have gluten-free burgers with gluten-free bread and stuff, but they don't have that in the UK. And they don't have menus either. No menu, bastards. By shunts he means rear-ending fender bender. Yeah, shunt. That's right, shunt. Yeah, I meant off the main menu for like dinner, Connor. Like the only thing that you can get that's gluten-free that's like you could have as a meal with a drink and some fries. This could be the new shotgun. Spoken like a true old-timer. I don't agree, Phil P. I'm sorry. I know I am an old-timer, and obviously I'm exaggerating how I feel about it because I'm on stream and it's what I do, but I don't want an app for everything I go to. I don't want an app for the McDonald's drive-thru. I don't want an app for any other drive-thru. I don't want to use an app. I want to see the menu, please. I don't think that makes me completely just like a Victor Meldrew. I don't want an app for every restaurant and bar and fucking drive-thru I go in. I don't want to have a fucking club card for every store just to pay the price that it's advertised at. I don't want it. I don't think I'm not alone in that. Oh, shit. I feel like the hoe got swapped for a gun. So someone up ahead has probably got my my R12, haven't they? If you're accumulating points at McDonald's, it's time to reevaluate your eating habits, yeah. If I'm going to have McDonald's and just have the gluten, I'd rather have the breakfast. I quite like a double sausage and egg McMuffin or something like that, but I'm not that keen on most of the meal stuff. The breakfast can be alright. I don't go very often though because it's gluten. Yeah, and the hash brown's great as well. Regan, cheers for the support.
Even if you preempted, you can't get around them asking. At my local store, they ask if I'm a reward member every time now. I start saying, yes, this is all. No, I'm not a reward member, just to be hit with an, are you a reward member?
Yeah, that sucks. Cheers for the bits, Regan. It does really, like, boil my blood, or boil my piss, whatever, that you go to the drive-thru. Like, the last time I went to the drive-thru, it was while I've been living in this house. I went and had a McDonald's because I couldn't be fucked in the evening and I didn't want to go to the shop. I had to, like, oh, I wonder what the current burger is at McDonald's. I know. I'll have a quick check on the website now because I won't be able to tell when I get there because I won't be able to see a fucking menu. I think maybe I should start going, yeah, can you tell me what you do, please? And they'll go, what? Yeah, what have you got? What burgers have you got? Like, what's the current couple of 3 special burgers for the month thing? Because I haven't got the app, and you won't put the menu up, so you'll have to tell me what they are. Can you describe what they are, please? Do you have a tasting menu? I think if you were a politician that ran on a promise of making McDonald's put the menus back, you'd probably get legitimately people representing you at the Houses of Parliament. You'd probably get a few seats just on the fact that you were going to make McDonald's show you what they sold. How often does McDonald's change their menu? Over here, Philpy, they have like a monthly special. I've seen the sign, and they always having adverts for it on the radio as well. I think it's a Philly cheese stack or something like that. It's some kind of double cheeseburger with different cheese. I think it might not be that because I haven't been for a while, but they have like a month. I do know that they've got one at the moment. They've got a chicken burger that's got Frank's hot sauce with it. So they've got like a Frank's hot sauce chicken burger as well. I heard the advert for that on the radio. But they have like a monthly couple of extra things, and then it changes to something else, you know. And then I think normally they do that in other places. That's how you used to get the rib or whatever. You don't need to be a doctor to know that stuff is terrible for you. I agree. If you're having McDonald's 3 or 4 times a week, it's not a good thing. And I'm saying this, right? I am not healthy right now. I am overweight. I need to lose weight. I have lost about 27 pounds since March, but I probably plateaued a little bit lately. I've not really been sticking to it as well as I was, to be honest. But nonetheless, it's okay to have a McDonald's once a month. Or maybe once a week if you're healthy. It's okay to have McDonald's once a week if you're exercising and eating healthily most of the time, you know. But some people go there 4 times a week, and then KFC a time, and then Burger King a time. You know, some people are going those places 4 or 5 times a week, and that's when it becomes more of a problem, isn't it? The menu isn't there at McDonald's purely to try and get you to use their app. That's it. They're like, how can we get people to use... It's a bit like the supermarkets. So, like, how can we get them to have a club card? And one of the supermarkets figured out that they should have prices that were cheaper, but only if you had the club card. Tesco started doing it first, right? But you can only get the reduction price. Like, they've got a lower price on whatever it might be. You can get buy 2, get 1 free on something, but only if you use your club card. In other words, if you want to shop at Tesco's, you have to have a club card. You know, that's what the fuckers do. And Sainsbury's now do the same thing with their Nectar card and whatnot. It's fucking annoying. And that's exactly what McDonald's were doing, right? They were like, how can we force them to use this thing? And that's what they've done. If they take the menu away, then they'll have to use the app that we want them to use so they can see what we've got, you know?
I'm currently in the middle of a hard 7.5. I don't drink, I don't smoke, and I eat a fairly healthy meal. Can't wait until my shift is over.
Well, good luck with that. Cheers, Regan. Thank you. Bisic. Sorry, that was half an hour ago. I think I missed your prime, but thank you very, very much. Is there any... oh, is that a boat there, or is that one of those things? No boat. When we were here the other day, there was both types of boat. There was the military boat and the fishing boat. Wide adoption of the app allows them to employ fewer people. I think it's more about making you come back to there. If you've got the app and they're giving you... Like, people will do all sorts to try and get a free thing, you know? Like, they really do work. Like, I don't know what the app gives you, but I'm guessing if you spend money there, you gradually get, like... If you come here so many times, you can have your burger upgraded to a meal for free or something like that. I bet it's shit like that, but people that it breeds more loyalty. That's what club cards are about. It's about tracking your data and tracking your spending and and knowing what McDonald's you go to, and like more understanding about customers and algorithms and whatnot. And it's about data, your data, where you live and so on. But it's also about getting you to come back to them more than the others, you know. When they first introduced the club card and started making it feel like a club to be in, it would make you much more loyal to go back to Tesco's. And like, because you need, like, if you go to Tesco's and you do your big shop there every week, and then once a month you get some tokens for some money off at Tesco's, it makes you go back to Tesco's, and you keep going, and it breeds, like, lots and lots of people are not loyal. They'll go to KFC, or they'll go to McDonald's, or they'll go to Burger King, whatever they fancy on a whim. But if McDonald's can make your choice be 3 out of every 4 times you have takeaway, you go to them, that makes them way more
Someone
money
say
than if you're like
Is this a free
flitting
stream?
between them.
Will there be a toy with this stream? I want the Running Man action figure.
The Running Man action figure. That would break instantly. It comes with a broken leg. Cheers for the support, Nate. I hope you're good. Thank you very much for coming in. Cheers, Nate. Cheers, Regan. Thank you. That's a good find, isn't it?
Managed to sub without using an app kappa.
Cry, dude. Cheers for the subscriber, Nate. Thank you. Good snack to keep you going while streaming is biltong. Biltong or bitong? I don't know where I'd get that from. I've never really tried any like jerky type stuff. I presume it's something like that. I've had jerky once from one of those like supermarket like impulse things. Like they put like jerky in the beer aisle so that you buy it or whatever, you know. I think I bought it once years ago and didn't like it. And I've never had it since. I've only ever had it once in my entire life. It's not actually so popular over here. We don't need it so much. Like jerky is a much more American or big country thing. Like you said, you were South African, but because we're a small island and we are close to the ocean and whatnot, and the country's small, we didn't really have to do much like jerky, smoked meats, because we're so much smaller. So, like in history, I mean, I obviously don't mean today. They used to salt stuff for like ships and whatnot, but they didn't used to make jerky. I'm running out of space. Biltong isn't smoked, it's dried. Well, smoke dried, you know what I mean. We used to smoke salmon and stuff like that to keep it fresh, but we've never really done much with dried or smoked meats, whatever. Right, this could be really good. We could do with a box of 380. Everywhere you go, there's dead bodies. Here's hoping we don't become one. Hello?
Hello.
You alright?
Huh?
You alright? Are you hiding up in the police station?
Are you armed? Yeah, I'm in police station.
Yeah, I've got a rack, but I've only got a handful of bullets, dude. I'm not that armed, no.
Oh, okay. Then. Do you need some food? I have some.
Yeah, I came in looking for
I'm on
380.
the other
That's
side
that's
of
what I
your
was
struggle.
after. Yeah.
I
Oh,
haven't taken an
380.
actual
No,
meal
I
in
didn't
2
see any,
years.
sir. I'm
Detours
looking
cannot figure
for
out why.
a
I'm 6
shotgun
feet,
ammo.
130
Yeah, I
pounds.
don't have any of those either. All right, good luck, dude. I'll run on.
Well, good luck. Bye bye.
Have you bye? His little giggle there. I think he knew it was me. LND, thank you. I'm going to catch that message in a sec. I didn't hear it because I was talking to the dude, but I'll catch it in a sec. Cry, DayZ's been a bit of a cruel mistress for me lately. I had a decent stream on Bitterroot the other day, and yesterday was really fun too, but I've had some challenging runs in the last couple of weeks, to be honest. I'm on the other side of your struggle. I haven't eaten an actual meal in 2 years. Doctors cannot find out why. I'm 6 foot. Dude, holy shit! I hope you can get sorted on that. That's horrible. If you're not able to eat and you've not eaten a proper meal for 2 years, that really sucks, dude. Cheers for the super chat, man. I hope you can. I hope they can find out what's causing your issue and you can get to the bottom of it. Would you ever set up a server and let all your viewers tune up on it? Not one I'm streaming, Lackey, no. It's not actually a very fun viewing experience, right? You actually piss a lot of people off. Say you had a server with 60 people, 60 spots. You end up with many hundreds of people that can't get in, moaning in the stream that the queue's too big. And so more people are pissed off trying to get in than are actually in. But the bigger problem is that it's not actually DayZ you're playing, you know, like ever since I started my channel, when I started my YouTube channel, I had a few thoughts about how I might be as a creator. I wasn't anticipating it being popular or anything, but like I thought about the name for my channel and I thought about what I wanted to do. And I think that's a really important thing when you start on YouTube. It's like, what am I going to do this for? And two things really struck a chord to me, and they were, I'm just going to be me. I'm going to be quite open and honest, and I'm just going to be me. And the other was that I'm just going to play the game the way whatever way I see is fun. I'm going to play the game the way I feel is fun, and then I'm going to try and share that. And they were the kind of two things that I'd sort of set out as like, what am I going to do? And they're very, very simple things,
sell a
but
TRMZ full-size
doing
body pillow.
doing events where
DayZ, football, classy watches an 18-year-old scotch when you squeeze it, smiley face emoji.
I like the sound of the scotch. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Yeah, I like doing that kind of thing. It actually isn't even DayZ, you know. Like somebody might say, well, what about these events you're going and whatnot? But the events are a really fun advert for DayZ, like the True Colours or the Lights Out events and so on. And some of the ones Ariana does and all the others. They're a good advert for DayZ and they showcase a lot of the elements of DayZ, but when you just do some kind of server takeover, I don't think it... I think it's a bit more of a streamer thing, I guess, but it's not really a good advert for DayZ. It doesn't really show the game. I remember years ago, somebody was doing a streamer meetup, and I went on it. The streamer was called JX23, who I don't think he does content anymore. I think he gave up. I think he was full time for a long time. But anyway, fuck me, that actually scared me a bit. I went to it, and it was just like 15 people running around, and then he did like Simon Says, and it's just like it was fine. That's what those streamer events were. So this is not me digging that dude out, not in the slightest. But it was actually not really. It was an experience that made me think that I didn't want to do that. The one thing I can say is that I've watched Mr. Moon doing a meetup. And he was brilliant with it. He was hilarious, but he's just a really good RPer, and he was hilarious with it. He had a line of people queuing up, and then they had to like come step forward and make him laugh. And if they made him laugh, they got to live, and if they didn't make him laugh, they got killed. You know, that was and that worked really well for Mr. Moon. But I just don't feel that's my kind of thing. You know, like going back to what I said just a minute ago, when I started my channel, one of the things I really wanted to do was to just try and be a dude that was try and be myself, playing the game however I wanted to play the game, like everybody else does, you know, just playing regular DayZ. It's why I don't take free loot from followers. It's why I try to play the game legitimately. It's why even if I'm on a server where they're prepared to roll me back because I got stream sniped, I don't be rolled back. I don't do any of those things because I'm sticking to what I started with when I first started my channel. That doesn't make it right for everyone, but it's kind of like what I always
Your stream
envisaged.
is oddly comforting for me, thank you.
Do you think your retail experience helps you understand your customer/audience? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it does or it doesn't, but I don't think so. I think it might help me in other ways. It might help me to try and be... I know I'm not very diplomatic, so as I'm saying this, people are going to be going, no, you're not diplomatic, you just tell people to fuck off that you don't like them. But despite that, despite what people might think, at times I believe I am being diplomatic. And I think it helps with that. It does help with that, perhaps. Gonzo, your stream is oddly comforting for me. Well, thank you for tuning in, Gonzo. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. We don't need no stink employers.
I was on a longer streak but had to start new Twitch. You rock TRMZ's mass buy.
Yellow, that sucks. Well, I hope you can get back to your old account one day, dude. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. Right, I've got the rope. I don't need that. Actually, maybe we could just use that to make a quick fire. I think we might as well. You're in the grey zone of having loads of loot and jack shit at the same time. I am pretty much tall face, yeah. That phase can last a while. I think everyone should work 6 months in retail. It develops people skills. I think it would develop an ability to not just shout at people in shops because they're not doing what you want, which some people genuinely do. It would help with that. Sorry, I've got to stop because someone said I should load my mag to save space, so I thought I'd better do it quick. That did actually save a spot. Yeah, you do have to be patient in retail, Michelle. I really didn't like the customer service side of retail. It was just like getting shouted at. It wasn't just that, but I got shouted at 2 to 3 times a week, and I'm not really somebody that does well with that, you know. Like I just used to build up adrenaline in me, and there's nothing you can do about it. You've got to take it. It's not like if somebody shouts you in the street, you can punch him or walk away, you know, like, or run away or whatever. But there's no fight or flight if you're in retail. You just have to be shouted at, and there's nothing you can do. You can try to diffuse the situation, but it doesn't work, you know. Like if somebody's got angry because their thing has been like delayed or their item is broken and you've got none left in stock or whatever it might be, that sort of situation you used to be in 2 or 3 times a week where someone's shouting at you and your options are get shouted at or get shouted at. It's not like, I think now is a bit better. Like most places have got signs up saying we don't tolerate this, that and the other, and it was a bit easier. But back then you literally just took it. There wasn't really a great deal you could do. It was, you could try to say, I'm sorry, but I'm not helping you if you're going to be like that. But that still didn't really do a lot, you know. It really didn't do a lot, you know. Like, Austin, thank you for the follow. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. I think everyone should have to work, real work that they aren't happy with but have to do. I don't agree with that, Mark Casual. I don't think the job you do should have to feel like a punishment. I don't agree with that. If someone's got a creative skill or someone's got a skill that they can turn into a business and they enjoy it, then I think that's a really positive thing. I don't think it should be that every job out there is just punishment. I don't agree with that in the slightest. The signs don't do shit, but no, they don't, Adam. But the signs at least give you an excuse to go, sorry, we don't tolerate
Cheers,
that here.
sir.
You're going to have to leave, you know. Or we'll call the police. Like, I guess I could have done that years ago, but it was basically the culture was just take the getting shouted at until they're done, and then they go. You don't mind me asking what kind of retail did you do? Most of it was in electrical retail,
Loving
so
the
a bit
stream.
like a Best Buy if
Had
you're in
to give you
America.
this. Heading
Or
back
in,
over to
over
the
here, a big
YouTube live.
Curry's. Dixon's, whatever. Big man, thank you very much. Last one to know, thank you as well. Yellow Genzi, thank you too. Probably should have done this already. Loving your job is great, but if you've never hated one, then you've never worked. Well, I think that's quite rare. I don't think there's many people, even people that are like famous actors and stuff, or footballers, some of them. Most people have done real work, dude. I think it's quite rare that people fall out of school and go straight to the creative job that they love, or start the business they love, or become a professional, whatever, you know. Some sports people do, I guess, but most don't. I think most people have to do a number of years doing shit they don't want to do before they end up doing the thing that suits them. And many people do an entire lifetime of that, you know. Even like lots of actors and stuff, they tend to have worked a lot. Like famous actors don't start famous, do they? You know, like they've mostly worked, maybe been a server or maybe whatever. Most famous people have, like famous actors or comedians or whatever, have done real jobs before they became famous. I think Jamie Vardy was. Yeah, it's quite a famous thing with Stuart Pearce. He talks about it sometimes on TalkSport. Stuart Pearce, who played for England, he played mostly for Nottingham Forest, a little bit for Man City. He was also manager of Man City as well. But Stuart Pearce was in lower leagues and was an electrician, so he trained as an electrician. And he trained as an electrician, but he was in a lower league team. And when you're in a lower league team, like a conference league team back then, you're not earning enough money for it to be a full-time job. So he was an electrician whilst playing football for like a lower league team. And then he got signed by Nottingham Forest. And when he first got signed there wasn't a guarantee it was going to be permanent. So he had adverts. He was playing for Nottingham Forest, and he had adverts for his own electrical work in the programme for the... Like Nottingham Forest were a big team then. They're a big team now. They've just finished like 6th in the Premier League or 7th. I forget which. 6th, I think. But they're a big team now, right? They're in the Premier League. But he signed for them while Brian Clough was manager. And for the first 2 years he was a player, he had an advert in the fucking in the programs for each game was an advert for his own electrical business. So you could pay to watch him play football, and then you could pay for him to come and do your electrics, which is crazy. Am I a full-time streamer? I've been full-time for 9 years, dude. Yeah, full-time 9 years this month. Sorry, 9 years last month. I saw somebody. Yeah, there you are. It's Feta. These TikTok influencers do it all. Influencers do it all the time now, and it's a real concern. I absolutely agree that there are some absolutely brain-dead fuckers out there doing TikTok or whatever else, and doing. There's plenty of brain-dead fuckers doing streaming, and it's not really a grounding thing that you maybe made it straight out of school or made it as a TikToker or a streamer or whatever. But there's always been an element of that. It's just a slightly different angle now that you can do it on TikTok, whereas there's been plenty of airheaded singers and famous actors that make it quite young, you know. Like TikTok is just an extension of that, you know. Like I just don't watch it, and then they don't have to worry about it, I guess, you know. But I can't remember the name of the thing. I saw a clip the other day on a short. I think it was on a YouTube short, where there was this girl interviewing another woman interviewing another woman, and one of them was a singer. And the girl was saying, "You're a musician," and the singer was going, "I'm not a musician. I do music." And she was going, it's just the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. And she was like getting offended because she thought that the interviewer was calling her a magician. She's like, "I don't do magic. I do music." And she's going, "No, so you're a musician then?" No, I'm not a musician. I do music. But that point there is exactly this. That what I'm saying is that it's not just TikTokers that make it without having any grounding or maybe any common sense. It's always been a thing, you know. There's always been people that make it for other reasons, and TikTok is just the same. It's like a modern version of what's always happened, you know. Like making it, and this is something I think even entrepreneurs, right? Making it doesn't necessarily mean you're intelligent. It maybe means you had the right idea at the right time, or you got lucky, or what. It certainly doesn't make you intelligent if you're a successful streamer. But you might have a will to keep going and have a little bit of luck and have a little bit of something. But it doesn't mean that you're smart. Like I certainly don't feel that way, you know. Like. But that's the case for everything, you know, TikTok as well as anything else, you know. Not everybody that makes millions, even people that have their own business and become, even some billionaires, can be thick as pig shit, you know. It happens, you know, but they were very smart in a certain way, or a very unique way, or they found something that really worked and they got on it quicker than everyone else. That was a fake video, it was a skit. It absolutely was 100% real, I can tell. I don't know that for a fact. Is there a spring around here? I need to find me a spring. Why do you keep calling me Wild Boy Paul, Wild Boy? You keep calling me Wild Boy Paul, right? But every time I read your message, I think you're talking to somebody else, so I ignore it. And then I realise your name's Wild Boy, and you keep calling me Wild Boy Paul, which is really hard for me to say for some reason. But anyway, If you call me Paul, I'm much more likely to read your message because it's starting with Wild Boy, so I think you're talking to somebody else. Just so you know. It seems like you're happy that you broke up with your other half. Well, hopefully all is well. Do you think we can start timing out people that ask me how long I'm on for? Sorry, Kiwi. Sorry, Kiwi. I do feel bad. I am singling you out, but I'm not meaning it in a nasty way. But do you think we could just start purging people that ask me how long I'm on for? It's a perfectly reasonable question. Perfectly reasonable, but I'm fed up of answering it. I've been answering with I don't know. I've never really answered that question the entire time that I've been streaming. The entire time I've streamed, 10 years, I've never really given a solid answer to that. And I just can't stop people asking it. Sorry, Kiwi. You're not the first to ask it today. About 6 or 7 at least have. I should be on for a good 2 or 3 more hours, roughly. There you go. I've tried to give you a solid answer, but there never really is. It's always fluid, right? If I die, I'm going to stop. Not now, but if I die in an hour, I'll probably stop. Do you think taxi drivers have the same reaction? They probably do, in that they get asked a lot, like, what time you on till is like, it's like that Peter Kay gag, like, you been busy, what time you on till? Same question everybody asks them. I should imagine it's a bit like hairdressers that get fed up about talking about the weather or whatever. They definitely do, Boomslang. I'm only making a bit of a joke of it here, but yeah, the repetitive nature of questions is just part of streaming, you know, like, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's fine, but I just wish I could try, especially regular viewers. I never really know the answer. Every day the streams, except Sundays, are going to be at least 6 hours long, and sometimes they're 9 hours long, and sometimes they're 7 hours long. But it really depends how the game goes. Well, they scattered pretty quick, didn't they? Just trying to work out if I'd kill them, but I don't think I've got the cojones for that. Full set. Put it in the title, don't ask me how long I'm on for. Mr. Banana. You'll never guess what would happen if I said don't ask me this in the title. Have a guess what would happen. People in YouTube and Twitch chats are a bit like kids when you say, right, I'm just leaving the room, don't eat that sweet, or don't turn the telly over, or don't do that. Whatever you say, they'll do it on purpose, right? Delta, your missus fell down the stairs and was asking you the same damn question every 2 minutes for 6 hours. Holy shit. Well, I'm glad she's okay now. Have you ever thought you were finished, but just gas? I presume the finish is finished as in dying. Mark, I've never thought I was dying and it turned out to just be gas, no. There's been a few times where I thought I was, like, I've been a bit worried that I was having something properly ill. I think that's kind of common. The one I remember most was when I managed to hit myself in the throat with the back of a hammer. And for about 30 seconds I was just going, and I thought maybe I might not be able to live anymore. But it turns out I was just winded, but in the throat hole. Ooh, 2 times. With a 2-time. Back-to-back champion. And I can fix it if I need to. looks up. Look sharp. Working instruction, my Sithal Slaw. I don't know what a Stithal Saw is. I can't even say it. Stithal Saw. Your something saw blade exploded in your face and you 100% expected death. Johnny Cash's brother died on a saw, didn't he? That was an interesting fact for you. On a circular saw, one of those, what are they called, band saws or something like that? I forget what they're called, but his brother like fell on one. Stickle is pronounced steel. Okay, steel saw, not steel. There's not enough vowels in that, is there? That would have been a bit of a crazy one for the two brothers, because Johnny Cash himself nearly died because of a ostrich. He got attacked by an ostrich and he nearly died. He was really, really injured by it. So if one brother had gone on a circular saw and the other brother had gone in an ostrich attack, that would be pretty low chances, but really you'd have thought. I have a friend that lost half his hand to a chainsaw. My dad lost not anything near like half his hand. He lost about a third of his little finger. He was working in a factory, and he lost his fingernail basically. He lost about as much of your finger as your fingernail. That's what he lost. But he lost it working in a factory. But when we were kids, for like ever, he just used to tell us that a goldfish bit it off, for like years. And I believed him for about, I don't know, like 8 years, 10 years. Pronounced still. Okay. You're lucky. I ain't got the space to take you, so you can get fucked. I think those shots are up at the Millie base. This is Bibby Cocky. There's a military base up there. I think that's where the shots are. I don't think they're here. I hope they're not here, because I am not ready for shots. I'm not geared enough. This town is so broken up, it's really easy to not loot it correctly and miss shit. There's a Gorky Basel on me! How did you manage to hit your throat? Well, it was kind of the top of the hammer, I think, but how did you manage to hit yourself with the back of the throat with a hammer? Well, Sparkle, I was removing a nail from, I think it was something like trellis, but it was about sort of chest height, and I was using the back claw part of the hammer to prise the nail off, and it just wasn't going. I think the nail, or sorry, screw, oh yeah, nail. I think it was in a knot or something, but it just wasn't coming. It wasn't coming out. It wasn't coming, so I was putting more and more pressure down on the hammer. And then it kind of just came out, and I lost control of the hammer, and it kind of flipped around and hit me in the throat. Is basically what happened. This is not good. That wasn't a successful juke attempt there. That was much better. That's how I did it. So I was pulling out something with the back of the hammer, and it sort of flipped around, and the top of it caught me in the Adam's apple. Activated, it comes from the old Milky Bar Kids adverts, which first came out years before me, but they used to have them in the 90s and late 80s. It's the Milky Bars are on me. If you Google it, you'll see some little blonde boy with glasses doing it. The Milky Bar kid is strong and tough. The creamiest milk, the whitest bar, the good taste, that's in Milky Bar. See, it certainly worked, that advert. Well, it worked in that I remembered the jingle after 30 years. But I didn't like Milky Bars. I don't like white chocolate. It's sickly horrible. I can't stand it.
When I was a kid, bedtime was 9 p.m. Elle couldn't wait to be a grown-up so I could go to bed anytime I wanted. Turns out that is 9 p.m. When I was a kid, bedtime was 9 p.m. Elle couldn't wait to be a grown-up so I could go to bed
Are we stuck in a time warp?
Turns out that is 9 p.m.
I think you're also quantum leaping. Dude, thank you very much for the support. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alan, sorry, it took me 10 minutes. I saw it at the time, but I was mid-flow on something, so I meant to come back to it, and then I never did. Alan Anderson, thank you so much for the gifted subs, gifted memberships. That's really, really kind, Alan. Thank you very, very, very much for the support, dude. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you. But what time is it, though? I don't think it is psychedelic. I think it's something... It might be that, but with a twist. Or it's much more likely to be something else, I think, personally. But we'll have to wait and see. Bragg86, thank you very much for the 67. I don't like white chocolate at all. I can't stand it. 308, yeah, baby. I'm really struggling at the moment. I'm carrying far too much junk. Probably 2 fishing hooks is a bit excessive.
Wasn't even currently watching, too busy, but just for the record I always am, but got gifted a membership, thanks to whoever it was, thought I'd pay it forward, so up your bum.
Up your bum, Leighton, thank you very much. Guys, while the server's down, I presume it went down there, I think it was, I didn't check the message, but I'm going to go and make a cup of tea. Leighton, thank you very much for the super chat, up your bum. Cheers for the support, dude. Right, I'm going to go make a tea, and then we'll be back, crack on. Robert Jones and Colby, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for the follows on your YouTubes. Right, give me 1 sec. Before I join the server. Sorry, I've got to be honest. I'm just looking to see if there's any more news about Wirtz first. Yeah, I'm just... Apparently the first part of the transfer window closes on the 10th and they're expecting to get the deal done before that. So I'm just having a quick look. Sneaky Pete, you can put ZZZ all you like, okay? It's quite important to me. I'm sure you like some things as well, so up your bum. Craig, thank you for the 67 months, dude. Where do I subscribe on mobile? I'm a degenerate and can't find it. LND, it's... Yeah. I think there's just a little subscribe icon, isn't there? I don't. Without having my phone in my hand and going to someone else's stream, I don't even know. Coach said, I think it's coming. I doubt it'll be tomorrow because he'll have to fly for a medical. So they could agree the deal today or tomorrow, and then he'd have to have the medical, and then it'd have to be like signed afterwards. It could be tomorrow. If he had the medical in the afternoon, he could sign in the evening, I guess. But close the live chat, click on the name, and then sub. There you go. That's the answer. Somebody knew what they're talking about. Right. Must keep looting. I think I looted that, didn't I? That's where I got the 308. So it's this way we've got to go. I'm not going to do any of the houses on the other side of the road, because it confused the shit out of me the other day, trying to work out which houses I'd looted and which houses I hadn't. Oh, there's a goalkeeper on me! I kind of... It's one of those that at times I don't normally forget to... Sorry. I do normally forget to say it, and once in a blue moon I just say it. I don't say it because I don't want to, but I think I'm going to not say it because I don't want to a bit more. I'm going to make it more of a once a stream thing rather than every time. How's the stream gone so far? It's been pretty good. I had a really, really shitty death. I headshotted a dude at a well, and I think the bush between me and him blocked or diverted the bullet, but it was an absolute bang-on shot. That one or two people in the chat thought it had hit. But I was aiming at some dude's head, and if it hit and they didn't drop dead or unconscious, then I'm the unluckiest fucker ever. But yeah, the last death was a bit annoying, but it's been a fun stream so far, nonetheless. There's my proof that zombies can spawn inside buildings, right? No one's been there. Coach said, is it now? Very cool. GG. He was wearing a bulletproof cap. Bulletproof crap? Huh?
Yay, less than 3.
I heard something. You've definitely not got any gluten problems if you've got bulletproof crap. Right, I looted that house. But I didn't loot these two. I'm looting quite profusely because I'm fully expecting to find a Savannah or a Tundra or a Blaze. Or a CR527. Not fixing that. I'm saving my my scope fixing ability for a better scope for now. I don't think it matters too much.
Just heard a Dizzy Rascal reference. Were you ever a fan of The Streets? His first couple albums were bangers. Is he still big over there?
He wasn't in The Streets, was he, Dizzy Rascal? The Streets was that Coldplay relative guy. Original pirate material. Dry your eyes, mate. Mike Skinner, yeah. But I didn't dislike Dizzy Rascal either. I thought both of those were okay. Mike Skinner, yeah. But yeah, I did quite like Dizzy Rascal. I'm not going to lie, it's not like I was really listening to the music. But when one of the songs came on the radio, I thought it was alright. Also, I remember seeing a little bit of a thing about the making. You know, they did the new Band-Aid song. He had a couple of lines in the Band-Aid song, and I think he wrote himself in about like 10 seconds, and I quite like little things like that. Like, I saw something the other day that was about when Eminem met Dr. Dre and they were kind of getting to know you, and Dr. Dre played him like a beat that he was working on, and then he just listened to it for a few seconds and then started going, my name is, like he does in the song, right? And that's kind of like when they were first sort of sitting down. I like little things like that where they, like you're hearing how something was born and how it was just like really organic and just like thought up on the spot. I really like shit like that. I am sure there's a fucking spring around here and I never seem to find the bastard. It might be a bit more up there. There's another house over there. I think it's over here where there's another house. I think I'm going to have a look. Connor, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for the super chat, and Retribution, thank you very much for the 37. But yeah, the fix up look sharp was definitely a Dizzy Rascal reference anyway. There's an Instagram account called How Songs Were Made, which is pretty cool for that. Yeah, I probably would like that, Kempers. There's a few things I quite... like, there's a few bits in certain films, like when it shows like in the, we talked about Johnny Cash briefly earlier, in the film Walk the Line, where he first sings to try and get a record label or trying to get a record made, and he sings and then he's like singing all the same songs and then he chooses to sing a song he's written himself that no one else knows. That's a really cool moment in that film, and that there's little moments like that in a lot of those kind of films where it's like, I don't know, the one about Elton John where he's trying to be famous and he goes from being a regular lad to being like famous superstar. I like that kind of transition part of most of those films. They're kind of good. If you had an autobiography film about you, who... oh god, that would be dumb. John Candy, obviously, though. John Candy all the way. I'm not as fat as John Candy, but I'm not thin either, so yeah, John Candy. You've got a Switch 2 as well, have you? A Twitch 2, I nearly said then. You're the second person that's been getting the Switch 2 this afternoon. I think Switch 2 is the flex for today, isn't it? If you've got the Switch 2 today, you've got the special secret stuff. I think with those type of films, which is like Bohemian Rhapsody, that's the story of Queen and whatnot, and the one about Elton John and the one about Johnny Cash, there's something about watching someone go from being a normo to being mega famous or making it in whatever they're doing. And it's the same with even the Rocky films and the sports films, or the ones where like there's all sorts of films like that, but seeing the dude struggle, or the dudette struggle through adversity and then achieve their goal, that's kind of a cool dynamic. But then when they make it, normally you lose less interest, which I think is a bit like real life, you know, like if you really like a band and you absolutely love this band and they're really unheard of, and you bought all of their albums, but you had to buy them on their website because they don't really have a proper release, and you've seen them live 5 times and you think they're brilliant, and then next month they're fucking Coldplay, you probably lose that special feeling a little bit, you know. I think it's probably a bit like that. When they make it, you probably don't have the same buy-in as you did. They're no longer your super secret. Switch 2 still has a 1080p screen, a bit poor in this day and age, I feel. Well, I guess it depends on the graphics average. It probably doesn't matter too much if it's 1080p if Nintendo are doing what they normally do, which is worrying about gameplay more than graphics, right? You don't need some kind of 4K screen if the graphics are not going to support it, if that makes sense, you know? Nintendo have always gone a different way with the graphics. They're not trying to compete with the PlayStation 5 or the Xbox X. They're trying to hook people that want to play Wii Sports or whatever else, you know. They go more for the controller and the gameplay. Nintendo stuff is way overpriced. How much is the Nintendo Switch? I don't even know. How much is it? I guess, yeah, if you're going to use that for watching YouTube and stuff, then absolutely it's not brilliant, I suppose. Is it in non-freedom currency? Anyone know how much is it in the UK? If it's someone's saying it's $459.99, someone else saying $500, someone else saying $450. MSRP is $499, so $500. Leslie says 449. Yeah, that sounds about right. If it's 499, like RRP in America, then 449 here is about right. Because let's not talk about exchange rates. The pound's worth more than the dollar. Let's just leave it at that. I can't get a straight answer. Now it's £395. It's getting cheaper by the second. $395. Okay, so it's $395 in on Amazon. So that is the price then. Have you found the new shotgun? Walter, I only had it for the first time yesterday, but I died. I didn't really get to shoot it. That's a shame. It looked like it wasn't damaged, that. Whoever dropped this shit was pretty good, I think. Suppose I ought to check upstairs. I'll get you one for £100. That sounds dodgy, Blanchy. I don't like my Switch 2s to have fallen off the back of a lorry, if it's alright with you. I may well have been killed by my own shotgun, yeah. He knocked me uncon with a different gun and then ran up and finished me off with what might have been my shotty, yeah. I can't say I'm particularly interested in getting a Switch 2, to be honest. It would be quite good to play the new Mario Kart. That would really impress my kid if I had, like, the 13-year-old likes Mario Kart. I've got a Switch and I haven't got Mario Kart, but they've got Mario Kart, so we've played it on theirs quite a bit. But if I got the new Mario Kart, she'd be quite impressed with that, I think. But I don't have any way to get one. I think they're all sold out at the moment, and I'm not spending £400 just to play Mario Kart either. Can you not play the new Mario Kart on the old Switch? I've no idea. You'd have thought if they, it would be a. Normally, you need some kind of exclusive game when you launch a new console, don't you? You'd think the new Mario Kart would just be for the Switch too. Maybe there is one for the Switch as well. I've no idea. I haven't actually set the Switch up since I moved to the new house. It's still in the box. My kids have a Switch Lite each. I'm hoping they won't see the Switch 2 for at least 8 months. What, just get past Christmas, basically? People scalp new consoles in the UK as bad as they do in the US. Yeah, they do for the PlayStation 5 was bad for that. If it's happening in the US with stuff like that, it's happening here, yeah. That really fucking irks me that there are, like, the shops themselves just don't seem to care. It happens with, like, new graphics cards as well. The retailers don't seem to care. Or maybe they do now, but in the past they haven't seemingly bothered if somebody wants to buy 5 or 10 of the same thing.
Keep up the great
They just let them have them, you know. Like anyone that's selling a Switch 2 or pre-ordering a Switch 2 should only be allowing one per customer, you know. But they never do they? I've got to be honest though, right? If you're that desperate to get a PlayStation 5 or a Switch that you'll pay over market value just to get it today rather than pre-order it and wait a few weeks, then more fool you know, like a fool and their money is easily parted, right? But that's just the fucking stupidest thing to do. Oh god, I'm getting a flashback. Just thoroughly check in there. This is where I came in yesterday and I killed a dude here that was standing on that box looting, and they had the new shotgun, but he had a buddy that was hidden behind this fucking door that killed me. How'd you come up with your channel name? Bag of Donuts. It's inspired by a film with a film with Arnold Schwarzenegger, loosely based on a book by Stephen King called TheRunningManZ. And I stuck a Z on the end, basically. I need that. I need that in my life. Thing wants to shut up, doesn't it? Jesus. Wow, that is a weird thing to find here, isn't it? That actually could be useful. Yeah, there's a bug with the mouse at the moment where the if the storm happens, it kills you even if you're inside or whatever. I think that's not so great. So something in the new patch has broken it for Namask. Do you have any plans should you stop streaming? Yeah, I'm gonna set up an OnlyFans. I'm gonna call it the Masturbating Man's. Or OnlyMan's. Yeah, OnlyMan's is the obvious one. Do I have any plans should you have to stop streaming? I don't at the moment, Blanchy. I've been full-time for 9 years. And I am absolutely not believing that I can just do it forever. It might come to an end, but during those 9 years I've been extraordinarily careful with my money, and I've been quite prudent, let's say. So, like, when I was not 38, I didn't really have a pension. But in the last 9 years I've been really working on that and saving into the personal pension and ISAs and whatnot, and I'm kind of doing okay. I'm not really at a point where I could retire, but I'm certainly I'm doing all right. Wasn't there a truck battery in one of those sheds? I think there was a truck battery in the truck, but it was missing tyres, and I'm not going looking for tyres. I wouldn't even want the truck if it was ready to go, to be honest, even if it had all the wheels, tyres and everything. It would actually not be easy for me to go anywhere in it at the moment. I think someone's saying I'd honestly never thought about streamers' pension. It's the same as anybody self-employed. You don't have a work-based pension or anything if you're self-employed. You've just got to do it yourself. And being a streamer it's not as guaranteed, maybe, in some ways, but it's the same as doing anything self-employed. If you're a self-employed carpenter or a self-employed window cleaner or a self-employed whatever you could be, there's a chance you might not get enough work to make it viable in the future, or is there a chance you might get more money in the future? Nobody knows for sure, right? There's no guarantees with any of this stuff. Can I eat anything at the moment? So yeah, like anybody that's self-employed should be sorting out their pension and paying into it some way or other.
Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3 DayZ hype, less than 3, less than 3, less than 3.
None. Cheers for the support, dude. Less than 3 I'm getting. Cheers, None HC. Crowd control, Infinity only, man. Oh. Where did it go then? There it is. I was going to make the fire in there, but I'm not convinced it's smart. I'm going to make it in one of these trees, I think. This one will do. Surely it's better to pop the heat pack and run rather than make a fire. Who's goo? I need to defrost my drink. I need to defrost this clothes. The heat pack won't give me the plus symbol. I can't even say heat pack at the moment, but the heat pack won't give me the plus symbol. It'll only make this go from light blue to... Well, it'll stop it going dark blue, but that's about all these 2 heat packs would do, is just stop me being dark blue, really. Might get me from light blue to nearly white, but not quite. But if I make the fire...
Less than 3.
It gives me a chance to defrost this food, and then I can eat it and make some space in my inventory, and also get some hydration as well. Like, most of that will give me hydration. Those 2 won't, but the rest will. We have 3 to 6% of your income to retirement fund here. Paul Monty, yeah. In the UK, if you pay 3% in, like companies have to offer you a company pension now, and most of them will give. If you put 3% in yourself, the company will match it with 3%, and some others do up to 6%, and they'll match that as well. I know it's easier said than done, and this is such a stupidly boring thing to say, but if you're working for a company that does that, where you can put in 5% and they'll put in 5 as well, even if it hurts you, you should try to do it. It's such, you absolutely have to do it. It's such a dull thing, but like if you got a pay rise, you never notice it. You know, if you get a 3% pay rise, you don't really notice it. That money just gets swallowed up. At some point, you've got to be brave and take that hit and just do it, because otherwise you're fucked when you're older. Swale, thank you very much for the Prime. Stormblessed, thank you for the 33 as well. Especially with the way things are going. Like, I don't want to talk about actual politics, but it's a long way off for many people. But I heard something the other day about a country that was seriously considering changing the retirement age to 80. Like, so that you can't get any kind of government-based pension. And like right now, I think it's for some people it's 67, 68 by the time you get there. If you're 20, you'll probably have to be 73 before you get there. It's changing all the time, you know. Got any good stocks? Not really. I don't do a lot of individual stocks activated. The only individual stock I hold any large amount in is just a boring banking stock in the UK that pays a good dividend. What happens if you die before you reach your pension age? You can leave it to somebody else grind it up. When you have a pension, you can have somebody that it gets left to, like your other half, your spouse or your kids or whatever. Vance, that's really good. You're doing 7.5 and your company matched that. That's really, really good. They tax the shit out of it. Outdoorsy, you still pay tax on your pension, but it doesn't mean it's not a good thing to have. I think people that talk, like, sort of say, I'm not saving into that, I'll pay tax on it. Like, you save tax now. Like, if you're paying into your pension out of your earnings now, you're saving tax right now. You don't pay tax on pension contributions, right? So you do save tax, especially if you're self-employed. Like, you're allowed to get up to, this is a lot of money obviously, but you're allowed to get up to £60,000 a year, like, tax deductible if you save into your pension. You need to be able to, like, you have to earn more than that obviously, but Cageman, thank you very much for the support. Dude, Swale, thank you as well. Dude, how dare you? You've lost me, enjoy. But okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, I8 Glue. Like, at 29 to be in that state is pretty good. Like when I was 39, I was in debt. When I was 39, never mind 29 like you. At 39, I was in debt, and the only thing I had saved was I'd done like that 3% thing with the last company I worked with for 5 years, and I had about 6 grand in it. I think that was the only pension I had at 39 was about 5 or 6 grand. And there'll be people listening now that have none, you know, but. Yeah, I know it's such a dull subject. It really is. Nobody wants to hear about it, especially if you're struggling to pay bills. I know I'm saying when I was 39, and I've always said I'm 38, but I'm talking truthfully for a minute. Yeah, it's something that we all have to try and face into sooner or later, and it's not easy to do. I had no money when I was 39.
Just wanted to pop on your live stream to show you some love.
Oh, well,
I live off your
yeah.
videos, cheers.
Is the pension means tested in the UK? You earn your pension by paying into it, full Monty. Now, it might change in the future, but at the moment, how it is you contribute each year. When you're employed, you pay national insurance, which is going towards it basically, and paying for people's pensions right now. But every year that you pay it, you earn a year's worth of contributions, and you need to get the full pension. You have to do, I can't remember if it's 25 or 30 years worth of it. So you have to accrue each year. And the more years you pay of it, the slightly more pension you get up to a maximum. But I don't even know what the pension is, but you can't live on it. If you've got a house and you've got to pay bills on it, it's not enough on its own. It would absolutely suck if they means tested the pension, wouldn't it? I just genuinely don't think that would be something they could do, because if they're trying to encourage people to save for a pension, and then the people that saved through their life to have a better retirement didn't get the pension that they also paid tax to have as well, it would be fucking criminal. I don't see that happening. I can see them putting it back so you have to be older before you can claim it and stuff, but I don't think they can means test the pension that you paid your entire life into. 401k and pensions are a scam. Just get a separate bank account. Southern Comfort. That is the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard. I'm sorry. They're not a scam. Like, if you're in the UK and you're a 40% taxpayer, you can save your tax contributions while you save into it. You know, like, if you're a taxpayer in the UK and you pay into it, you can get more added on. You can save more without. You can get your tax back and save more money. It's not a scam. People that are a bit thick think it's a scam. I'm sorry, it's not a scam. You can save tax. You can pay into something tax-free with benefits, and then draw it out when you're older. And it can also be invested into stocks and shares, or you can choose where it goes. It's not a scam. If you just have a bank account like you just said, say you just have an account. I'm talking about UK here, by the way. If you just have a UK account and you have stocks and shares in it, you have to pay tax if you make money. Like, if you're saving into a pension, say in your lifetime you paid £200,000 into your pension, but it accrued to be worth £800,000, right? This is all nonsense. Bear in mind you've paid that over your lifetime. You've not paid it in one go. But the pension at the end of your life, you're really lucky and it's worth £800,000. You don't have to pay anything on the fact that you paid 200 grand in and now you've got 800 grand. But if you save 200 grand into a bank or a stocks and shares, whatever, and then you draw that money out in 40 years' time and you've got 800 grand, you have to pay tax on the 600 grand profit that you've made. You understand that, right? If you buy Bitcoin and then you sell Bitcoin, you have to pay tax on the money that you make. That's just not true. You have to pay. If you make money on shares, I have to pay a little bit of tax on the interest I make on my bank every year. You know, like, you're not allowed to earn in the UK more than, I can't even remember what it is. Is it £500 a year before you have to pay tax on the interest? Capital gains tax is the tax. They have capital gains tax in America as well, dude. So I'm sorry, Southern Comfort. You need to look at that. Right, I've just stopped and made a fire. I'm a bit fucked here. I need to find myself a well, and I've gone slightly the wrong way. So I might have to defrost that food. I don't want to do it there. You have to pay tax and interest in America. You do, but yeah, you're not right, Southern Comfort. What you're doing though, like, really read up on it before you're telling if you believe it's not worth it for you, that's fine. But trying to project out that it's a scam when actually it's a really sensible thing to do, you know, because you saw an Instagram video of a billionaire saying that paying into a pension doesn't make sense. You should be, I don't know, investing in buying buy-to-lets or something on some fucking TikTok reel or some bollocks like that. From the same dude that made the video yesterday that said nobody should be buying their own house, everybody should be renting. Oh, by the way, I own 10,000 rental properties. Please, will you rent my house? Dude, help me out. Rather than just saying it's a scam, please can you explain, like you're talking to a 6-year-old, why it's a scam? Why is it a scam to save tax-free into a pension or an ISA, which I don't know if that's a Roth IRA or the other one, 401k in America, but why is it a scam to use your tax-free savings allowance? Explain to me like I'm an idiot why it's a scam. I think I'm somewhere near the next well. If I'm near the well, then I don't need to cook this food just for the peaches just yet. Yeah, but Whaler on the Moon, you're not. If you're saving into a pension, you shouldn't be planning to withdraw it early, right? That's not what it's for. Nobody's saying put all of your money into a pension and then if you're absolutely fucked, you need to take it out, are they? No one's saying that, right? The money you save into a pension should be for when you retire and not anything else, right? You're not meant to be withdrawing it. If you're saving for a house deposit or something, you shouldn't be putting it in a pension, should you? I'm going to have to cook this in here. I'm going to have to. I need to be able to eat these peaches, just to give me a little bit of hydration, I think. Yeah, this is not financial advice. We're just shooting the shit. But I think it's better to try and understand why someone thinks something's a scam, though. I think that makes sense. But to be fair, financial advice as in it's a good idea to save for when you're older is not really bad advice. As much as it's really fucking dull. You can save all you want without having to ask permission to use your own money. But yes, you can Southern Comfort. But if you make money on those savings, let's say like you saved enough to have $200,000 in the bank, and you're lucky enough to make 10% a year on that. That's 20 grand a year. That's crazy interest rate. You might make that if you're in a stocks and shares ISA or something. If you keep it outside of something that's a tax-free wrapper, all of it is taxable. So all of that money that you're accruing, you have to pay tax. It's 20% in the UK, I think. So in that scenario I said earlier, where you got 200 grand and you turned it to 800 grand over your lifetime, 600 grand of that you'd have to pay 20% tax on. You have to give 120 grand of it to the government because you made money on your own money. But if you save that into what we call an ISA here, where you're allowed to save 20 grand a year into it, if you save that into an ISA, you can access that whenever you want. You don't have to wait till your retirement for a 401k, which is like is it a Roth IRA? Sorry, 401k is that in America. Sorry, I always forget. But in the UK it's called an ISA, and that's tax-free. And you can draw it out whenever you want. But it's tax-free. So if you paid 20 grand a year into that for 30 years, if you were lucky enough to be able to do it, all of the money in that would be yours. None of it would be taxable. It's not a con. It just means that you're saving your money in somewhere where you don't pay tax on it, rather than saving your money somewhere where you do pay tax on it. The money you've paid into the ISA has been taxed already, though. But the money you put in a savings account has been taxed already, Flack. The point is you're keeping what you accrue is tax-free. That's the bit that's critical, right? If you save into an ISA, anything you make on it, you keep. Whereas if you save in your bank, or if you buy shares, or you buy Bitcoin, you have to pay tax on anything that you make. You can't put company money into an ISA, Jim Bob, no. I think Bitcoin is an interesting one because it's not regulated the same, right? So even if you make money off of eBay now, like if you've got certain sales on eBay have to report it in the UK. If you're selling so much per year on eBay have to let the Inland Revenue know, so they can check that you're declaring it, you know. If you've got a bank account and you're earning interest on the bank account, that gets declared and you'll get caught. But if you buy Bitcoin, it's not visible. The government can't see it, you know. You can hold that and you can sell it. You're meant to pay tax on it, but how the government knows, that is the beauty of that, I guess, is that if you're doing it that way and you're not declaring it, it might be quite hard to get caught, but you are doing something that's illegal, but you might not get caught, I guess.
Tax-free.
Until you go through the exchange to sell the Bitcoin. Yeah, I have no idea how it works, but I presume at the point of sale, that's when they work out what you've got, when you try to turn it into real money. Which is why I think the watch market went crazy a few years back when Bitcoin had a big rise. I think people would buy, like, a few watch dealers around here, like people like Pride and Pinion, who Nico Leonard owns, they were taking Bitcoin payments for watches. So I think people were making money with their Bitcoin, and instead of transferring it into transferring it back to real money, they were buying things with it and then having the item that they could then sell for real money later. All the regulated exchanges are required to do the checks and shit, are they? Interesting. That I'm not ashamed to say I've never really looked into it. But again, read up what you will, but if you're in the UK, if you're looking to save any money, you should be saving it in an ISA first, right? If you've got yourself on your feet and you've got yourself where you should be, get yourself about 3 months worth of wages inside in a savings account in case you lose your job or in case you break your leg and you can't work or something goes tits up. Get a little slush fund aside, and that's not easy to do, you know, this is not something that young people would do, but as you can. But as soon as you're able, if you want to start saving beyond that, save into an ISA first, because if you don't, you're a fucking idiot. Because everything you save in there is all yours, and you can draw it out whenever you want, and it's like anything that you earn in it is tax-free. And America Land has the same sort of setup, but it's called something else. Kirkes has got his... Kirkes left out of the Hungry Squad private jet track from Budapest to Liverpool. That's good news, isn't it? It's an ISA, yeah. It's nice of you to give us sound advice versus telling us all about your next new crypto coin. I am launching bum coin real soon. I'm not. I do have a crypto coin. It's fictional, but I have one. That's nice, isn't it? Aren't they all fictional? Yeah, I guess so. Kinda. Jim, am I saying you don't have to pay taxes on that retirement money? When you save into an ISA, it's tax-free for life. That's not a pension. I'm talking... Sorry, guys. Apologies. I know we're still talking about it, but if you save into an ISA, it's a tax-free savings account. It's not a pension fund. It's not something you have to pay pensions on. There are people out there now, I am not one of them, there are people out there now in their 40s and their 50s who have got £1 million in an ISA because they've maxed out their allowance since they were a kid and they've put it into stocks and shares like the S&P 500, like into a tracker, and they've done incredibly well with it, and it's all tax-free, you know, like the yearly allowance now, if you can afford to pay it, which is a lot, is £20,000, but whatever you make in there is all yours, and you get to keep all of it whenever you take it out, whether it's next year or 30 years. It's not, none of it's taxable. But there's no tax break when you pay into that. You have to pay in your own money, that's it. You're not able to do it with your company. You can't pay into it out of your wages, pre-tax or anything. Oh, nice. I think we can drop this one now. So in the US, the Roth IRA is $7 grand a year. Yeah. What am I doing? I need to fix that. Those peaches didn't last very long, did they? They didn't do fuck all. Basically, it's taxed now instead of when you withdraw it. Well, it's not taxed at all, Timothy. The money that you earn is taxed when you earn it. What you do with it afterwards, like if you go out and buy a TV, you might pay some kind of tax on it, right? But saving money is not taxed. The interest is taxed, right? So you're not paying any tax up front when you save into an ISA. you've earned your money that month, and let's say you put £100 into your ISA, you're not paying any tax on that £100. Yes, you paid it when you wages, but if you spent that £100 on cocaine, you wouldn't pay any tax on the cocaine. You paid the tax when you earned the money. What you do with it afterwards is not taxed. There's no pre-tax on an ISA. You can't do anything with an ISA, self-employed Japhane. You can with a SIP. ISA, what's in it for the banks on an ISA? Well, they get to hold your money, but you wouldn't want to use... Sorry, guys. Once again, not financial advice. I'll try to get off it in a minute, but you can save with an ISA to somewhere like Vanguard, right? So you can hold your ISA with Vanguard. And what do they make? You invest with them and they make a little fee on your investment. So they might charge 0.3% a year or something. So if you earn 10% a year, if you were really lucky, or say you earned 7% a year, your profits on your ISA, a little bit of that would go to them. Or if you made really, really bad investments and you lost money, they would still charge you a little bit per month, per year to use the service. But it's a very, very low fees-based thing if you go to the right place. Basically, if you invest in like the S&P or something, it comes out of the money that you gradually accrue. Peter, I think I said 3% from the employer, yeah. Can we do life insurance now? No. I know it's. I know a few people are like riveting conversations like paint drying. I understand that, right? But there's no convincing some people, right? But if 2 people there out of the 6,000 that are watching, that's a lot, isn't it? If 2 people actually thought, hang on a minute, I understand what you're saying here. Maybe I might do that when I can. Then that would be a really positive thing, because people are really financially illiterate. And I'm sorry to say it, I might be being a bit harsh here, but fucking idiots saying that Roth IRAs or ISAs are a scam. Or pensions for that matter, but never mind that. There's no convincing the idiot, but the people that are like believing the idiot, that's probably wise. So it's worth me, I feel like it was worth me doing a little bit of a time on it, because somebody might have understood that a little bit, and maybe it might help them 10 or 20 years down the line, or now. Because unfortunately I was financially illiterate until well, funny enough, this is quite surprising, but I was financially illiterate until I started to earn a little bit of money. But if I'd have been financially literate when I was younger, even earning not very much money, I could have been way, way better off. It doesn't take much. It really... If you like, when I was in my 20s, I drank alcohol to a crazy extent. My jeans all cost £100 each. I was wearing shirts that cost £100 each. I was wasting £50-60 down the pub every Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, every night. Right? If I'd have gone out one less time a month and bought slightly cheaper jeans occasionally and saved that money, I would have crazily large amounts of money now if I knew what to do with it. Right? If you start when you're young and you do it correctly, it makes a fucking huge difference. It's crazy. Like, the difference is so big. But when you're young, you have no care about it or any understanding about it. When you're old, it's too fucking late. Right, I'm gonna have to loot these in a minute. I've got to get up to the well. Is streaming from a tax haven not a possibility for you? It would be, dude, but I've got 2 kids that live in the UK. But it would be, but I don't want to move away from my kids, you know, so I don't think there's many streamers that do it, because you obviously have a life before you become a streamer, but you can stream from anywhere, so it would be possible. Once upon a time, years ago, I was approached by somebody that wanted me to move to Gibraltar, and they were doing this push to try and get streamers to move to Gibraltar, because it's tax-free there, and they wanted to try and get more English speakers to move to Gibraltar that were maybe going to see a benefit. I think somebody thought that streamers would be a prime candidate because they can earn reasonable money and they can do it from anywhere. Use a VPN from the Cayman Islands. I think I'd have a bit of a problem from that. I think I might actually have to be there. But yeah, I know that was a bit boring, but I wish when I was 23 and pissing all my money up the wall, wasting most of it, I just saved a tiny percentage of that, and I could still have had just as good of a time, and it would have made a hell of a difference. But when you've got, and it's not my parents' fault, it's my fault, but when you're from a background where if you need a new car you have to get debt to pay for it, if your washing machine goes wrong, you're fucked. Like, there isn't money to pay for that. Everything's a problem, everything's a struggle. Like most people, you've never had any kind of, neither of your family, your parents or whatever, had any kind of understanding of how little it takes if you just stick to it. Red line, I know. If I can't get in it, I can't get in it. But it's really complicated for me right now to be just booking a hotel, dude. I just can't. I know I can cancel it, but even that, like, I can't go into why, but it's just not easy for me to do. I'm really struggling to get to this bastard well. There's zombies everywhere. Are there people who finance luxury watches they can't afford? There's people that are using Klarna, is it, to finance like a fucking burrito. Never mind a luxury watch. There's a website called Klarna that's trying, like, if you buy something, say you, whatever it might be, you could be buying a, I don't know, anything you can think of. You could be buying a pair of trainers, and an option will come up to have it buy now, pay later using Klarna or whatever. There's people financing like a takeaway, something from Just Eat, or something from Uber Eats or whatever. People are financing tiny little things, never mind luxury watches. You can use Klarna to finance DoorDash, exactly. So there's people out there putting a pizza delivery on finance right now. Klarna are actually losing money, I hand over fist at the moment, but yeah. Because the kind of person that I'm not, apologies if you've used it, but the kind of person that's buying a takeaway on buy now pay later or whatever is more likely the kind of person that can't pay it back, which is not a good model for your business. think I could get away with drinking this. Let's just have it. I want to fill the bottle up and then I want to crack on. How do you start an ISA? Brad, if you're from the UK, shop around, but look somewhere like, go to somewhere like Vanguard and just look up ISA. And you can start an ISA. You get a yearly allowance, but it resets every year. So you can't, like, there's no way with pensions you can pay in from previous years if the account was open, but if you start it, whatever you can afford to put into it, anything that it accrues is like interest free. And put it ideally into a stocks and shares ISA, not a cash ISA. And put it into something that spreads, so don't put it into like individual shares, don't gamble. And just gradually save into it as little bit at a time as best you can and leave it. Do something like the FTSE All World or maybe an S&P 500, but leave it in something that just covers shares around the world and leave it nice and spread, and it will do really well, and there's very, very low risk. There might be a risk if there's like a world war or something, or an asteroid hits, but I don't think you'll be worried about your savings if there's a world war, you know. Beyond that, you'll do very well in the long run. But the thing that crushes ISAs and other things is the fees that these people want to make. So Vanguard is a very low fee one, for example. There's others, so make sure you read up, but Vanguard is good, low fees, low cost, and so the money you make you get to keep. It doesn't go to the person that's hosting it. Dodgy, yeah, I'm trying to do the same thing. You did yours. My kids both have a junior ISA. Not that they really understand that yet, because they're 13 and 16. But they have a junior ISA that when they turn 18 converts to an ISA. But I'm going to incentivize them to not take the money out somehow. I haven't really thought that through yet, but whatever money's in there, it won't be crazily loads, but whatever money's in there, if they leave it in there and leave it compounding, it will really, really add up for them, and that's very useful for them, you know. Donk, yeah. They did, yeah. I've seen the Norm Macdonald clip. He does a skit on the World War and how Germany tried to take on the world, but they did it twice and they very nearly won both times. It's kind of a good skit, actually. Yeah, trading 212 is meant to be good as well, Bunny, yeah. The only this is just personal choice, but I would try to make sure you don't go anywhere where you're doing individual shares. Like, you can do that on trading 212, I'm sure, but you don't want to be putting your savings onto individual shares unless you really, really know what you're doing, and most people don't know what they're doing, and I certainly am one of those people. So yeah, getting a fund would make sense. Just don't tell them about it until they're 25 or 30. I don't think it works like that, Ben. Like, if you have a junior ISA, when you turn, like, a junior ISA is controlled by the parent, but as soon as the kid turns 18, it automatically becomes the kid's. So they would start getting mail about it, and I don't think you can hide it. Like, you can start it when they're 0 years old, when they're born, but it's kind of like a requirement that when it's 18 it's theirs. That's the whole point.
It's that time again. Watching my favorite streamer. How's it gone so far, and did you find the mad scientist last night?
Jolly Tier, how you doing? I found the mad scientist last night. No, I didn't. I found the mad scientist today, and I had a key. I got the briefcase and excitedly running to the forest to open the briefcase and got shot in the back and got killed. So the mad scientist didn't last, unfortunately. Cortex, it's a lightly modded Sakhal server, but I don't really want to nail down whether it's official or community, dude. Sorry. We were finding a lot of these like odds and sods Mosin rounds yesterday. I'm not sure whether I should go back up to look for the scientist or whether I shouldn't. I think I'm going to have a little breeze down to the airfield and see if there's any shooting to be done. Try and get a plate carrier as well. And then maybe I might come up for the scientist. Not sure. I really would like to get the new shotgun, but I'm struggling a bit because the way to find the new shotgun is to stay on the coast, running around the coast hoping to find a dynamic police crash, right? But that's not how you find a Mosin with a scope and Mosin bullets and stuff. So I kind of can't help myself but fall into the get the best main gun kind of thing. And now I've got the Mosin, and I'm kind of happy enough with that. I can maybe start thinking about trying to find the shotty. I think early, mid-tier or late game, low to mid-tier is the most fun shatter. There's nothing quite like it, like bad guns. I don't think the loot economy encourages it enough now. I think the rack being added might help a little bit, but I think the power of the shotguns and the availability of the shotguns negate some of the early game stuff. Hi Quay, how you doing? Brad, I don't think that would be that. Like trying to buy a watch for 15 grand or under that's worth investing in. As an investment, I think you should not invest in watches to try and be a good investment. I think it would be a bad investment, if I'm honest. I think it would... I'm not saying you should do this, but I think you'd be better off buying Bitcoin than buying a watch if you wanted it to be an investment. And I don't really understand Bitcoin and don't own a single thing of it, but don't buy a watch for it to be an investment. I think it's a really, really bad idea. Because in 2 years, fashions could change. That Rolex that was popular might not be. 2 years ago, I don't know, a John Mayer Daytona was something like 80 grand, and today it's 50, you know? I don't own that, by the way. That's like a famous sought after watch, you know. It's not a good idea to buy a watch and have it be an investment. If you love watches and you buy them, they can be a good store of value, but they are not investments. Exactly. If you've got 15k, put it in an ISA. Like I just said, do that. Counter-Strike cases is a better investment. Holy shit. I guess just to put another spin on it, sorry, I know we're getting all financial now, but if you're talking about a watch that you want, like, because you really want one, and you've already saved the maximum amount you can into your ISA and your SIP or whatever, if you've already maxed that out, in the UK that would mean that you'd saved £80,000 though, right? So if you'd already maxed your ISA and your SIP, and you could already max it next year as well, and this money is spare that you're just going to leave in the bank and then pay a tax on the interest of that, and then you wanted to spend it on a watch, then most Rolexes hold their value pretty well, but they wouldn't be an investment. The only people that get those sort of, where people talk about them as investments, are the people that have sucked off the ADs to the nth degree and bought every watch in the store in order to buy those few that are really rare, you know, like, I don't mean it quite in those terms, that's a bit, and I may or may not have done that myself, you know.
Last week Fish Nasty to torture himself calculated
you just can't buy them
today, and what it would be worth when he retires. In 15 years...
I didn't catch any of that, sorry, I talked on it. When Fish Nasty was 28, Fish Nasty cleaned out 2 401k accounts of 40,000. Last week, Fish Nasty torture himself, calculate what it would have been worth today, and what it would have been worth today when he retires. In 15 years, it would be worth 1.2 million or more. Yeah, like sometimes disparate things happen, and you have to do it. But if you can leave it, it's always a better choice. Remember the guy that paid for a pizza with a Bitcoin? Dude, I bet that was the most regretted pizza of all time, right? It's still not as bad as some other people that have lost their accounts and stuff, lost their key.
On the stock market. Invest $2 million.
Yeah. I bought a Hamilton khaki field 2 years ago and it was risen 15% in value. What, new price then? Or, like, I'm not saying you're wrong, but if the price has gone up in the store by 15%, that's not what you'll sell it for, right? It must be the most expensive pizza in history, mustn't it?
I just started buying stock from the market. I have beef, chicken, and vegetable. One day I hope to be billionaire.
Oh my god. For shame. Fish Nasty, dude, that sucks. Fish, thank you for the 38 red line. Thank you for the bits times 2. Really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Ooh, oh no, I don't have the scope for that.
In the early 70s, FedEx was running broke, so the CEO took the last $5,000 they had and won $27,000.
I saw that on the I saw that.
Blackjack, so obviously that's how we should treat our own finances too, right? I
saw that on Instagram as well. I also saw a reel of the dude that ran Starbucks that was like getting married to his. It was like, he was out with his fiance and he went for a meal with his in-laws to be, and the dad took him to one side and said, "Come on, it's time to get a real job. Like this playing at sandwich making nonsense isn't going to work. You need to get a real job." And he didn't listen. And then I think it was Starbucks. I'm not talking about sandwiches. It was coffee shop. Or I think it was Starbucks. Anyway, that dude created Starbucks, but the dad was trying to tell him not to. Like, that just, I guess that's part of what it takes to be successful, is being pig-headed enough not to listen to the pressure like that. I think it was Starbucks. I get all my financial strategies. I'm not giving strategies, Bernie. Not like it's better to put it somewhere tax-free. That's not really a strategy. It's just fucking common sense. Saying, yeah, you can't trust Chrono 24 prices, dude. That's like what it's for sale for on Chrono 24 and what it will sell for is very different. It's highly unlikely to have gone up 15% in 2 years. However, if you got it for a good price 2 years ago, it could be worth more than it was then. If you buy a watch on the second-hand market, it's normally pretty static, and that's a good thing to do. But you can't use the for sale prices on Chrono 24 as a guide because they're always inflated. Chrono 2024 charge 5%, so nearly everybody selling on Chrono 24 increase their price a little bit to pay for what they're going to take. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Starbucks, as we've already talked about, but that was quite an interesting kind of insight there. A couple of years ago, one of my friends sat me down and pitched me his business idea. I told him the reasons why it wouldn't work. Currently his business is worth about 11 million euros now. Holy shit. So it's a shame he didn't buy in. I don't really want to do any work, but here's some money to get going. I want 20%, please. You know, that would have been great, wouldn't it? So I think these zombies are spawning in for me because they're all there, but they haven't started appearing on the airfield yet. If I get a bit nearer, they will. I think. Sprug. I'm not answering that question, troll. My legs are a lot better at the moment, in fact, but I'm not doing enough walking this week, which is probably partly why. My legs are much better. But it was raining this morning, so I started streaming early and I've done no walk. Yesterday I had to wait in all morning for a trades guy that never showed up, so I didn't do the walk yesterday either, so I'm going to turn into the fat man's, even more so. There's usually zombies out here. There isn't any. Normally around here somewhere there's a plate carrier zombie. I should probably repair that vest. I've got a leather kit in my thing, but I think I'm going to leave it for now. I don't want to waste the leather kit when I'm probably going to find a plate carrier here. I'm going to just hold off for now. Salty. It depends how geared I am and where I am, but I can be friendly when I'm a new spawn, and I do quite a lot of team-ups. On my YouTube channel there's many years of YouTube videos, and included in that is quite a lot of team-ups with random strangers where I've been friendly, yeah, and they've been friendly, but when I'm somewhere like this is quite a high-tier military base, I'm probably far less likely to be friendly, you know, because everyone shoots. It really depends who I meet and what kind of mood I'm in. Our own creations. I worked in retail for too long. Best gun in the game. Thought the dude had that for a minute. I thought the zombie had got all the meds. That would have been a bit OP, wouldn't it? But no, it was the first aid kit. Kind of sucks that I'm getting cold here. Kind of need to make a fire. I'll use that heat pack, see if it works. Even if it just keeps me light blue, that will do for now. Sega, no mag though. How many hours have I got in the game? Loads, dude. I've been playing it full time for 9 years, so like 20,000. The watchtower can spawn hunting loot. Alright, we'll have a look. It don't spawn shit for me. I think it's a crap. Am I going to watch 28 years later? Yeah, I think so. I hope it's good because they're making 3, aren't they? They're not just making 1. They're going to make 3 back to back. My prediction is that this isn't a spoiler; it's a guess. Because apparently Cillian Murphy isn't really in the first one, and a lot of people are thinking that he's a zombie in it. But I think he's going to appear in it near the end and then be in the next one or something like that. That's what I think. Because I think they're working on the first one's being directed by Danny Boyle, which is obviously it's coming out any day. And the second one is already being made, and it's got a different director, but it's part of the same ones. They're doing like a Star Wars / Lord of the Rings type thing, where they're making the films in preparation, expecting that they will be good or do well. If you won a 911 GT3, what would you do? Assuming I could sell it tax-free, I'd probably sell it. I'd probably sell it and buy a more entry-level model and keep the difference. I like the touring. I'd love a 911 touring, but I just don't think I don't think I'm a driver that's capable enough of needing it. Like, I think it would be wasted on me. Like, I'd be better off with one of the entry ones and not spending the extra money. Of course, it's not a question of need, but I'm not passionate enough about cars to. I like the idea. I really do like the idea of getting a 911 one day. But I'm not passionate enough about it, or I'm not going to drive enough to get the enjoyment out of it to need to spend twice as much, or however much more it is, from a 911T to a 911 GT3. It wouldn't be worth it for me. It wouldn't. I wouldn't. The best car I've ever had is like a fucking Ford Mondeo. You know, like I've got a Tesla now. I've never really been a car guy, so like if I got any of the modern Porsches, that would be fucking amazing. I don't need. I would get just as much of an enjoyment and my head blown off by the entry level one. I'm never going to be a race like taking a car on a track or anything. That's just if I was ever going to do a track day, I wouldn't use my own car. I'm not fucking some gazillionaire that can stack it and then pay it off. And I'm not thinking about buying a 911, but obviously everyone can have like a dream or a thought, you know, like the idea is good, but sinking money into something like that seems unlikely. Long-term review of the EV. It's been really great. Obviously I work from home, so it's I like every other weekend I go and get my kids, and it's like a 130-mile round trip or something like that. And I've done some holidays with it, and I do whatever I need to do with it. But for me, not driving very much without a proper commute, it's fucking brilliant. Volta. I didn't believe when I bought the car 2 years ago that it was about supporting the owner of the company, dude. I just got the best car for me at the time. I don't know who is currently the CEO of Ford or VW. You know, when I bought a car, I bought it for the car. I didn't buy it for the person that ran the company, like any normal person, you know. Only a Model Y, Sen. Model Y long range is what I've got. Obviously not the new one, because I've had it 2 years. I can't believe I only got one trapped in there. For whatever reason, I find it much easier to shut the door going out this way. I find it much easier to do the left-hand door as I'm leaving, right-hand door as you go in. It's probably because that's the side where mostly you're doing the doors when you're going in and out of houses. They're mostly on the left, I think. Maybe not here, though, but... is on the way out when you're closing it, I suppose. Yeah. Feels almost quiet when the wind isn't howling, doesn't it? Sakhal has a bunker, yeah. Sakhal has a bunker. If you want, there's a few videos of me doing the Sakhal bunker on my YouTube channel. If you want to check it out, the dude on Twitch that was asking. seems far too quiet. Really thought that one would kill it. Fuck me, this one's strong. Holy shit. Ah, thanks.
Love you, Paul.
Shit, shit, shit. So that zombie on the ground there, I did not kill. They may still be here. They might be doing what I'm doing. They might have heard me and then come across here. I hate that this bag is better now. I really hate it. I much preferred the hunting bag. Maybe I should take a petition to the devs when I go over a couple of things. Get people to sign it. Sign a petition to make the hunting bag on a par with the combat bag once more, please. What? Bollocks. They've not got here yet. Whoever killed that zombie has not got this far yet. It could be in the camo building. But the barrack, look, the door was closed. I don't think they've got there yet. There's zombies near it. It's possible they heard me there and ran away. It could be in the big building, I guess. We might have missed him there. I don't know. That's really weird. The dead zombie there really makes me think someone's here, unless that's the last zombie they killed and then they ran across that way or something. Maybe they might be over there. I don't think so. There's no Zeds over there. This is really not very safe. I thought that zombie was running then. It looked like it was aggroed for a sec. It hadn't been running before, and then it just did a little sprint. Oh, this fucking sucks. I was kind of wanting to loot here, try and get a plate carrier or something, but I don't think I can stick around now. I think we're going to have to go. It's so strange though, I've not seen any other dead zombies anywhere else. That's not a plate carrier zombie over by the medical tent, no. Where the fuck did the dude go? I find it really hard to believe he's not still around. They were in the HQ across the runway. I don't think so. There's some anti-aliasing kind of dotting around on the front door in places, but I don't think there's anyone over there. If they were in that HQ, that door would be closed and it's open. And we'd be... There's been no movement around the windows other than flicker of kind of weird anti-aliasing kind of graphical bug on something inside. I guess they could be in there. I never bother going in there, but I guess some people do. Oh well. We found no loot of any worth here. And now we're about to run away, I guess. Doesn't seem worth doing the rest of the tents because the fuckers just looted them anyway by the look of it. But the barracks down there, the doors are closed. It doesn't feel like there's anybody there. Why is there grass on the roof? Apocalypse, dude. You'd get grass growing on the roofs of flat roofs like this in the real life if they don't get looked after properly. Grass starts growing like on the curb between the road and the sidewalk, let's say, if it doesn't get cars driving on it a lot and parking and stopping it, and like it takes over, like in The Last of Us. That's what it is, dude. Definitely not a bug. I do think it's intentional. It's meant to be the way it's designed like that. It's meant to be like growing like in the little seams where the concrete blocks are or whatever, you know. It would happen. My ex-wife has grass growing on her roof. Good to know. Yeah, well, that's what I was hoping to get more than anything else. I don't really want the baby AK so much, but the plate carrier would be amazing. That's what I was hoping to get, but I think anything really worthwhile has been taken by whoever killed that Z. I don't know. More often than not, when I get a plate carrier here, it's more often on a zombie, but there isn't any plate zombies here. Not seen many plate zombies at all, actually. The Z aggro below was aggroed on me. There's one with its elbows out over on the tents. I think that's the one that was aggroed on me. I'm gonna have a look in these barracks. If there's some dude just aiming at the fucking door in one of these barracks, I am gonna lose my shit. Starting to feel like a door closer had shut all the doors, isn't it? Like the fact that every door's closed makes me wonder if somebody looted it and closed all the doors. And this one's more random. Bit framey again at the moment. When it's going dawn or becoming dawn or becoming dusk, it can often go a bit framey. It kind of sucks, actually. I'm really, really surprised we've not seen who that was. I wonder if they were somewhere nearby and heard me meleeing my zombie and then ran away. It kind of has that feel to it. There's no other dead zombies. I think they would just finish in and ran away. Maybe, I don't know. Didn't they make it so radios cover the whole map now? I don't think so. No, I think they still have a range. It's about 5k or something, though, I think. But don't quote me on that. If we've got a "you're a fucking liar" TRMZ in the chat, don't quote me on that. That's a guesstimate. Savannah, this is dropped. All of this is dropped by some dude. Baby AK there. So I am now looting the tents, even though I was saying it wasn't worth it. We have found a few things. This zombie should have despawned now, right? No, it's still there. Maybe I've been too close for that one to despawn, maybe. Oh my god. Me think the server might be taking a shit just for a second there. I don't know. That's really strange. That's kind of cool that some of the drinks I've had have frosted on my Inventrix. I thought I heard a voice for a split second. If I heard a voice, it was only for a millisecond, though. There's no way there's anybody here, though. I don't think. Somebody could have just showed up, but I don't think there was anyone here beforehand. Yeah, I'm still using a double barrel and I've got a Mosin. I'm obviously hoping to get the new shotgun. I've no idea where police dynamic spawns can be, but I think I'm just going to head towards the big city for now. I was going to go back up towards the science guy, but I think I'm going to follow the ring road and just see if I can find this new shotgun. I think that's what I'm going to do. Why am I still rolling with the BK? It was a Y, was it? Because I haven't found a better secondary. I didn't realise you said why, but I've just seen 2 baby AKs there, but no mag. You know, like, there's been no better secondary option yet. Holy shit, look at that. That was there yesterday. We know we can get to that relatively easily. Maybe we could go and loot it. It wasn't there yesterday. It was on the island to the right. That's where I killed the dude yesterday when I went over. Yeah, the baby AK isn't the best, but I'd take it with a mag and like lots of bullets for sure. But there was 2 baby AKs, no mag, and there was no mag anywhere else either. Can't see any Zs at it. I think I've got to go for that, haven't I? Yeah, we can do the boat on the way. Yeah, we can do the boat on the way. Thought it was less swimming going this way, but it turns out it's not any less swimming really. It might be a glitch with the greenhouse there. It could have been just like a hand state bug, and on your client you were firing your gun, but on the server side you were not firing anything. You know, that's probably more likely than it was the greenhouse. You could have had an empty mag in the gun, or on the screen of the dude you could have been like hitting it, trying to hit him with a knife or something. Often when you empty a mag and none of the bullets register, it's because the gun's only in your hands on your client and not on the server. Oh, Control, I got the shotgun yesterday. I killed somebody that had it. I killed 2 players and one of them had it. And so I had it. I also had an AK-101 and a Tundra, but I got killed before I shot it. Camouflage. A P1 pistol. Oh, you fucking troll devs. I did shoot it. Well, I didn't. Yeah, maybe I don't remember shooting it. But I didn't shoot it at a player, I don't think. I died shooting the enemy with a... I was trying to shoot them with an AK-101. I don't remember shooting the shotgun at all, but maybe I did. Will I be looking for heli crashes on the peninsula? I don't really know. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember doing it at Meraldino. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. You may have been watching another streamer as well. I'm pretty sure after I picked it up yesterday I never fired it, but it doesn't really matter if I did or I didn't. I don't remember it. Where did I find the 101 in Sakhal? I killed a player for it yesterday, but you get it in the containers. You have to do that. You have to get the key from the boat in the south, and then go to the containers. That's the way you get it. Oh, fuck off. I came this way to do slightly less swimming and just run along here. But any potential time saved was lost when it didn't vault me out the first time. Tactical Taylor, is this vanilla or modded? It's. I'm not trying to be intentionally obtuse, but this is lightly modded or vanilla. They're both the same. Honestly, if you want a solid experience on DayZ, I like lightly modded or vanilla. If you're playing Sakhal, you can get that on the community tab and the official tab. Like nothing about what's happening today is unique to this server. I've not really had much action today, you know. This is just like a regular server, really. I really hope this is not looted. I couldn't see a single upright zombie, but I was so far away, I was just kind of hoping that maybe there hadn't any spawned in, I don't know. I'm a bit worried we're going to get there and there's going to be dead Zeds. I'm not going to stop and make a fire first, because if somebody did get here before me, they might be making a fire themselves. This is where I killed somebody yesterday that did exactly the same thing. Yeah, they looted a helicopter crash site on that little island there. And then came over here and I killed him here, didn't I? That was kind of cool. Okay, that's good. Upright zombies are good. Could be good. It's probably going to be fuck all. It's hoping it's an M16 with a mag or something. It's 3 different balaclavas. Ooh. Handy. What? No, don't crash. Thank fuck. Is there really not a single gun here? Oh, there is a gun. It's okay, I missed it. It's a fucking UMP. What a shower of shit. Well, that kind of sucks. You can get M16s and maybe even something a bit better than that at these. Somebody was saying that they were finding SV98s at the heli sites, but just in the chat just now,
Zombie
that
shooting
is
on point as usual.
crap.
F me dead.
Absolutely right. Bang on point. Did you see that running headshot just now? Perfect it was, like always. Never missed a single beat. So now I've got to make a fire to warm up, just to run back the way I just came from. I get all my fancy British insults from you and sayings from you, and my wife hates it. Well, I guess that's good or bad, depending, dude, but yeah. Metric, dude, thank you very much for the resub. ESPN just released their top 20 for each position. Guess the number one player in each position. Right back was Trent Alexander-Arnold. Goalkeeper was... I would probably say Alisson, but they might say the Villa goalkeeper or possibly Courtois. What do you say for those two? Hoyland is the best striker, yeah, defo. Did you hear steps outside? I didn't hear steps outside. I think it's highly unlikely there's steps outside. I think it might have been the sound of the rocks or something, but I didn't hear steps. But I often don't hear the steps, so it could be me. I think it's more likely like a rockfall sound, though. You can place it on the outside of the door and still get buffs on the door closed. Yeah, I know, very. That doesn't make sense here, though, because people can see the fire from outside if you put it outside. How old is Pedri? Metric. Zombie shooting on point. Oh, it was you. Fuck no. Didn't Pep say that if... sorry, I can't help it, Metric, but I'm not saying anything bad. Kinda. Didn't Pep say that if Man City didn't reduce the squad size down, he'd quit? And since then, they're just buying all the players. Do you think it was some kind of troll? You had a fire pit in the shed. This is safer, Boomslang. So the fire pit in the shed, you can see the smoke from that from outside. This, you can't really see the smoke from... This is the safest way to make a fire on this island. Like, what do you see? You don't even know there's a fire in there, right? Whereas if I make a fire in the shed, you can actually see the smoke coming out the top of it. I know that because I found somebody in there yesterday and killed them. So this is a much safer fire. Even in the dark, this is much safer. That you can't see the smoke from the fire. People can't shoot you from outside. They can't see you're in here before they open it. I was thinking of the dude from Portugal. It's Pedro I was thinking of, who must be retired by now. I don't know a lot about Pedri. I don't even know who he plays for, to be honest. Yeah, Pepe. Yeah, sorry, that's who I was thinking of. I was thinking of Pepe from Portugal, not Pedri. God almighty. He plays for Barca. Yeah, I haven't seen Barca play much. Everyone's always going on about Yamal, but I haven't watched Barca play, well, since they last played Liverpool, probably. It does glow through the cracks a little bit, David, but it's still one of the safest ways to make a fire. You have to be quite close to it to see the glow through the cracks. If you're further away, you can't see that. You think he was trolling, Geometric? I don't know. I think he does want to get rid of a few people. He wants to get rid of people like Grealish, I think, but... I have to say, it's... Liverpool have done it a little bit, but they were bringing him on as a sub, but I find it staggering that Pep is allowed to just, like, bin off a £100 million player and not even bring him on as... I know he played a bit, but he seems to have really not, like, just stopped giving Grealish any time at all. And maybe that's fair. Maybe it's Grealish's fault, but... I just don't think most other clubs would allow a manager to do it, but because it's Pep, he's obviously going to get it. But Grealish, I don't think Grealish was the right player for City. Pep is very regimented. He's not the sort of person that's going to let you be a free spirit, unless you're Messi, you know. Like, I think Grealish is maybe not as good as he was, but I think he's not had the City weren't the right club for him, really. It'd be really interesting to see him go to another Premier League team that allows him to play like he used to and see if he's still got it. Yeah, that's his first full season was the treble season, I think. I'd like to see him, like, that Villa it seems aren't going to sign Rashford. I don't know if Villa can't afford him, but if Villa can't afford Rashford, they can't afford Grealish, can they? I think Villa are close to the bone on financial fair play, so I feel like they'd sign Rashford if they could. If they needed a, like, left forward type player, they'd be getting him if they could. Did I take the baby AK? No, because I've got no mag. Right, I don't know why I'm waiting for the second plus symbol. We've got to go now. Rashford wants Barca, but they want Diaz. Yeah, isn't there's talk that Rafinha is it? I might have got his name wrong, but that's close. Is like trying to stamp his feet and say don't buy Diaz because, like, obviously Rafinha's been one of their best players and he plays in the same position. Shit. I hope that was a headshot, because if it wasn't, I'm going to get killed when I go over there. It looked like a headshot, didn't it? They're wearing NVGs as well. That dude is really geared. Looks like they just got here on the boat as well. They probably got the boat here. They probably brought that boat here, and they're probably... Yeah, they've done... I was just going to say they've probably done a keycard quest. Oh my god. So this dude has done the full beans. He is going to be fucked off. Dude's been alive for ages. He's got holy shit, the fucking guy's got so much stuff. So this guy's done the bunker. He's also got a DMR from using the key cards. He's got FAMAS mags. But no... Oh, that sucks. I've ruined his MVGs. Holy shit. That is so unlucky for them. So I reckon he just got the boat here to... I think he took the boat here to... Has he not got a FAMAS then? It feels like he should have one. To check that helicopter crash site, and then I've seen the dude. That's really bad luck for them. He's still got a blue key, so he's doing... Yeah, he's still looting for containers. Holy shit. Does the boat have any storage? No, it doesn't. One or two modded servers have given that boat storage, but most of them do not. My word, this guy is juiced. Holy fuck. But the one thing there that allowed me to get that kill is where I chose to make my fire. That's the thing that allowed that, basically. If I'd made the fire where the dude made his fire yesterday, as somebody said in the grill, sorry, I'm not... But he would have seen it. He would have... The smoke pops out the top of that. The dude would have noticed it. And he would have skulked around and just shot me, you know, and that would be that. He's carrying FAMAS mags, but doesn't have a FAMAS. I find that really strange. Right, we need to get rid of the shotgun rounds for now. Maybe I might keep the shotty rounds actually, because even though I've got all that gear, I still would like to find the new shotgun at some point. That would be I'd still like to do that. We could actually go and look for containers to get a few more 5.56, but I don't think we really need to. I think I might just take that boat and use it to get back to the mainland. Or maybe go back to the peninsula, the other side, one or the other. What is that noise? What is that noise? It's the noise of the backseat drivers. Yeah, it could be. Never got the vitamins. Where's the fucking dead dude? The NVG's a ruined dude, I can't take him. Yeah, there is a backpack by the boat. I wonder if he had it in his hand. You're right, there's a big bag by the boat. A hunting bag. Sorry, a Alice bag. Or whatever it's called now. Both are ruined, head strap and the NVGs. Yeah, I shot him and they both got ruined, look. Checked it already. Fucking hell! So he's so geared, he's got like another bag. I wonder if he's gearing up for his buddy. He's got to be gearing up his mate, hasn't he? His buddy will be somewhere out, like, and he's taking the boat round, doing something that feels safe, like just going round on the boat, trying to get some loot together for his mate, and then, or possibly maybe trying to get loot together for a base, perhaps, maybe, but. The boat can't have loot. I'm going to use the boat in a minute. I think I've got a thingy. It's crazy, isn't it, that this island, so that's twice now, yesterday and today, I've killed someone on this island because of the helicopter crash load, right? It just shows how much this map was missing that. Because it's driven players here because of it. No helicopter crash site, there's never anyone on this island, ever, ever, ever. How's the new gaff going? No, I'm doing alright, dude. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Getting there gradually. Thank you. Yeah, doing okay. I've still got people coming and doing things. Like I've got someone coming to sort one of the bedrooms next week, like plastering and whatnot, which is a bit annoying. But once that's done, and when I get back from Prague, late June ideally, I'm meant to be getting the back garden sorted. It's got a patio going in and a bit of landscaping. Once that's done, I feel like I'll be through most of the changes, and I'll be nice to get like the patio done, and then maybe get some garden furniture and actually be able to sit outside and whatnot. And there is obviously a garden there, but it wasn't really done to the point where you could, or backyard. There wasn't done so you had like a seating area and whatnot, you know. It needs doing, so that's what I'm working on now. Right, yeah, I'm going to just take his boat. After the garden is done, mod sleepover. Can neither confirm nor deny mod sleepover. We're going to play strip pool. No, we're not. I don't want to see a load of, like, gamers. I don't want to see a load of male gamers playing strip pool, actually. I've changed my mind. I don't want to see me either. He needs gas. It's actually got quite a lot, 757. If it's yellow, that's a fair amount of gas, believe it or not. It goes a long way if it's yellow. Landscaping is very expensive. Brad, as I've said already, the MVGs are ruined, dude. I can't use them. Did you already get the chains of your drawbridge changed? Nah, I've not started work on the portcullis yet. I've got to turn that down. It's fucking hurting my ears. That dude was like the jackpot of all jackpots, wasn't he? Like DMR and M4. They're so hard to get on this map. I feel bad for the fucker. The amount of work that guy will have put in. Like, I played Sakhal a lot on experimental, trying to get the keys and doing the keycard quest. I didn't even see a DMR. I opened up 13 containers, which took many keys and many lives to try and do. And I didn't see a single DMR, and he's got a DMR and an M4 and 2 60-round mags. The dude is just like heartbroken right now. He's probably like smashed his mouse against the wall. Nightly, yeah, I got that fixed. It was blocked. I'm not quite sure what I want to do here. What do you think? Do I go round to the boat to see if anybody's there? Or do I just get off on the peninsula and see if we can find some geared people to PvP with?
Got to say, it was a clean shot.
Nightly Sinister, thank you very much for the support, dude. Otterhead, thank you for the gifted member. Sorry, subs. Sorry, it's took me a while to see it. Cheers for gifting 10 subs, Otterhead. That's very, very kind, man. Thank you very, very much. Cheers for the support, Otter. Cronkinator, thank you for the 2 months. I've got a key, but I think going around to check for other containers seems a bit silly when we've got a DMR and an M4 and all those bullets. The boat is often camped because there's an island that overlooks it, yeah. Rhino, we've got plenty of gas actually, dude, it's okay. You only need to start worrying if it goes orange. Yellow is okay, orange is bad. It can probably go most of the way around the map if it's got... Yellow can still be quite a lot of fuel, basically. If it's orange, then it's more of an issue. You could do the key for the MVGs. Do NVGs actually spawn in the containers? I thought they mostly spawned in the bunker. I actually don't personally think that this map is dark enough. This is night. It's not even dark, and I haven't put the gamma on yet, but it's not even that dark, is it? Aki Bibaka, thank you very much. Aki Bibaka, thank you very much for the prime. Jazz Hand, Smiggy, thank you very much for the prime as well. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to bother about the NVGs. I think I'm just going to get to the peninsula and then go on foot and just try and find some people to shoot at. Like, the most geared players on the map should be on the peninsula, so with any luck we can try and get those. Ice, sorry, Otterhead. I think it's not as dark on
Dude, what's that 18
this.
years old whiskey you go on about?
Boonahaven.
something.
It's my absolute favourite, Boonahaven. Boonahabin. Boonahaven. You don't pronounce the B, it's like a V. Boonahaven. Yeah, I don't think the reason that Sakhal is lighter is because the ice is reflecting, although I think that has a part. Like, looking over there, I can still see into the grass and the trees. I think Sakhal uses nighttime that's more akin to third-person night. Like, if you're playing Chernarus, you wouldn't even be able to see the land, never mind the trees and the ground and stuff. I think even first-person Sakhal is like third-person Chernarus. I absolutely love Boonahaven, it's so good. It has like a sort of... It's a bit like creme brulee burnt sugar, but with a tiny bit of salt added. A bit like salted caramel, kind of. The overriding flavour of it is kind of creme brulee burnt sugar with a little bit of salt. And it's just... Creme brulee is my favourite dessert, and it tastes like a kind of treacly, caramelly, slight salty tinge to it. Like if it was a salted caramel creme brulee, I guess, but it's just... I fucking love it. It's so good. It's my absolute favourite whiskey by a mile, even with ones that I've tried that are more expensive than that. As I'm describing it now, I'm kind of salivating. I don't have any now. It's gone. That's quite bad. I've only started having alcohol for 3 weeks, and I've drank. It's gone. I've drank it. That's the bottle I opened, and I've drank it. Now I've got to stop. It's a shit business. You managed to get a bottle for 50 quid. That's a bargain.
Side by side with Deer Isle.
Best map in your opinion side by side with Deer Isle. What, this map? Deer Isle is better. I really love Sakhal, and Sakhal gives a different flavour to it. I'm just going to leave that with the thing in. Someone else can have it if they want. I don't care. I really like Sakhal, and I like the ambience of it, and I really like the survival. It is more of a survival map. It's a challenge. If you're inland, it's a challenge to get food. It's a challenge to keep warm. It's a fairly arduous map. But Deer Isle is a masterpiece. It's one of the best maps. Is Boonahaven UK only? No. It's available wherever, but it'd be more expensive in certain countries. You know, like if you try to buy Scotch in America, for example, it's going to cost more than it would cost here. According to I Survive, NVGs don't spawn in containers. I've not seen them in there, no. They tend to be in the bunker. Something we could keep vague eye on for is a red dot for this M4. I wouldn't mind that. That would be pretty good. Right, that's the main part of the peninsula over there. Let's head over that way. Is Old Putney 18 any good? I don't know. I've never actually... It's one of the ones I've never tried, but I've never had Old Putney of any age. For whatever reason, I've never had it. Do you like Arbalora? Yeah, it's pretty good. I quite like Arbalora. Speyside whiskey is decent. Kind of fairly easy drinking, good. Bunnahabhain 12 is okay, Jimbo. I don't... It doesn't have the same characteristics as the 18, so... If you're going to get Bunnahabhain 12, personally, I'd rather get, like, Arbalora that somebody else just mentioned, or... like, for the same money as Bunnahabhain 12, you could probably get Irish whiskey called Green Spot, which I think is better. The 12 is not bad or anything, it tastes fine, but it doesn't have that same flavour profile as the 18. And for the cost of the 12, you can get other things for that price, to my palate, that seem better, you know. Some people have, like different palates, different opinions, you know. But I'd rather get something else, personally, than Bunnahabhain 12. How do you like the whiskey Chivas? It's not my favourite. I haven't had it for a long time though. I don't think Chivas is blended, which is not necessarily bad, but I've only had it the once, and it was okay. But that's it. I think there's other ones I'd rather buy. Yeah, the 18 is a hell of a lot more money than the 12, but. There's nothing wrong with the 12, it's fine, but it's not, I just think there's other things I'd rather buy at that money. The 18 is $300 near me in America, that's crazy expensive. It's about 110 to 120 pounds in the UK. Bunnahabhain 18, which is a lot. That to me is like a maybe once or twice a year bottle. I don't have that all the time. I bought that bottle for moving in here, and like as a sort of like when I get moved in and settled, I'll have a couple kind of thing, you know. But usually I get a bottle at Christmas, and that's about it.
DVD at Lady Pinkster appreciation button. Thumbs up emoji.
Jay Whitty, thank you very much. Yeah, very, very kind indeed. Thank you for the support, and yeah, appreciation button pressed wherever it is. I can never find the right button. Axel Burger, thank you for the 54 place card. Thank you for the 2 months. What makes the M4 the best secondary weapon? Got a high rate of fire and a good diversity of scopes. It's nice and controllable. Can take a 60 round mag. The 5.56 is a little bit faster travelling than the other assault rifles, but the M4 has got a higher rate of fire than the AK-101. It's fully automatic. I actually really like the M16, but the M4 as a CQB weapon is the nuts, really. It's a combination of a few things, but the rate of fire being higher than the other assault rifles, and just other little things like the fact that you can change the parts on it. This makes it even more controllable. It makes it as it is there is lowest recoil configuration as well. So you can do that with the AKs as well. But the M4 is just a tiny bit better than say an AK-101, but the difference is quite small. Alcohol is disgusting. Reptile. Well, you save a lot of money if you keep your opinions that way. Pristine boots. There's one of those boats out on the sea. Kind of need a piss. I really need to go for a piss. Just went AFK. How'd you get the DMR? I went to an island with a heli site and headshotted a fully fucking geared dude. He had an M4 and a DMR. It was a hell of an upgrade. Somewhat weirdly, he also had 3 FAMAS mags full of 5.56, but 2 60-round mags for his M4, one of which wasn't full. I'm going to go for the tech building, I think, and just use that to have a look around to see if there's any dudes. Not really wanting to loot here, it's too much of a pain in the ass. I think if there was somebody here, we'd be seeing the odd DayZ, and I'm not seeing any. I on Redline's recommendation, I do quite like Eagle Rare if you want something that's fairly cheap. People in America are going to be going, what? But in the UK you can get it really quite cheaply, and it's always available even on Amazon. Eagle Rare. The last bottles I bought 3, and they're all unopened at the moment. But I think they were like £28 each or something. But I bought 3 because they were reduced, and I just like have them and like have them through the year, or have one at Christmas or whatever. But Eagle Rare bourbon is pretty good, and it's really quite cheap. It's fairly simple. It's not the most complex. It's not as complex as some Scotch, let's say, and I'm sure other bourbons as well. But it's kind of sweet and has a kind of treacly sort of flavour, a little bit like maple syrupy kind of flavour. It's really quite good though. It's pretty good. That's a brave fire, isn't it? Making a fire there. How is it compared to Buffalo Trace? It's nicer than Buffalo Trace. Buffalo Trace is similar. They're both quite sweet, but it has a little bit more to it. It's not just sweet. It's got a little bit more of a treacly flavour and a tiny bit more depth. I don't mind Buffalo Trace either. That's kind of good. You can get that quite cheap in the UK sometimes as well. Not many people buy bourbon in America. In the UK. So, like Amazon seem to struggle to get shut of it. So they often quite selling it cheaply to sell it at all. I think they are the same mash bill, just aged longer. Well, that's the difference with lots of whiskies, Sally. That's kind of how it works.
Appreciation for you inspiring me to get the game. That said, do you still suggest officials, considering the desync issues and whatnot that happened a few streams ago?
Those desync issues happen on community servers, dude. Like when you die and you respawn and you get that rubber banding, that happens. I've had that a lot on Deer Isle on a modded server, and you still get them there. Dude, that's a very, very generous super chat. Thank you very, very much. Cheers for the support. I would recommend, if you're new to the game entirely, that you don't play modded at first. But you can play vanilla Churnerous on Spaggy's server, for example. But I think if you've never played the game before, it makes sense to play vanilla a little bit first, whether it's official or community or not. But yeah, that even with like Scotch, the difference between a 12-year-old and a 15-year-old expression very often is simply the age. Sometimes they might transfer it to another caste to try and change that. Like, but usually it's still the same whiskey, and unless they've like transferred it to another cask of some sort for 2 or 3 years at the end. But yeah, they are still quite similar between the two. What? Didn't I go in that way? Didn't I go in there that way? I did come out at a slightly different angle. That scared the piss out of me. No, it's a mine. It broke my leg. It's a mine.
Really appreciate you taking care of my
Fuck.
parents with dementia. It's great to have someone who supports the cause.
Oh, Spectre, sorry to hear about your parents, dude. That sucks. Hopefully you're getting help from other people as well, dude. And hopefully you're getting some good time with your parents still as well. Jesus fucking Christ, that scared the piss out of me. Was there any clothing in this building? Did anyone see any clothing? I don't really want to use a bandage. I think
0 days without a broken leg.
that's gone actually remarkably well. The fact that I've lost so little there is really lucky.
I'm surprised the mine only took you down 1 chunk of health.
I've pressed control 2 times to do the walking. That's a good shout. I actually think I might turn that off though, but mind you, I've never done it by accident. It doesn't kill you if you do it anyway, does it? It's ruined my steelhead. What a fucker. Like, you can still sprint, can't you? That's a ooh, plate carrier there, look. That's a decent shout actually, the double control. I never normally do it, but like, you don't die because you're walking instead of jogging, do you? Because if you get in a firefight, you'll sprint, and like, I can't do anything but walk like this now. Ish hit a mine a few weeks back and it took into red flashing. I think it can kill you as well. It really depends what you've got. Here I've got a plate carrier, a helmet. I think it's like, if you've not got a plate carrier and you've got, say, a stab vest or no vest, then it makes a big difference to how much damage it does.
Good luck. Smile just came back from T-Land from business trip. What would you guys pissed off to deserve such weather?
Lanny, yeah, the weather here today has been shit. It's been raining all day. I hope you had a nice time though, dude. Thank you. Yakasuko, thank you very much for the 3 months. Tactical, thank you for the bits. Vector Matrix, thank you very much for the support. Furious Mouse, thank you. Omniscient Freak, thank you very much for the support once again, dude. That's really, really kind, man. Thank you. Yeah, if you're new to the game, I definitely think it makes sense to play vanilla at first. Even your clothes are mostly fine. I've already fixed them up. I had to fix my trousers and my jacket, dude. Oh, I don't think I saw clothes, but I was hoping we'd find some rags. I do need 4 rags, though, which is not going to be so likely. I'm going to have to use a bandage, aren't I? Yeah, the slow walk's what I'm doing now. That's how you can only walk with a broken leg if you slow walk, which you hold left control to do, or as someone's just reminded me, tap left control twice to maintain it. Take your M4 out. No, I needed to be ready for this zombie. So I was holding the MK2 for a reason. Gonna aggro, isn't it? I can't melee the zombie. It's gonna aggro before I get the splint on, isn't it? It's gonna, any second now. Please let me put the splint on. Please let me put the splint on. That could be pristine, man. That really could be pristine. Worn. Me dead. When should I drop the fire axe and what for? Galio, you should keep the fire axe as a melee weapon for zombies until you need the space on your back for 2 guns. That's when you should drop it. An axe, a fire axe is the only tier 5 sharp melee weapon. It's really good for killing zombies. If you do a heavy attack and you hit them in the head, it pretty much one-shots every zombie. So it's one of the best melee weapons for dealing with Zeds, but make sure you've got a knife, and as soon as you need your back slots for 2 guns, that's when you've got to drop it. I'm not going to bother with the blood going up, dude. I'm white health. I'm white blood and white health. The health will come back really quite quickly anyway, and it won't do anything to the leg, so I don't think it's worth it. You always keep yourself open for back shots. Back slots. How the fuck is City signing so many players with this legal stuff opening? That's probably why they're signing the players, dude, to be honest. That's why they're signing the players. Like, they haven't signed many players in the last 4 or 5 years. They've got plenty of wriggle room for financial fair play now. All of their charges are relating to longer ago than that, aren't they? You know? So they've already done all the cheating. They can stick to the rules now. Allegedly, they may not have cheated, but if they did get around financial fair play, then they did, yeah. But they've clearly got the room to spend the money now. It would be funny if they got... sorry, Metric, if you're still here, by the way, but it would be funny if they got in trouble for it, for breaking the rules, and got given a financial embargo or a transfer embargo where they weren't allowed to sell players too. That could fucking cost them a bit, but... Can mines blow up your nades on your vest? No, they can't, Luca. It can't even if your vest is ruined. Grenades that are on your vest, like pinned on your vest, can't get ruined. Like proper grenades with pins can't. M79 grenades that go on the that go in the the grenade launcher, they can get ruined. But grenades like that can't be shot ruined. They can't get ruined. It's one of those DayZ myths. I probably should just rest up somewhere and wait for my leg to heal. How did I break my leg? I stood on a mine. I'm going to take a bit of a gamble. I need to go for a wee. Just going to quickly log out. If I was taking a really big gamble, I'd stay in the game and let my leg heal a bit, but I think that's a bit stupid. So I need to go for a piss. I might make a quick cup of tea as well. I've been on 8 hours and I've not had any dinner, but I think I'm just going to carry on a little bit anyway. So I'm not going. I'm just going to go and make a cup of tea. I've got the first draft of the video. I'm going to do that in the morning. Yeah, that's good. I've got the draft for the video, but I've already done 8 hours today. I'm not watching me. I'm not watching me in a DayZ video after I've been playing DayZ for 8 hours. So I'll carry on for a bit anyway for now. I'm just going to go and make a cup of tea, like I say, and then I'll be back. I'm back. Oh. World's longest piss. I made a cup of tea as well, Quest, like I say, so. Takes for the kettle to boil and then to make the tea afterwards. Oh fuck, that sucks. I actually thought the server wouldn't have that big of a queue because it was night time. Does YouTube pay more money from subbing than Twitch? I'm Partner Plus, which means I think I get 70%. Whereas if you're not Partner Plus, you get 50 with Twitch. So if you just started out and you were an affiliate with 5 subs, YouTube would be better for you if you could become a YouTube partner. So YouTube is 70-30, whereas Twitch is 50-50 unless you're quite a big streamer. You need like, I think you need 300 or so paying subscribers for 3 months to qualify. They have to be subscribers that are paying, not Twitch Prime and Gifted and so on. I don't know, maybe Gifted count actually, but I don't know. Isn't streaming on YouTube harder to get noticed? I think it's easier now than it was, East Bay, but I think streaming is hard to get noticed on any platform, whether it's YouTube or Twitch. I think the nice thing with YouTube is that you can get noticed because of your shorts and your videos. So, like, when I first started streaming on Twitch, it was YouTube that got me noticed, right? It's a job to say, like, it's hard to get noticed on either platform when you start out because...
Stepped away for a bit and missed it.
You're just
How'd you get broken leg?
I stepped away for a bit, you stepped away for a bit, and I stepped on a mine, Rhino. I stepped on a mine, unfortunately. Cheers for the bits, dude. Thank you. Could have a command for your favourite kill. I don't even know what my favourite kill is, dude, to be honest. That's actually something I could look for, the new marksman scope. It's quite hard to find on this map, though. That's possibly what he was looking for with the containers. I should have thought about that. The marksman scope spawns in the containers, and there's only one on the map. It's really hard to find on Sakhal, because half of the marksman scopes, I believe, are in the dynamic containers. So maybe I should have stayed on the boat, but I don't think I can. What is PC Specialist? They're my sponsor, D9. So if you're looking for a PC and you live in Europe, use the code !PC, sorry, the type !PC to find what they do and go and have a look, and use the code TRMZ24 for a little bit of money off. I think there's only one spawning sloth, that is the point, right? So there's only one in the map, and then the rest are in the containers. Marabo, thank you very much for the membership. Appreciate it. Cheers. Honestly, this is really bad, but the 70-30 thing with the Partner Plus, I think there was a limit to how much you can get 70-30 before you don't get it anymore. But I don't know it, and I don't. It's not that I don't care. I do care, like, but I can't change it, whatever it is. Whatever rate I get is what the rate I get. There's no change in it, you know.
Hope you're doing well. Keep up the great content.
Jason, thank you very much for the support, dude. Cheers, Jason. Maribou, thank you very much as well. Paul, 12690, thank you for the 38. Right, I think I'm just going to try and get away from this area for now. What? Oh, that's why. Yeah, you can't become a member on the mobile app. Ilpom, it's because the mobile... if you're on your iPhone or even if you're on an Android phone, if you're trying to do something inside the app, your YouTube app, they want to cut, so you can't do it because it would cost more. Because they have to pay the app provider. If any purchase made on a phone using an app, if the phone provider wants their cut. So to do it on YouTube, if you were on an iPhone, you'd have to log into YouTube on Safari, and then you could do it. That will change as Epic Games has just sued Apple and Google in one. So that's an interesting thing. Does that... I wonder if how much it will change, but if they won it might be good. But that's going to be a strange thing, isn't it? Because obviously the phones are set up literally to be vehicles for them to then make absolute bank off of everyone using their apps for stuff, right? Using the stores, the app stores. It would be interesting. Like I somewhat suspect that YouTube won't change that, and that the charges will still exist. I bet Twitch will as well. As in the charge from the phone, the app store will still exist. You can on Android, yeah. That's. It's funny, some people say you can and some people say you can't, and some of them are on Android, but you definitely can't on an iPhone. So I dropped those vitamins because I've got another 50 down here. I don't need 2 lots. That's kind of OP, I think. I'm starting to wish I'd gone for the boat. I might go back for my boat that I left, you know. I'm thinking of going back. And I'm thinking of looking for some containers because I would quite like to try and find the marksman scope for the DMR. I think that would be a cool thing to try and do. I might go back for the boat. And I'm not going to do loads of the islands. I'm just going to do the islands nearer to the peninsula. But I think I might do that. I'm going to need to make a fire. This leg is taking time. Well, I was logged out for ages, Rhubarb. That's why. I've not actually been in the game that long since I broke it. Does YouTube and Twitch pay on a monthly basis? Yes, Benji. So, it might have changed, but you used to have to earn a minimum amount to get a payout. Sometimes been in the past $100, but they pay out once a month. So I get... Twitch is around about the 15th of every month. Sometimes if there's a weekend it might be a day later or something, and YouTube is about the 23rd, 24th-ish of every month. But again, weekends and public holidays can delay it slightly. Broke your leg 20-ish mins ago, but I was logged out for probably 6-7 minutes making that tea. Hunter, I stood on a mine. $50 minimum payout for you on Twitch, is it, Brock? Okay. Yeah, there's been some kills count. I just got a nice headshot on a dude that turned out to be really, really good. Why did you stand on a mine? I don't know what the punchline is there, Panto. This'll shock you, but I didn't see it. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Yeah, I'm not sure it was, though. So we need to get over that way. $200 million on the Euro Millions tonight. And imagine we... It would be a nice problem to have, right? But I'd love to win it and find out. But I feel like it would it would stop anything being special. Doesn't mean I wouldn't want to win it, but there definitely must be some. You need to be really smart if you won 200 million, and I know that's really stupid thing to say. Of course, it would be an amazing thing, but whatever you're into, let's say you're really into guitars, or like I'm really into watches, or you're massively into cars. I don't think cars works as well as an example, but let's just say for me it's watches, right? If I've got something that I really desire, but it's more expensive than I can afford, and I spend years like working towards something, whatever it might be, and then I bought it, right? The years of grind and the years of like coveting that thing and then finally getting it are probably as much of a thing as the owning of it would be. That makes sense. But if you can just have what you want and none of it matters, then I'm talking about the luxuries here. I'm not talking about the necessities. I'm talking about the luxuries that is probably what rich people enjoy, maybe. Oh, there we go. The leg's fixed. If it's not a luxury because you can just get whatever you want, it must lose its allure or its luster, you know? Like, how do you appreciate that special car when you can have 27 of them? What's your favourite watch? I'm not really sure, Trip. I'm not really sure.
It's the truth.
Probably some kind of perpetual Patek Philippe, I'd have thought, dude. Like a Grand Complication. No, I don't own one, by the way. I hasten to add that I don't own one, but I'd very much love to have one of the Grand Complication Patek Philippe's. Preferably like uber high. You switch to helping others. Well, you can absolutely do that. I love motorboating, but I think the one problem is if you advertise that you've got £200 million, everybody is going to treat you differently, and it might affect you anyway. Like everybody you know, all of your friends, all of your family, even distant family, are just going to want money. And if you don't give them money, they're going to be upset. And if you give your immediate family lots and then you give others not so much, there's problems there. But nonetheless, I think if the first thing that you should do if you win the 200 million Euro Millions tonight is tell nobody except maybe your mum. And obviously really immediate family you might want to be helping out. But otherwise, I think anyone else that you know is just going to treat you like an absolute fuckwit for the rest of your life. Right, if I win, I'll give it back. I'd love to get the opportunity to just get whatever I wanted, and then I think this is where billionaires, the billionaires, then start chasing the one thing. You know, that's why they have like auctions for like a one-off car, and they go for crazy money, or like a single watch, for example. Like they do this charity auction most years, where they auction off a watch, and people spend like 5 or 6 million pounds for a special Spider-Man Royal Oak or AP because it's a one of one, and it sells for like 5 million pounds or something ridiculous like that because it's a one of one. I've got to get the plus symbol before I get in this boat. This is my boat. I've got to get the plus symbol back because I'm too fucking cold. I think that's sometimes what really rich people do, Zach, is they try to make more money and they chase more and more and more because what else is there, you know? But I think it's a cool thing, but I do believe that there is probably a metric by where, like, money doesn't buy you happiness, but it really does buy you peace of mind and, like, the ability to not have to worry if your car breaks down or something breaks in your house or whatever it might be. But there must be a line between having too much and too little where there is a middle ground. But I should think there's also the sort of person that's always unhappy and the sort of person that's not always unhappy is probably a factor as well, you know? I haven't found the new shotty today, Furious Mouse, no. I think most of Michael Carroll's lottery winnings went up his nose, didn't he? Didn't it even? I'm not really happy with any of the locations here to make a fire, but I'm going to go with this.
Hope you're well. Looking forward to Sunderland maybe having half shots on target against Liverpool next year. Lol. Take it easy, mate.
Dave, dude, well, congrats on the promotion. I honestly thought Chef U would probably do it, so it was kind of a cool, well, certainly a good thing for you that you did, you know? Dave, cheers for the support. I think the three clubs coming up are kind of, to be fair, Leicester and Southampton have just gone down, and Ipswich have been in the Premier League quite a lot, but the teams that went down have been regulars in the Premier League for the last 20 or 30 years quite often, especially Leeds in history are massive, right? But Leeds are coming up, but Southampton have been quite big as well. But coming up this year, Sunderland, Leeds and Burnley is a similar thing. They're all kind of, there's no Lutons, they're all quite, I wouldn't say Premier League stalwarts, but they belong in the Premier League, you know? Put the bark dead centre and it'll block the smoke. Honestly, dude, I think blocking the smoke by doing something like that seems a bit like unfair, you know. It's a bit like borderline exploity, you know.
Thanks for always putting on.
Who's your favourite for the title? I'm saying this quite bullishly, and it might be naive, Patrick, but Liverpool. I'm a Liverpool fan, but Liverpool have just won the league. And they really look like they're spending money and kicking on, you know. I know they've lost Trent, and Trent is a source of goals, but it looks like they're signing Kirkes, who's going to improve left back a bit. Andy Robertson was not his best last year. I think he's on the way down. I think Frimpong and Connor Bradley will get the right-hand side sorted. If they do sign Wirtz and maybe replace Nunes with a different striker, I think Liverpool are favourites. Really don't see Man City having 2 off seasons in a row. You might be right, Belly, but it depends how the new signings go. And Pep seems to be kind of unhappy.
Yet here I am watching you at 3 p.m. on a Thursday. You'd never know from talking to me. I have more stress and more problems than any friends who are middle class. It's a blessing, but also a curse.
Dude, wow. I wouldn't mind trying. I feel like if you made the money yourself, it's different than winning the lottery because you've done it so slowly. So it's not the not that it's not the same, but it's probably harder to come to terms with if you're just like a normal person going to work and then you've got all that money from a lottery win. But if you gradually build up to that, you're probably more able to make the right choices, you know. But fair play to you, GG. What striker would you like to see them buy? I don't know. Like, they're being linked with all these different strikers. I don't know anything about any of them because they're all from Europe and I've not seen them. So, Isak. Just sign him. I don't care that Newcastle are in the Champions League. Liverpool are a much bigger club. Isak, fuck him. for 60 million and he'll take it. Alright, a combined deal, 100 million, and we'll have Gordon as well. Sorry if you're a Newcastle fan, I'm not being serious. Yeah, Sesko's been linked. Etake, I think we've been linked quite a bit as well. Itaki, I don't know, but I think they're busy at the moment trying to get Kirkes and Wirtz over the way. I've just a funny feeling City might not be quite right next season as well, but you're right, they were so dominant, but they really have dropped back, and you just never know if the signings that they get will gel to make it. The dynasty they had is over, and they're having to like cut and shut to make a new one, and the new signings won't all work necessarily. It's hard to, you never know, do you? There does seem to be a little bit of trouble at Mill with Pep as well. He seems really desperately unhappy at times, like the scratching of his head and all the other stuff, you know, and some of the vibes he gives off and stuff, you know. How am I multi-streaming? 6581. I'm just using OBS. You can multi-stream with OBS. If you mean how am I doing it, because it didn't used to be allowed. Twitch allows us to stream on multiple platforms now. Have done since late October 2023. Yeah, Rodri coming back is a big thing. You know, missing Rodri for the whole season. They won't be missing him, will they? You know? That'll be a massive plus. What's the stream schedule? This is the last stream until Sunday. I might not be streaming Sunday. Next week I might be on Monday to Friday. I'm not entirely sure, but I normally stream Sunday through to Thursdays, and today's Thursday. How to check the server population when playing the game? You can do it on the DZSA launcher. It's a bit trickier to do it with the official launcher, but you can do. Yeah, it's not the healthiest belly, is it? I think he's looked a little bit close to a mental breakdown a few times this year. You know, like he really has been feeling. I don't know if it's the charges as well combined with other things, but he really has seemed unhappy. This sucks. How am I meant to navigate now? Shit, that went a long way. 3 spark plugs. Let's just stand still and fuck around with them, shall we? Who do you think will get relegated? Burnley, Sunderland and Leeds. I think it'll be 2 of those 3. Probably 3 of those 3, but I think the 3 up, 3 down constantly every year is going to get broken. It's happened the last couple, but it might get broken this year. I've got a sneaky feeling Bournemouth might get relegated. I really like Bournemouth as a club, and they've done so well, but some of the people above the manager at the club have been ripped out and have moved to Liverpool. Some of the people that were involved in the signing of the players have done that as well. They're now at Liverpool. Their entire defence pretty much looks like it's being sold. Kirkis is gone. They've lost a centre-back to Real Madrid. There's another team in for one of their other centre-backs. I think Bournemouth might possibly end up getting relegated. It might be that they could do it again and sign a load of new players and be fucking amazing, but if you sell all of your defence and then expect it to be as good next season, sooner or later that might change. Also, Thomas Frank is the favourite for the Spurs job if Ange gets the sack. So they may lose the entire defence and the manager. Duran, dude, thank you for the incredibly long reset, dude. Cornfed, thank you as well. Maybe this year you'll realise it isn't going to change. David Carp, it will change as these teams go down and then come up, like Leeds have done, like Burnley have done. Sometimes those teams, the second time they come back up, stay up. It's happened in the past, and I think it can happen again. I think one of Burnley or Leeds will probably stay up. Probably Leeds, but I think it's quite possible. Alright, David, no worries. Sorry, why did I say Franks? Yeah, you're right. Brentford is the who's the Bournemouth manager? I was thinking he was linked with someone. I might be fucking telling a lie. Yeah, you're right. Franks is the Brentford manager. He's favourite for the Spurs job. I don't know how I mixed that up. I can't remember the name of the Bournemouth manager. Iriola, isn't it? I'm pretty sure he's linked with someone as well. I don't think Ange's been sacked yet, unless they've announced it today. They've not exactly backed him though, but I think after the cup win, Ange went on holiday and so did Levy. I'm too close here. I've ended up coming back towards this and I didn't mean to. Servers without earplugs do suck. Yeah, I agree. I honestly think the devs did make the boat a little bit quieter, but the boat being so loud that you have to turn the game sounds down is a poor feature. I think it's too loud. I honestly do wonder if perhaps they're desperate to try and cause everyone to get tinnitus like me, to be honest. What car would you buy if you would do that now? Like, if I had any car, I'd probably just buy a 911, dude. I'm not so desperate to look like a fat, lazy wanker getting out of a Ferrari. I can just about hide myself in a 911. I don't really want a car that... A 911 is an incredibly fancy car. But if you see a 911, you just think, oh, nice car. I don't want, like, a Lamborghini or... if we're talking, like, dream money, like, I haven't got to use my own money. We're talking here, like... I'd rather get something like a 911, like not a car like a Zonda or a Lamborghini or a Ferrari or whatever, where if I see a 911, I just think nice car. I don't think rich, pretentious bastard quite so much somehow. Do you know what I mean? Is company destroying the Bayern legacy, Vader? Didn't they just win the league? Like, the last manager you got rid of because they didn't win the league, and companies won the league. A Canyonero. Canyonero. I do quite like some of the Aston Martins, but yeah, I don't know. I need this fog to clear, otherwise I am in deep shit. I don't know where I'm going at the moment. Any good advice for learning keybinds? Use deathmatch servers to get more practice at it. But set the keybinds to how they work for you, you know, like that's probably one of the things you need to do. I just put a Cosworth engine in my van. Very cool. Sydney, thank you very much for the support. Duran, thanks again for the 113. Cornfed, race champion Jack Ryan, cheers for the support as well. This fog is really unfortunately timed. You've been using special hearing aids to mask and train your brain to stop hearing yours, have you? It's your boy, interesting. I feel like I've just got used to the fact that my ears ring. I feel like I've just got used to it, but it's worse right now because right now my ear ringing is worse because I've done 8 hours of Sakhal yesterday and nearly 9 hours of Sakhal today, and it's a louder map because of the wind and the howling noises and whatnot. My ear ringing is worse now than it was on Tuesday. I don't know where to go now. Doesn't matter what car you have, it's what your chauffeur likes to drive. Yeah, that's true. Do I not have a compass? I have a compass, but that doesn't really help me because I don't know what direction I need to go. Whatever car you choose, it must be able to take a tow bar so you can do the obligatory trailer load of garden rubbish to the tip every Sunday. I'll take the 911, pop a tow bar on it, will you? Yeah. I think this weather's clearing. I'm just going to hold still for a second. So that's where I've come from. I think we need to go more to the right. Yeah, there, look. That's where we need to go. Oh, the fuel's gone orange, actually. I was quite blasé about the fuel, but it has gone orange. What was your first car? My first car, before I passed my test, was a Talbot Samba. I bought it from the guy up the street where I used to live for £100, and I drove it twice, and then I got it scrapped. It was so bad. Like, I drove it with L plates on, with my dad in the passenger seat, and I was the driver. And it was so loud, and it was so broken. The guy up the street hadn't driven it for like 10 years when I bought it, and we managed to get the battery charged and get it going. But it sounded like the exhaust wasn't attached to the engine the whole time. But that's just how it sounded. There was no fixing it. And I bought it for £100. I drove it twice. And the second time, it was so embarrassing. I got out and walked home and made my dad drive it the rest of the way, which is terrible. But I bought it. My dad hadn't bought it or anything. I'd bought it with money I'd got from a job. But it was just terrible. My first main car that I got was a Metro, an Austin Metro, was it? Austin? I can't remember. But it was a mini Metro, 1 litre Metro City, brown. And I've never done motorbikes, no. My mum was a nurse, so... my mum was a nurse and for a number of years did A&E, so she very much scared me away from a motorbike. I think it was an Austin, the one I had. I think they became Rovers, didn't they? But it was an Austin when I had it. I had an A-Reg one. I loved that car. That was a partridge joke. Yeah, I didn't get that. It went right above my head, dude. We could start with those islands there. That's the island where the boat is, I think. Do you know what? I think I'm going to stick to these islands because I'm a bit worried we might run out of fuel. Joystick, yeah, it was kind of fun. I used to live about half a mile from my school when I was 17, and I used to drive to school. I was doing A-levels and I had a part-time job at the weekend, and I bought the car myself and I was putting fuel in it myself, paying the insurance myself. It was so stupid. I shouldn't have I got a car too early, but I was like a lot of boys are, maybe. I wanted to pass my test straight away. I wanted a car, I wanted the freedom, and that was great, but I was earning, I don't know, something like £180 a month part-time, and it all went on the car. I had no money, and I was going to school Monday to Friday, working Saturday and Sunday, never having any time off, and the only way I could get any more money was when it got to a time when the school was closed for holidays, like over Easter. I just used to work both weeks, so my holiday from school was doing 2 weeks of work. I never had any time off for like 2 years. It was the most stupid thing. If one of my kids wanted to do that now, I wouldn't let them. You know, like, I think probably was right for my parents to let me, though, because I was not going to amount to very much at school anyway. You know, I think it was allowing me to learn things. You know, unfortunately, it didn't allow me to learn to make good decisions financially, because I was like literally going to school Monday to Friday, working every weekend, never having a day off, burning myself into the ground, and all for a brown Metro. Marabou, thank you very much for the support. I really, really appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. That's really, really kind. Thank you very, very much. And thank you to the mods as well. I saw that too, Marabou. Thank you. This isn't actually the island I thought it was. Maybe that's the one I need to be going to. I don't really know. I hope I don't run out of fuel. What's the current objective? I'm just looking around the islands for containers to try and find the new scope, the new marksman scope. So I got a DMR from a kill, And the dude I killed also had a blue container key, so I'm going to try and use the container key to get the new scope.
Hey,
Original Moss, you were the same way. You went to college all week, worked Morrison's all weekend to pay insurance on my MG Metro. It's what made us, yeah. It certainly got me used to no time off ever. Danny, the Docman, thank you for the 4 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Cheers very much, thank you. I think it's probably why I started missing lessons at school. I remember feeling really guilty after I didn't do very well in my A-levels. I remember feeling really guilty about how I'd skipped a few lessons, and I gave up because I did sociology A-level and I just absolutely fucking hated it. And at that point I knew I was never going to go anywhere because I didn't have the capacity to do it. I just didn't like it. So if I was going to fail an A-level, I wasn't going to go to university anyway. I wanted to be a physiotherapist, and I think maybe I could have got like 2 Bs and I would have been able to do it anyway, but I doubt it. And I just kind of gave up. But I think working every day at the weekend, both Saturday and Sunday at the weekend, and then going to school Monday to Friday was... I must have got burnt out at some point. Like in the second year I was skipping lessons and having days off sick all the time and stuff. One or two of the islands have got a few buildings, dude. Like the question was, are there any buildings on these islands? 1 or 2 of the islands have got a few little like buildings, 1 or 2 small houses, or a few sheds and a couple of industrial bits and whatnot. But there isn't really any significant buildings, no. Just these like little pillbox type kind of thing, bunker buildings, and then a few of the others have got a few. I'm kind of getting worried about the fuel. We should be okay. It's only just gone orange, so I have got enough fuel to make it across there. I think that's the island that has the boat on it, and I think that is the island to the right. I think that over there is the peninsula on the right there. I think that there and that there is the peninsula, I hope. Yeah, well, it was yellow when I sat back into it, so it's not been orange that long. We'll be okay to get to this island. The thing that worries me a touch is this might not be the island I think it is. If this isn't the island that's got the boat on it, we could be in a bit of trouble.
love watching you. Always a good stream.
Donk, it's like, so an A-level is like, and when you're 16 you do your GCSEs, which is like when I was a kid you could leave school at 16 and go and get an apprenticeship or go and get a job. But A-levels is like the bit you do after your first exams but before you go to university or whatever you call it in America land. So it's the 2 years you do before you then go and do your 3-year degree, if that's what you're going to do. Marcus, cheers for tuning in, thank you. I am starting to worry. I'm getting close enough to this that we could make it there. But this isn't even the main island with the boat. I think that's further along. I haven't been pressing shift using the boat at all. I haven't been shifting so that it will go slightly further. Interestingly, I haven't seen... I'd expect to see a boat. It's not a boat, sorry. I'd expect to see a... That's the peninsula over there. That's good. So we're close to the peninsula. I'd expect to have seen a container somewhere already by now, but we haven't seen one yet. Were you ever a Warhammer kid? Nah, Mr. Mercs, I wasn't. I played Space Crusade and a game called Talisman, which were both kind of the gateway drugs into either Warhammer or possibly Dungeons and Dragons. And I played those two board games. Particularly loved Talisman when I was younger. I've still got that somewhere, I think, at my mum's. But no, I used to be out. When I was a bit of a fat kid, to be honest. And I'm still a bit of a fat adult as well, to be honest, too. I've had a thin period in between, but I used to be out. I used to be out either fishing with a couple of mates or playing football or golf with a couple of mates. And if we did anything else, it was mostly gaming. Like we did like Mega Drive or Super Nintendo, Winner Stays On, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter 2, Mario Kart 1. Space Crusade is 40k. What do you mean Space Crusade is 40k? I have all the best guns and still haven't found the shotty. Yes, you heard that exactly right. I need to get to that island. That's the one with the boat on it, I think, isn't it? I don't actually have a map, which has made this somewhat trickier than it should be. I might have a... I might have a thing. 40k is the people that make it, I think, isn't it? I thought for a minute you were going to tell me that the game Space Crusade was worth 40 grand. Like, well, what? I better get round my mum's and dig it out the loft. I think it was Tachyon. I think it was using the Space Crusade Marines. They had like little figurines in it. My mum's okay, Palmer Trees, thanks. Yeah, she's doing alright. I think her stomach's a lot better after she... Well, her ability to eat is a lot better after she had a gallbladder removed. She's much better with that now, which is cool. I need this to not run out of fuel. I think we could make it from here. That's the island that the boat is on. But I would really like to make it across there before this boat runs out of fuel. How many subs do I have, Cortex? I presume you mean paying. On Twitch I've got 3,310 right now, and on YouTube I don't know, but more than 1,000 as a guess. It might not be, but I don't check. I don't think there's any difference in recoil between the AKM and the M4 Quest. I don't think that's true. Wobo did a video about recoil in the assault rifles. It may have changed slightly in the last patch, but pretty much the assault rifles were all the same. They have just changed them slightly, but maybe they've made the AKM a little bit better, but that would have been like 2 days ago. Oh god, my earring is getting fucking bad. Barry, thank you very much for the 5 months. Trippy Cat, thank you as well. Cheers for the support, both of you guys. Thank you. Oh, that's gone well. I wanted to get on the ice, but I've fucked that up a bit. There's no container on this side at all. So we might as well get across. The boat is just around the corner there, I think. Oh, you can just see the edge of the boat there, actually. That's the boat. You can see the top of it there. So from this island we're at here, you can actually you can get back to the mainland. So if the boat runs out of fuel now, I'm okay, basically. You can get back to the mainland from there. I might actually get onto the mainland and leave the boat in a second. I don't really want to boat around to the key boat. This server is full with a queue. I really don't want to get around by that boat there. There might not be anyone here, but it often gets camped and there's often a lot of players there, especially on a server that's been full all day. It's probably not worth the risk. In fact, I can see a way to the land there. I think I'm just going to take that. Trippy Cat, thank you. Cheers for the kind words, dude. Thanks for coming in. Actually, there's a little route through there that will take me a bit further. We might as well take that. What do I do at night to master ringing? I don't do anything. I just live with it. I think most people do, you know, like it's not the worst thing in the world, but it can be really annoying at night when you're going to sleep. But I've had it for about 3 years now. I've just got used to it. It's more annoying when it's bad, like it is right now. And if I don't use my headphones for a week, or if I don't play this kind of map, or if I don't play Namalsk, or if I'm not on Chernerus and it's raining all the time, it can actually get much better. But the map I choose does make a difference. It really does. That's why I'm a little bit frustrated. I know most people like it, but they've changed the footsteps sounds again on this patch. They've made the footsteps, the player sounds, they've made them quieter than they were. And a lot of people were like not happy about the footstep sounds being a bit too loud. But for me, them putting them back a bit is going to make my ear ringing worse. You know, like, they need to get a better balance with it somehow. Like that boat, for example, I know it sounds stupid and I'm maybe being a bit over the top, but it's kind of dangerous how loud some of these things are. I know it's really stupid that I'm saying it like that, but it's dangerous if you happen to be playing the game for 40 hours a week anyway, you know, which is kind of not healthy, I guess, but it is if it's your job. TRMZ, is there a donation amount that would get you to end the stream? Not that I want you to. I'm just curious if you had like a sellout point. No, I don't. I don't really. I'm very grateful for the subs and the tips and things, but I don't know how many subs I've gotten today. I don't know how many tips I've gotten today. I don't register that or log it or think of it in any way, shape or form. I'm very grateful, but I want to stream today. I started early today because I was looking forward to playing Sakhal again after enjoying it yesterday, you know. But I don't have an end time that's based on money at all. I have an end time that's based on my sanity. No job is healthy. That's true, Rico, but there are... Well, not entirely true. Some jobs are healthier than others, you know, like... So if you're outside and you're doing physical activity, it might hurt your back, but it could keep you physically fit. It's very hard labour, perhaps, but some jobs are more healthy than others, dude. That's a fact, right? Not every job gives you earring, but lots of other jobs can cause you way more problems than that, you know? I'm not moaning, by the way, but I am moaning, but I'm moaning that the devs maybe don't think of it enough, you know? The sound of the boats are too loud, you know? It wouldn't be the end of the world if they could try to make the game audio balanced so that it's less of a thing. There's been a few news articles floating around the internet about people that game a lot with headphones getting earringing and taking steps for that. I believe that some games have like a tinnitus mode or an earringing mode. I think Armour Reforger has that, I believe. It wouldn't be the end of the world for the devs to get on the ball with stuff like that, you know? But some jobs are healthier than others. I'm not here saying, oh, poor me, I'm at the coalface playing a game all day. But I wish I didn't have earringing, and I wish the devs would take more account to that. I think that's fair enough, you know? And tinnitus is not a good thing. It really. Oh, I'm going to get myself burnt there. Right? It's really not great. I feel like I'm quite lucky that I'm able to just block it out, but it absolutely drives people up the wall. Some people really, really struggle with it. Barry, thank you very much for the 5 months. Trippy Cat, thank you for the 3.
Had noise-induced hearing loss and tinnitus for over 25 years, from the army, got used to it, but miss silence occasionally. Never been able to hear footsteps in the game.
Yeah, I don't hear footsteps as well as others. I don't. Cheers for the support, Ananab. Thank you for the tip. That's really, really kind, dude. Thank you. Veritas, well, thanks for the kind words. Honestly, if you're thinking about starting streaming, there's nothing wrong with just starting. It's meant to be fun, right? Just do it and have fun. But if you want to grow an audience, just be aware that there's going to be a year to 2 years or more or forever where you're putting in a lot and getting not much out. You know, a lot of the effort is front-loaded for stuff like this, and you're going to have to learn how to edit and learn how to do YouTube and learn how to make things and create stuff, and then nobody's going to watch it, you know. Yeah, you can see it in the last clip, Munzie. That's how I got the M4 and the DMR, dude. If you click that Nightbot YouTube clip there, you can see me getting it. Zappy, thank you for the follow. Potato, thank you very much too. A friend of mine quit streaming because he invested so much time in it, but there was only 20 people watching. It's very common. And getting 20 people watching at the same time is an achievement. It's most people that start streaming won't achieve 20 viewers. I don't think that's a small thing at all. It's a hell of a thing. It's really hard to get 20 different people, real people, to watch you play that aren't your mates and stuff. You know, it's a hard thing to do. You need luck to do anything like this. I'm not trying to make out like, oh God, I'm so great, I've got an audience. What I mean is, anybody that starts streaming and starts getting into double figures are doing really well. You know, it shouldn't be dismissed. It's a cool thing. Do you think they will bring mods to DayZ console since they did for Arma Reforger? I doubt it for this game, Swift. I would love it if they did. I doubt it, because Arma Reforger was built specifically for console before it was ever designed. DayZ is a port from PC. It wasn't built with console in mind. It was been added later. And they've already said they're not likely to be able to do modding for console. So if there's modding on console for DayZ, I think it will come on the next DayZ game. I'd love it to be available now, because it would be really good for the console community, but I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, I do wonder if the way the heat buff lasts longer on Sakhal and now doesn't last at all on Namalsk is designed intentionally to try and funnel people towards Sakhal. But Namalsk is an amazing map, but how long the heat buff lasts on it is absolutely infuriating at the moment. It's Monzi, yeah, the dude had showed up on the island. He must have he had a boat, which I just got off. He took the boat to the island to loot the helicopter, and I just spotted him. Thankfully, he was crouched behind some rocks, and behind him was ice, and he just stuck out like a sore thumb. So but it was a hell of an upgrade, because the poor fuck. Unfortunately, I ruined his NVGs, but he had NVGs. He'd got a DMR and an M4 and a key card. A key for the for doing the quest thing. Like, oh my god, like, poor dude, he must have been live for fucking days. This is slow. No. I have to be in the realms of 3+ symbols now, don't I? I have to be at 3+ symbol level. Do I have anything else I can fix up? So, best insulation jacket, high insulation trousers, best insulation gloves and face mask, low insulation helmet, but that shouldn't matter. I think we can get 3+ symbols now. Eliza, thank you very much for the 5 months. Brandon, thank you for the super chat. That's really generous. Cheers for the $50 there. That's incredibly kind, dude. Thank you very much, Brandon Wilkinson. Thank you. Been watching this guy for years. Thanks for the content, man. Dude, thank you. Cheers very much. Aircon's in and all working, Nightmare. Yeah, it's all sorted. It's not on at the moment because it's actually quite cool today, so I've got my little Dyson fan on, shooting air between me and the PC, and I've not got the aircon on at the moment. It's kind of okay. OG, I was looking for the marksman scope for this, trying to use the blue key. I'm still hopeful of getting the 3+. I'm just going to hold fire for a sec. Who is your longest subscriber? I've got a couple that are at 120 months winnies. I may forget Rick Rick Big Show is one, although he hasn't done his 120 month yet, but he'll be around. Hotfix and Strafleif. I may be forgetting someone, but my memory is not great. I can remember... I can forget the name of somebody that I've just said the name of like a minute ago, but... I got Twitch partnered 10 years ago, and I've had 2 so far, I think, for the full length of time, so they subbed within the first few days of me ever getting a Twitch partnership, and they're still here now. What's my favourite mask? You like the pig one? I don't think I'm going to get the 3rd plus. I just like the black or the green balaclava, to be honest. This one's pretty cool. I do like the BDU one, the new BDU one. Dyson make fans. They will make fans where you are as well, Donk. They're just crazy expensive. They have like... They use the same kind of tech as the Dyson vacuum cleaners do. But... So they have like HEPA filtration, and they're a bit of a tech fan. You know, like, so they filter the air, and they're meant to be a bit more silent running than a regular fan that has blades. But there'll be fans there as well. Right, I give up. I really thought we'd get 3 pluses there, but it seems like I'm not getting 3 pluses. They're quite good if you've got like allergies and stuff, because they do gradually improve the air while you're in the room, you know, and it's not going to take all the pollen away, but it does help a little bit. I understand that they've got a Dyson were making an EV. I think they've shelved it now, but they did make one, like completely. But they were looking into doing EVs because of their battery tech. They're not into cars, are they? But they do a lot of things that use batteries. So I think they were looking at doing those, but I think they've stopped it. I can't say I'm the biggest fan of Dyson, as in the company, like the guy that runs it. Like he. This is a little bit political, so apologies. But he was a massive Brexiteer. He was massively pushing for Brexit and going on and on about how great it would be. And then after Brexit, he moved his company outside of the UK. You know, so he was a massive supporter of Brexit after it happened. I don't really want to get into the politics of it. I'm more trying to talk about Dyson. But yeah, he was like one of the most vocal about it. And then he fucked off. Quick question, Paul. Veritas, just fire the question away rather than that, because I saw that message, but I might not see your question. I think you probably meant to, based... I'm seeing you've deleted it now, so I think you were going to type it underneath and pressed enter by mistake. It's all good. I think that's skirting, or it is a bit political, but it's more about that, like how strong he was for it. I'm not really bothered that he was for or against Brexit. I don't really give a shit, you know. Whatever, everyone's entitled to think what they like, and if you're a businessman and you think it's a good thing, then fine, say it. But after pushing for it, don't then fuck off. You know, you best support afterwards, surely. Right, I'm going to have a... We may run past someone here. I'm a bit worried about it. Like, this island here is quite often where people wait to try and kill people at the boat. It seems very quiet, doesn't it? I'm going to sort of skim around the back of the rocks, just keeping an eye out to see if there's anybody overwatching. I was genuinely expecting there to be signs of players. I really was. There may be somebody on the boat right now. It's absolutely possible. Obviously, you can't see an awful lot of it. I didn't get 3 pluses, no. I feel like I should be able to. I must be like 1 heat comfort value away, like a medium helmet or a slightly better pair of trousers or something. But I feel like I'm really close. To be honest though, the 3rd plus symbol lasts like fucking seconds anyway, so it's not the end of the world. Surprised there's no boats. J Mato, thank you very much for the 22 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Maybe less people are doing this quest now than they used to. I haven't been here for a long time on Sakhal, but I feel like the first patch where they introduced this boat and the key cards, sorry, the keys, I think people were doing it all the time. I don't know whether it's become less of a thing now or what, but I'm surprised there's no boats over there and a little bit more going on here. Surprised you're being this careful this late into the stream. To be honest, I'd like to keep this guy alive. I don't really want to throw away a DMR and an M4. It seems like too good of an opportunity to get a lot of action either today or on the next stream, if not today. There's meant to be a bit of a cave down there somewhere and I've never found it. I think it's somewhere along here. I don't know if it's behind me or in front of me. What better way to get action than blindly run across half a mile of open terrain? Well, I haven't done that yet. Yeah, I've not come here to go to the boat, to be honest. I've come here to see if there's anyone at the boat or over here where I am now. I think it might be because the containers aren't that worth it, although the dude that we just killed clearly makes it look worth it, doesn't it? Because fucker had everything. He had all of the loots. But I feel like the guy that we got that from had probably played 10, 15 hours plus at least on that life. They've been alive a long time. I still haven't found this little cave, and I don't think I'm finding it now either.
TRMZ FMD.
J Maito, thank you again. V on DayZ, thank you very much. Fuck me, yeah. Cheers for the support, dude. Brandon, dude, thank you. That's incredibly generous. Cheers for the crazy super chat. Thank you very, very much. I think that's the biggest one of the year. If it turns out it's not, and I've remembered that wrongly, apologies to whoever it was, but I think it is. Thank you very, very, very much, dude. Thank you. I really thought we'd see something on here. Brandon, thank you very, very much once again, man. Cheers for the crazy super chat, dude. Thank you. What? The fuck was that shot from? It sounded like it was over there. That was a distant shot. I think it's on that island there. Who the fuck would they be shooting at? Like, maybe that'd be somebody stuck that just decided to F11. That single shot was somebody killing themselves because they've been marooned on that island for too long. Oh well.
You are watching this stream? Are you enjoying the content? Maybe you want to use your Prime subscription to support Paul. Cheers.
More cred, dude. Thank you. Yeah, don't forget to use your subs. That's a good idea. Cheers, dude. Thank you very much. I'm surprised there's no boat either. There is still a chance there could be someone here somewhere, like overwatching the boat, like more in line with the front of it perhaps, but I don't know. I think most people that overwatch the boat would do so from over there, just like level with the side of it. V on DayZ, yeah. Well, I gave up looking for the shotgun when I went out to that helicopter and got a DMR and an M4. The shotgun quest took a back burner then. I was just going to go looking for PvP, and then it occurred to me that I could use the boat to try to get containers that I could then maybe get the new scope for the DMR, which would be epic. If I could get a marksman scope, that would be really badass, but I don't think we're going to be finding... I've not seen a single bastard container yet. Containers can spawn on the far side of that island, but I'm not getting wet going over there. Unless I see a boat, I suppose. There's a container, look. What colour are you? Yellow. Fuck's sake. First container I've seen and it's the wrong fucking colour. There's a boat there. So maybe we should go over to that island. We can use the boat to go back to the peninsula. It is possible that there's somebody on the boat, though. Oh, sorry, on the island, I suppose. Quest, thank you very much for the support, and PTVMR Twitch, thank you very much for the sub as well. You do get wet if you go across the ice, yeah. You can't really go between two islands without getting wet because you don't always stay on the ice. As soon as you're to get on the ice, you usually have to go through the water a little
Thanks
bit,
for
and
the
normally there's a
reminder.
little swim along the way, so you nearly always get wet, yeah. You can't really avoid it. I'm just going to come around here and check round this side of the island in case there's a container on this side of the island that we can go to before I go across. This side of the island can have 2 or 3 containers sometimes if you're lucky.
Just popped in to ask if you know of any discount codes for a new PC. Thanks TRMZ Love
Dude,
Silk.
you guys are all given the plugs now, aren't you? Leeds, thank you very much. Thanks for the reminder at work. There you are. Thank you very much, Morkra. Spud Picker, thank you for using your Prime as well. Might have worked with Spud as well. Thank you very much, dude. And Ramen Noobles also just popped in to ask. Yeah, I do. Thank you for using your Prime as well. Exclamation PC. Go to PC Specialist and use the code TRMZ24. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. I don't see any containers. There might be one past there, but there's not one beforehand. Alright, we're going over to where the boat is then. That plus symbol's really lasted well, hasn't it? I'm still on 1.5 plus symbols even now. It would be cool if it was possible to get across here without getting wet, but I don't think you can. Will I be buying a Steelers jersey now? What's happened with the Steelers? Is that where Darren Dodgers has gone, or has Darren Dodgers retired?
Was told by a friend that I should like and subscribe on YouTube. Is this correct?
Absolutely, you should like and subscribe, Stephen. Yeah, do that. Just for the super chat, dude. I honestly thought he'd be retiring. I didn't think anybody else would touch him. I didn't think anybody else would want Mr. Glass. I don't know if we might make this without getting wet, you know. Were you more excited for Livonia or Sakhal when it released? I was definitely more excited for Livonia because there was so little choice for maps when Livonia launched. What a troll. I'm not going for that. When Sakhal launched, there was way more choice on what maps to play. I think I managed to not get wet. So you can get across there without getting wet. That is cool. I didn't understand what that was in reference to then, Sloth Dad, but now I do. I'm not going to reply, but I see what you mean.
Hi, Paul and all.
What's your favourite soda? I don't drink a lot of soda, to be honest. If I have one, it's usually when I'm out on a meal, and it's usually just Coke Zero. I don't like Coke Zero that much. I much prefer regular Coke, but I don't normally want the sugar. I much prefer the aspartame. Or the aspartame, whatever you call it. But I don't go a bundle on soda. I guess my favourite is proper Coke with sugar. I quite like that. But I very, very rarely have it. You're still proud of the fact that I finally relented that Coke Zero was better. We didn't, when you first started talking about it, they hadn't changed the recipe in the UK, and it was not as good, but the recipe for Coke Zero changed about 6 years ago or something. It really is so much better than it used to be. This boat is on orange, it might not get us very far. Stephen Sweeney, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. You're insanely kind, dude. Thank you very, very much. Skylord Sam, thank you very much. Hi to you as well. Hope you're good. And Bob G. Thank you very much for the gifted memberships as well. 10 of them. It's 5 from Stephen and 10 from you, dude. Thank you, both of you. I think I'm just going to use this to get back, if we can, to get back across the peninsula. That's the play. I'll come around here to see if there's any other container. This is where we're in that random. There was a container there, and me and that random fella killed 2 players that came around this corner on a boat. Tacoma, it's the orange fuel that's the problem, yeah, not the boat being orange, but the fuel being orange is the issue. I was trying to not do this yet, but I've got to. Fuck me. It's so bad. Is it terrible? Just wanted to warn him not to drink Coke Zero. Artix, Coke Zero having aspartame in it it's diet sodas are not particularly healthy for you, but you're never going to preach people into giving them up, dude. Trust me. People that drink them know that I don't think most people think they're being healthy when they have a diet soda nowadays. I think most people know. Certainly I do. But I think if you're having a couple a week or something, it's not the end of the world. If you're having one a day, it's probably not the end of the world. There's a whole load of other things that are much more serious than that. But I think there's a lot more to do with like exercise and your overall diet that matters. How do you see the future of DayZ from the developer's point? Do you think they'll start adding more maps? Don, they've already teased what looks like a new map, unless it's a new game. I suspect it's a new map though. How do I see the future of DayZ from the developer's point? Do you think they'll start adding more maps? I think they might be. My best guess would be in the next year or two there's a couple more DLCs as they work towards making DayZ 2 in the background, probably without telling us. That's my best guess as to what will happen. There's definitely going to be a DLC this year, I would guess. I think there'll be a DLC next year. Hopefully there's more than that. Hopefully it's not just maps for sale, but other things, but we'll have to wait and see. This boat didn't spawn, PJ. This is a player boat that somebody had parked there. Oh, fuck. And you can see why they parked it there. What do you think the devs need to do to make the new map more well received compared to Sakhal? I think they need to have it more complete before they launch it. Oh, fuck. I'm going to have to leave the spark plug. I'm not taking the chance. I did leave the spark plug, but I did have more than one, but I don't know if I still have it or not. But yeah, never mind. I don't want to go back and risk getting too cold. I'm just going to leave the spark plug. We're not going to need a boat to get back to the mainland. I can go over to the mainland on foot. I absolutely should have got the spark plug. I just got out of the boat and started swimming like a moron. They didn't fix the invisible toxic zone, I know. And they didn't fix a few other things too. I feel like they know that those bugs are there and they've got them working on them, but they've released it anyway. Maybe whatever they're planning, you know, maybe whatever they're planning, they're going to announce it soon, and they needed this patch out of the way to start prepping for space for... It might be that the DLC they're going to announce might release in September or something, you know. If it's a desert map, they might not be wanting to wait for it to be close to Christmas, mightn't they, you know? Like they released Sakhal in October. If they are doing a desert map, they might want to release it when it's still summer, you know? They might be coming out in July or August or September or something, you never know. Who knows, but it might be they wanted to push it now for that reason, but I believe they're working on those bugs. I hope they are. They certainly acknowledged the bugs, didn't they? Just had the Whiskey Festival on Islay. Dude. Isla. I got an email from Master of Malt about that, trying to flog me something or other, but I didn't buy any. They haven't fixed the bullet snap, dude. Did they fix the degradation of 5 That wasn't something that they needed to fix as such, Sloth Dad. That was something they were intentionally implementing, but they chose not to implement it. So there is no change in assault rifle degradation. They didn't implement that change. How they develop a map that quick, we'll see, I guess. Well, they've got Sumrak, who's a map designer. They took on a map designer last year. They've got a team of people. My guess is that half of the team have been working on something new for a while. There's no way that it's just been one person that started last month. They'll have been working on it most of the year, you know. Yeah, I'm going to turn the sound effects back, but just going to get more towards this house. I don't really want to stop until I'm making a fire. Tell you what, hunger could be a problem for me. I've got no food. I've got no ability to fish, I don't think. Did I keep the rope? I can't even fish. Hunger could be a real problem for me. It'd be really nice to get lucky and there be some food in here. I killed someone for it, Henny. Exclamation last kill. Yeah, I can cut the hoodie up in a minute. I can start trying to get rags together, but I seriously doubt we'll get enough rags from here to be cooking, to be making rope. But it's a start. I think there's stuff being worked on in the background, Michelle. I really hope it's maybe a new map this year, but I hope there's extra coming thereafter. The sooner I'm not light blue, the better, because you see those 2 arrows down on the yellow... it's 3 arrows down there for a second, now it's 2 arrows again. As soon as that's not light blue, that won't be 2 arrows down anymore, which will help me a little bit. I just realised why maybe I couldn't get the 3rd plus. It's because my backpack is ruined. I think if my backpack wasn't ruined, I'd be able to get 3 plus symbols. That's why I was stuck on 2. The bag is ruined. What would be my perfect map? Something similar to Chernarus, but set somewhere else completely in the world that looks all different. I think Chernarus is the perfect DayZ map so far, unless something else beats it. I really enjoy some of the modded maps like Dero and stuff, but in terms of like a true, gritty, like loot routes and spawning on the coast and moving inland, I think Chernarus is the best map so far. But I honestly don't think it's easy to make an amazing new map, but something similar to Chernarus, maybe not east to west and south to north kind of vibe, but excuse me, changing the setting entirely to make it somewhere else on the planet with different assets would be so cool. Right. A backpack with insulation value is kind of silly. I guess it in theory warms you up a little bit, Donk. I don't think it makes a huge difference, but if you've got a backpack on your back, it is still another layer covering you, isn't it? You know, like, it wouldn't give you very much, but it would be on your back. It might, if you were wearing like a down jacket or something, compress the down and make you less warm, but assuming it's not doing that, then it's another layer that touches you, isn't it? I don't think it has a significant difference in the game like some of the others. Like, they say low, medium, high, and so on, right? That one's worst because it's ruined, but they don't have as much of a contributing factor to how warm or hot you are as, say, your jacket does, you know? A bag on your back is a big thing in hiking. Well, it must be like a windbreak for a start, yeah. What have I got in the cooking pot? Electrical repair kit, gun cleaning kit. God, getting 3 plus symbols, or in this case 2, it's so slow. It's so slow. Zach BB and Chris98, cheers for the follows on YouTube, guys. Thank you. Come on. Oh my god, please. Please just give me the plus symbols. I don't want to do this no more. I don't want to do this no more. We best cut that up. I haven't done it yet, have I? I've been putting it off. Oh, Smack. Dude, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much. I'm not streaming tomorrow, none. This weekend is the weekend where I get my kids, so tomorrow I'm going to get my daughter for the weekend. Which means I might not be on Sunday. I might stream Monday to Friday next week. I really don't know yet. I don't know. I'd quite like to stream Sunday this week because I've got people working here in the house next week. It's going to be tricky to stream as much, but yeah, no, I can't stream tomorrow because I'm getting my my kid. What's the benefit of having the plus symbols? Ozzy, on a map like Sakhal or Namausk, when you're outside, or even inside, especially if any of your clothes are wet, you can be light blue or dark blue. If you're dark blue, you're physically dying of cold, right? Light blue is a big problem because being light blue makes you need food more quickly. You burn energy 3 times as quick, but on a map like this, if you're not got the plus symbol, you get dark blue and you start losing health. If you get 2 solid plus symbols, it lasts at least 20-25 minutes where you don't get cold. I've not got any plans yet at all, no. We've been, like, the last 3 times that Maggie's been here, so for the last 6 weeks, we've been to the cinema. We saw that action film with Remy Malek the first time. I can't even remember what it was called. We saw Thunderbolts 4 weeks ago, and 2 weeks ago we saw Mission Impossible. So for the last 3 trips we've been to the cinema, the last 3 times she's been here, so unless there's something new out I'm not aware of, I think the cinema's probably out, because we've probably done that enough. I've got 2 kids, Mr. Merckx, but the bigger one is doing a GCSE, so she's not staying here at the moment. So the older one is 16 and she's right in the middle of her exam, so she's staying at her house with right where her mum is, because she wants to focus on her GCSEs and not travel and come and stay here. To be honest, when they get a bit older, I think they're less inclined to come anyway. But if she wasn't doing her exam, she'd be coming. But she has. She's been not coming to do those. She's been doing like extra like revision sessions at the school. Karate Kid Legends, that's actually a thing that she might want to watch, actually, but I don't know. How many nades do I have? I think 5. How far are you from their mum's house? It's about 65 miles, dude. It's a bit of a crapper of a drive as well. It's not just the distance, it's a terrible drive. And very slow roads for most of it. So yeah, it's hour and 45 minutes roughly. Maybe a little bit less, a little bit more, depending on how lucky you get. You should get the R12 and server hop and PvP. Why would I server hop very poor? This server's full. This is probably the fullest server on Sakhal right now. I don't think server hopping would make sense. Server hopping would make sense to kind of cheat my way back. Cheap, I said, not cheat. Back to the mainland, because if I switch to a different Sakhal server right now, I would be on the mainland and not here. That would probably suit me at the moment. I'm going to struggle here. I'm going to end up dying of starvation and cold when we go over there, when we start heading over to the... This is not good. What does it say there? What am I eating if I press F? Snow. I'm fucking eating snow. I haven't got any collating tablets, that could be a problem. I don't know if you get animals on this island or what. It'd be fucking cool if you did. Right, guys, I'm not going to subject you to the swim back tonight. That can be saved for another stream because I've got to go and get something to eat for dinner. I think it's like 9 o'clock, and tonight I'm cooking as well, so I've got to cook myself some pork chops for dinner. I really want to eat before it gets to like fucking midnight. So I think it's time to stop. Guys, thanks a lot for coming in. 10-hour stream, that's no bad thing, is it? That's pretty decent. Cheers for coming in. There's many people you can be watching, so thank you for choosing to watch me. I'm not streaming again until either Sunday or Monday. I'm not sure which it will be at the moment. Hopefully there will be a new video out on Saturday, though. Finn sent me the draft of one that I need to watch, and I'll try and watch that tomorrow morning. So I'll try and watch it tomorrow morning, and then hopefully there should be an edited video for Saturday. Thanks a lot for coming in. Really, really appreciate it. There's many streamers you can watch. Thank you for watching me, as I say. I'll catch you on the next one. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one. Love you. Bye.